Chapter 2001, A SWOT Report. Book 3. I glanced down, expecting schedules or damage reports. Instead, the header nearly knocked the air out of my lungs. Formal resignation, Chief of Staff. I'm not fit for duty, Lola said simply. The spreadsheet is attached to the document, my reasons, and where I failed. What? Lola, that's not. I started, but she shook her head and actually ran. Wait, sorry, Yuki. Urgent issue. Tell Dimitri I sent you code lolly. Hell no, I called over my shoulder before sprinting after Lola. We wove through the crowd, dodging glittering gowns and half-drunk businessmen who clearly thought they were the main attraction. A waiter had to pivot on one foot to save his champagne tower from my shoulder. Lola cut sharp turns between clusters of people without looking back, her heels clicking like an urgent countdown. Lola! I finally caught up near the service elevator, where she stood with her hands clenched into fists, breathing hard. She looked up at me, eyes red, tears just barely kept in check. I knew I'd have to show you eventually, she mumbled. So, I'll show you. The ride to the top floor was awkward. I wanted to reach out to just hug her until whatever this was stopped hurting. But she shook her head once, firmly, and stared at the wall as if I wasn't even there. When the doors opened, she strode into the boardroom without hesitation. Here, she said, tapping the hollow projector. I prepared a presentation for you. The lights dimmed, and neat glowing letters floated on the wall. Performance review and strategic role reassessment. Seneschal Lola. She faced me, her voice steady, but her eyes, they were a storm barely kept in the bottle. Please let me present this. After I do, you can try to persuade me. The first slide flared to life. Rimelion role reassessment, Seneschal. Metric 1, Queen's physical safety. Well-being expected outcome, 100 integrity. Actual outcome, slavery. Forced combat, near-fatal impalement, public execution, assault by a grandmaster. Scoring, critical failure. Lola exhaled, first failure. Seneschal has repeatedly failed to anticipate and mitigate direct physical threats to the Queen. Lola, this isn't your fault, lady, please. Let me finish. Her tone wasn't sharp, but it was firm enough to cut me in half. I sank into one of the boardroom chairs and just stared at that glowing wall, hating every damn word. Metric 2. Intelligence threat assessment expected outcome. Maintain an active intelligence network to anticipate enemy movements. Actual outcome. Count Itzul's advance on the world fragment was discovered passively via a public holovid, not through dedicated intelligence channels. Scoring, gross negligence. Lola shook her head once, almost in disgust at herself. A critical strategic threat was missed entirely. The kingdom's primary territory is now at risk due to a lapse in Seneschal's oversight. Again, Lola, you couldn't. She flicked to the next slide without looking at me. Metric 3, Command Control during Crisis Expected Outcome. Maintain a clear chain of command and centralize strategic planning. Actual outcome. During the recent blockade crisis, operational command was decentralized. Diplomatic, Luminaria, and military, Lucy, decisions were made on the fly without direct Seneschal approval. Scoring, loss of strategic control. Seneschal has become a reactive facilitator rather than a proactive commander. Field commanders are operating with a degree of autonomy that undermines a unified strategy. Earth role reassessment, Chief of Staff Metric 1. Public image, brand integrity expected outcome. Maintain a consistent and Queen-approved public image. Actual outcome. Unauthorized, hypersexualized merchandise, the Big Charlie plushie, was produced and distributed, causing direct emotional distress to the Queen. Scoring. Major brand misalignment. Her expression didn't waver. Determination in every line of her face. Failure of oversight within Rimebreak Productions. The Chief of Staff failed to act as a proper gatekeeper for the Queen's brand, resulting in a public relations incident. This was nonsense. Some of these points had truth, sure, but that was on me more than her. And the way it was prepared, she'd been thinking about this for a while. This wasn't a bad night crisis. This was a decision. Metric 2, Logistical Operational Redundancy Expected Outcome. Chief of Staff serves as the primary human interface for all high-level logistical tasks. Actual outcome. AI assistant Jerry has demonstrated superior efficiency in 85 of logistical and scheduling tasks, leading to the Seneschal's role being redefined as designated sub-assistant. Scoring. Role obsolescence. She glanced at my wristwatch as if it were complicit in her argument. The current human-led operational model is inefficient. My role is redundant. The AI is simply better. No, stop, she said when I shifted forward to interrupt. Metric 3, real-time crisis management, final assessment, expected outcome. Chief of Staff initiates and executes pre-established emergency protocols upon arrival of a hostile external entity, UEE. Maintains operational command. Actual outcome. Chief of Staff failed to initiate any protocol. Command was immediately assumed by the Queen. Operational command was de facto transferred to AI Jerry, an external consultant, Riker. Scoring. Complete command failure. Her voice faltered here, just once. The most critical failure to date. During a direct, high-stakes confrontation on Earth, the Chief of Staff demonstrated a total inability to function. The Queen was forced to manage both the external threat and the Chief's emotional state, compounding her burden. "Are you finished?" I whispered. She shook her head. Then she took a shaky breath, eyes darting anywhere but me. I panicked. I froze. You had to lead while I was a liability. A queenmaker who needs to be saved by her queen is no queenmaker at all. She is an obstacle. Based on quantifiable data across multiple key performance areas, my performance as Chief of Staff and Seneschal has consistently fallen below acceptable parameters. My presence represents a logistical and strategic liability to the Queen and the Kingdom of Rimebreak. Her eyes flicked up to meet mine for just a heartbeat, and I saw it all, pain, shame, and a stubborn resolve that I hated instantly before she dropped her gaze back to the cold, sterile light of the hollow tablet. I tender my resignation, effective immediately. I propose a restructuring of command. AI Assistant Jerry should be elevated to Chief Logistical Officer. A new candidate with proven military strategic experience, Lucy or Techi Lama, should be considered for Seneschal. I will remain a loyal citizen of Rimebreak and am willing to be reassigned to a junior administrative role where my failures will have a less critical impact. I glanced at her. She glanced back. "I was only joking." Jerry's voice came from the ceiling speaker, tinny but oddly hesitant. "I thought banter might humanize me. I dreamed I apologize." "Noted," Lola said flatly. "You were right." My eyes shifted to the screen. One last slide, all her supposed sins arranged in a neat, clinical spreadsheet. I let out a long sigh. "Lola, you expected every word I could say, didn't you? You prepared for every counter-argument, every outcome?" For the first time since UEE, her smile appeared small but real. "Yes, lady. I anticipate what you say, and I am prepared to explain my decision." She actually believed she was right. Fine. I hadn't expected to put my mother's royal lectures into practice so soon, but here we were. You are the Queen, thus you are only as good as those serving you. Be a beacon, Charlie. But, in my way. I found an exploit in Lola's logic. I'm the exploiter after all. "Okay," I said, voice sharpening with confidence. "I've reviewed your report. And you're right." Lola flinched just enough for me to see the last shred of hope crumble from her face. "You have failed," I continued, "because this," I gestured at the glowing list of failures, "isn't a comprehensive analysis. This is half of a SWOT report. Weaknesses and threats only. My brilliant Chief of Staff forgot strengths and opportunities." She blinked. "But this," I raised a finger. "Who had to shut up and be a good girl during the big bad presentation?" Lola bit her lip. "Me, good. Now listen, Chief of Staff." I mirrored her earlier detached tone. Strength, loyalty. Result. Chief of Staff's loyalty has never wavered. She has consistently prioritized the Queen's safety and the Kingdom's interests above her own. Strength. Successfully established 2 corporate entities, bought a headquarters, managed a multi-million credit budget, organized a military fleet, and planned a large-scale VIP event all at the same time. Chief of Staff is currently the only person capable of managing the Kingdom's full logistical scope. Without her, Rimebreak would grind to a halt. Her voice cracked. "Lady, please, but my weakness." I met her eyes and finally saw it, the pressure, the exhaustion. All those hugs I thought were for me had really been for her desperate little moments of validation. She didn't need to resign. She needed a boss who saw her. "Oh," I murmured, "you don't need me. You need the real me." I stood. Resignation denied. Let's go. She blinked. What? Jerry, delete that file. Now. Deleted, Jerry said, efficient as ever as it vanished in the digital graveyard. I took her hand and steered her toward the elevator. She just stared. Stunned, the same stunned shed worn when the UEE marched in. We're going back. But, lady, you can't. Watch me, I grinned. So you can't handle a crisis. Big deal. But my role is essential during a crisis, she protested as the lift descended. You can't just ignore my flaws. Oh, and not ignoring them. You just can't see what I see. I'll show you. I winked at her, even though keeping my own composure felt like tap dancing on glass. When Shed handed me that resignation, something in me had shifted, and I wasn't entirely sure it was just friendship. I glanced at her now, face pale, nerves frayed, body wound tight as a bowstring. The stress had been chewing on her for far too long, and I'd missed it. Not everyone bounces back like me. Everyone has their strengths. And weaknesses, she shot back instantly, as if she'd been waiting for the cue. Well, I said, tightening my grip on her hand, time to do something you could never predict. If anyone could predict me, it would be Cloudy. Even he had given up, and he was a god. The elevator doors opened. I pulled her out into the crowd, walking with deliberate, unshakable confidence as heads turned and the sea of guests parted. Damn, always wanted to do cool things like this. Lady, what are you? She asked, half panicked, as I led her straight toward the throne. I took the mic, and the music bled away like someone turning down the pulse of the room. Hello? Can I have a moment of your attention? The crowd's chatter stumbled, then shifted, eyes turning toward me in ripples. I still had Lola's hand in mine, and she still had that "if you let go, I'm running" tension in her grip. Improvisation was my comfort zone. Spreadsheets the size of 2 hollows? Not so much. Thanks for coming. Seriously, I'm thrilled to have you all here. Hey Lisa, get over here. I waved her forward before the poor girl could hide in the back. And before the rumors start, let's just confirm, yes, we were visited by the UEE today, on our first day in the building. That got a murmur, and I gestured toward my ridiculous lobby poster. Then, because Jerry apparently wanted to help or troll me, a hollow image shimmered above us. Lobby feed, Damon and the enforcers, standing like they'd been printed out of a corporate trouble brochure. No one was on their holophones yet, which made them twice as intimidating. Think what you want, I said, keeping my voice light. But we had a civil discussion, and they've already left the building. Riker started clapping like I had just won an award for Best Queen in a Crisis. The crowd followed suit, swelling into a chant. Glory to the Queen! I stilled them with a raised hand. But I'm not here alone. I lifted our joined hands high. This is Lola, our Chief of Staff. She's the reason we're even in this building. So glory to Lola, glory to Lola. The room echoed, voices bouncing off the high walls. It felt less like an opening ceremony, and more like I'd accidentally started a concert or a cult. When the UEE arrived, Lola thought Shed overlooked something. I pulled a Riker and shook my head dramatically. I want everyone here who's ever talked to Lola to raise a hand, and keep it up if she or her staff has ever solved a problem for you. Hands went up, most of the room, except Riker. I glared at him, and he joined the others with a laughing fit. What about during the battle? Remember the goat? I shot a grin toward the back. Remember her orders? And Fuzuki? I'm here. Name drop, Fuzuki yelled predictably. I ignored that. Raise your hand if you were on the wall, heard her orders, and know she's invaluable. 2/3 of the room's hands stayed up. Players, guests, even a few opportunistic bandwagoners. Lisa finally reached me on the throne. I gestured to the horns. For those wondering why the throne looks like this, credit goes to this young woman. Clap for Lisa, stage architect extraordinaire. More applause. I handed Lisa the mic. Tell everyone, who told you to come here and do all of this? She blinked, then grinned. Lola, of course. She gave me the plan and coordinated everything. I raised Lola's hand again, and the room erupted in another round of applause. Glory to Lola. And that's it. Oh, wait. I spotted Dimitri in the crowd, and his complexion drained 3 shades when he caught my stare. Today only 25 off the Big Charlie, Sword Queen Dominate Edition. I winked. You all know why. Perfect drop the mic moment. But I resisted the urge to actually drop the mic, and instead pulled Lola off stage with me, leaving laughter in our wake. I handed the mic to Lisa and finally stopped. Lady, she began, glancing down at our joined hands. Want to know why I won't accept your resignation? I finally let her go. She didn't bolt this time, just nodded. I want you in that position. The moment I lose my queenmaker, I drop my crown, because without you, I met her eyes. Useless. Then I winked, even though my stomach was tying itself in dreadnoughts. You are irreplaceable. Lady! She jumped into my arms, burying her face against my shoulder. The hug was tight, relieved, and a little desperate. We'll make our kingdom strong. Together. I grinned, the tension finally breaking as I hugged her back. Of course we will, I said, my voice warm. But first, we need to get you a clipboard and hollow. You look naked without one. Chapter 2002. Magic Historian Yuki. Book 3. When I returned with Lola to the VIP section, Dimitri was already waiting with arms folded, frown so deep it could have been used for trench warfare. With your discount, he said, we're cutting down our profit margin by nearly half. I hope you know what you're doing. All I wanted was to annoy him as payback for earlier, so mission accomplished. Always, Dimitri. I dominate. I winked and stepped toward him. His eyes widened, and he actually took one step back like I had just threatened to weaponize my crown. I see, he muttered. Your performance on the stage and handling of the crisis was surprisingly good. I raised an eyebrow. Don't get me wrong, he added quickly. It could have gone way worse. I laughed at him, just enough to let him stew, then turned to Lola. Lola, please get me Lisa, Fi, Night Swallow, and Frosna. I need to ask them. Auntie Charlie. A younger voice cut me off a split second before impact. Then I was under a full-bodied hug assault. Glory to the Queen. At that line, my eyes went wide in horror, but thankfully the crowd wasn't paying attention, so we avoided triggering another chant. The culprit beamed up at me. Lena, all bright curls and mischief, dressed head to toe in a Lisa cosplay robe, staff, even flame-colored streaks painted on her face like shed walks straight out of a Rimelion loading. Scream. Nice to see you, Lena. I grinned, returning the hug. Glad you could come. Trailing behind her was Adam in his favorite suit, just formal enough to fit in, but still slightly awkward among the sea of sharp corporate tailoring and cosplayers. He smiled warmly. Nice to see you again, Charlie. We were held up in traffic, sorry. I would have sent Roberto for you, I said, shaking my head. Adam frowned, confused. From the bar. I invited him as a guest, but I bet he'd take you. He gave me a pointed glare. He's my friend. But I have others not connected to my drinking, I added with a shrug. It's up to you whether you believe me. But despite how badly I wanted to, I've been trying to ignore the lure of the bar lately. It's been hard. Adam chuckled. Here I am, seeing you again after so long, after you vanished into your fantasy world, and the first thing we talk about is your addiction. I apologize. I pulled him into a hug because I was a hugger now. No problem. I really messed up. Even more than I stopped myself. I mean, nice to see ya. You're a big player now, sis, he said, a spark in his eyes. You've completely turned your life around, and in record time. It was just a few months ago you ruined. In being negative again. Tell me. Before I could answer, Lena whipped 2 3D printed flame props from her bag and shouted, Tremar special, double fireballs. She sprinted forward, holding one flame in each hand like twin comets, and slammed them against our feet with a loud whap, making her own explosion sound effects with enthusiastic boof. I let Adam go, but he was ignoring his daughter. Oh no, I played along, hopping back on one leg and looking around dramatically. Who dares? The Queen. Lena laughed, darting in again with only one flame this time, silent except for the rapid patter of her sneakers. Before she could hit me, I spun with an exaggerated flourish. Ice wall. And because I couldn't actually use ice magic here, I scooped her up instead, both of us laughing. I see you like Lisa now, not your auntie. I ruffled her curls and gave her a quick spin before setting her back on her feet. She actually nodded, utterly unbothered. Fiery! She grabbed her twin flames again and waved them in wild arcs like she was conducting a very aggressive orchestra. Oh! Wisa swooped in, wrapping both me and Lena in a hug. Look, I have an apprentice, Rebel Fire. Lena wriggled free from me and leapt into Lisa's arms. You're so badasses, you beat Baldy, Dimitri scoffed. Who taught you that? Lena gasped dramatically, hugging Lisa tighter. Lunaris, bad guy. I bit my lip to stop a laugh and retreated to sit beside Yuki, who was watching Lisa's performance with an amused, almost conspiratorial smile. Lena! Adam tried to call her over, but she ignored him entirely, so he sighed and sat beside us. I'm sorry. Oh, honey, he's more than that. Lisa stage whispered, earning Lena's total attention. He's a CEO. Lena nodded gravely, as if that explained every terrible thing Dmitri had ever done. And we will get him, Lisa declared, spinning Lena toward the target. Both of them charged, Lisa with a grin sharp enough to cut glass, and Lena with her 3D printed flames held high straight at Dmitri. He didn't move until they were almost on him. Then, with the air of a man dodging an overly friendly dog, he took one smooth sidestep, hands clasped behind his back. Ah, so this is the hostile takeover I've heard about. Lisa cackled while Lena tried to swipe at his legs anyway, and Dmitri added, Your boardroom tactics need work. At that moment, my little strike team finally arrived. Perfect timing. Like they'd been waiting for the cue in my head. Lisa! I called out over the crowd, raising a hand to flag her. Sorry, Lena. Grown-up stuff now. We need the rebel here. Oh, not yet, Lena whined, drawing out the word so dramatically you'd think he'd just cancelled her birthday. Before I could respond, Adam swooped in with the classic dad move, both arms around her middle, hoist, pivot. But before he could make the getaway, Lena swung one of her 3D printed fireballs into his face with the accuracy of a trained assassin. The hollow thunk was followed by her gleeful, direct hit. While Adam's sigh said, I walked into that one. I smirked and turned to the people who could actually complete quests without adult supervision. Lisa, Fi, and Night Swallow stood ready, and Frosner brought up the rear, holding Toby like he was a fragile relic instead of a winged ball of mischief. Thanks for coming, I said, getting a round of greetings in return. My eyes landed on Yuki, hovering at the edge of the group with the nervous poise of someone afraid they were about to be told to leave. So, this is Yuki. She's found something interesting. Dungeon far away? Her face lit up. It is, but since we're all on the ship anyway. She glanced over toward Lucy, who was holding court among the knot of guests, the sound of her laughter cutting clean through the general VIP buzz. Kingdom first, I understand, Yuki almost whispered. I nodded and swept my gaze back over my people. Long story short, Shez after a sword. Not just any sword, Lithorian. Ask her about it, and she'll happily bury you under every historical footnote it's ever had. Yuki's eyes went wide. She bobbed her head, already leaning forward like she was about to recite the entire oral history of the blade, starting from the creation of steel. So, I continued quickly, I'm thinking that after we take Altandai, because we will take Altandai, I'll give you all the quest to coordinate with Yuki and help her get it. She blinked at me, caught halfway between joy and disbelief. I straightened, letting my best imitation of Mom's queen voice settle into place. But it won't be for free, Yuki. Her shoulders slumped instantly. I'm not rich, she murmured, so quietly I almost missed it. Behind her, Night Swallow muttered something to Frosner. Toby squawked, flapping once in protest before Frosner calmly switched him to her other arm like it was all part of the plan. You misunderstand, I said, my tone softening. The quests I give aren't free, and neither is the time of these people. I'll do it for free, Lisa declared, pulling Yuki into a hug that, for her, it qualified as gentle unlike me or Lunaris. FD nodded, leaning casually on a table. Let me finish, please. I managed not to sigh. Charlie, don't be a prick to people. What I mean is, all I want from Yuki is for her to join our kingdom as our official historian. Her head popped up like I'd just offered her a lifetime supply of whatever sugar kept her running. Magic historian Yuki, I added, sealing the deal. Yes, she shouted. You see, in the kingdom of Velthar, have you heard of it? They had an official historian who chronicled everything, but not just boring facts. He invented fake narrators, like characters in a play, to tell the stories. And the sword? In one of them, there was this ridiculous drunk goose who… Yes, Yuki, exactly like that. I cut in before she could give us an entire act from the tragedy of Goose the Wise. But first, we check with the others. I go, Lisa blurted, and took off like she'd just been given an urgent assassination target. It wasn't all I muttered. But she was already halfway to Lena, who was busy waving her fireballs like a semaphore operator on caffeine. Frosner adjusted Toby again, her gaze sweeping over the group. "I'm in," she said plainly. "But why us?" FD nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I want to go. But why pick us specifically?" "Because I trust you," I said, "and because you're the best at what you do. After Altendai, we move fast to our territory and establish the city of Rimebreak. That's going to be a lull for you, until Count Eitzel stirs up trouble, which he will a few weeks in. So instead of sitting around getting bored, I'd rather have you doing something that matters." Night Swallow gave a low whistle. "Damn, Queen. You think so far ahead it's scary? No wonder you've got a crown on earth and here." "Im not. Glory to the Queen," Frosner suddenly roared. Half the VIP section picked it up immediately. Lena, of course, was the loudest, jumping like a pogo stick in a Flame Mage cosplay, her curls bouncing with each shout. The chant rolled through the chamber, powered by wine, loyalty, and a touch of mob mentality. Lisa, because she couldn't resist, sent her drones spiraling upward, releasing holographic snow that drifted down like we were inside a snow globe. The banners above us snapped in the artificial wind, the crest catching the light like a staged photo shoot. I didn't have to glance at Yuki to know she was loving every second of this. She was practically glowing. "All right," I said, once the chanting tapered off enough for my voice to be heard. "That's settled. After Altandai, we help Yuki get her shiny murder stick." "Murder stick?" Lena shouted from across the room. "Don't teach her that," Adam groaned. Lisa just grinned, ruffling Lena's hair. "Oh, she's already learning. Next lesson, Rebel Fire Special." "Lisa," I warned, pointing at her like I had any authority over whatever chaos she was about to teach my pseudo-niece. "What?" "You can't stop the revolution," she called back, already spinning Lena toward the snack table. "First we feed the troops, then we overthrow the oppressors. Ask Mr. Riker." "Mr. Riker? Damn, of course she knows him." Yuki giggled like this was all part of some whimsical court tradition. After that, duty called. I had to put on my good host smile and do the rounds, making polite talk with every VIP, noble, and half-drunk player Lola discreetly pointed me toward. Apparently, for one reason or another, I was needed everywhere. The party rolled on until 3 in the morning, though to me, it felt like 3 centuries. Naturally, Roberto and the rest of the bar crew managed to get gloriously drunk. At some point, they discovered a bowl that was kind of rounded like bowling ball don't, asked me from where, I didn't want to know, and declared it the crown jewel of improvised bowling. Lisa jumped right in. She smoothed the bowl into a proper ball with her tools, then used drones to hold chairs on thin ropes as makeshift pins. Within minutes, the heart of the throne room had turned into a fully functional bowling alley. When Lucy spotted this madness, she grabbed a microphone like it was her objective all along. Of course, she already had her 10th beer. She provided a running commentary so dramatic it could have made the Imperial Navy weep. Her booming narration turned the game into a gladiatorial event. Soon, the entire room was holding its collective breath. As Isabel, Roberto's sister, and, crucially, the only one player still sober, lined up her shot. With a flick of the wrist, she rolled the ball straight down the aisle. Strike. The room erupted like we'd just won the World Cup. Isabel, cheeks pink but grinning, was hoisted onto shoulders and carried to my throne. Lucy declared her the bowling princess of Rimebreak and performed a very solemn coronation using a half-empty champagne glass as the royal scepter. Even I couldn't help but laugh. Later, when I finally crawled into bed, my feet aching and my ears still ringing with chants, I thought this might just work. Rimebreak wasn't perfect, but it was ours. Tomorrow, I'd draw demon circles. Tonight, I had a meditation waiting, as promised to Mom. Chapter 2003, Can I Eat Friends? Thursday, Book 3. I meditated in the morning, even in Rimelion. My thoughts buzzed like mosquitoes around my head, and forcing them into calm was like trying to herd drunk Italians. Annoying, but it felt necessary. If I skipped it, the universe itself would glare at me, universe being my mum. After a few hours of faking enlightenment, it was almost lunchtime. Another bath later, I padded downstairs to the Wolf's Fang. The main hall smelled of spiced meat, faint wood smoke, and the sticky sweetness of ale clinging to every table. Wolf heads blared from the walls between mounted lanterns, their carved teeth catching firelight as if they were about to bite into the next drunk to pass by. plush furs muffled most footsteps, though the occasional chair scrape and mug slam echoed loud enough to remind me people were very much alive here. The patrons were sparse this time of day. Half a dozen locals hunched over tankards, whispering as if their slurred gossip was the foundation of statecraft. Two mercenaries in battered leather played a game of dice at a corner table, one muttering prayers to whatever wolf god decorated this place, the other cheating shamelessly while his partner stared at the ceiling beams, carved with lounging canines. Poor souls. Don't know the player tide is coming. A man in a thick wolf pelt coat stalked between the tables, balancing trays of food and mugs like he was born doing it. Every time he turned, the fur shoulders of his coat brushed against chair backs, leaving a faint trail of stray hairs on patrons' cloaks. The coat made him look half waiter, half predator, like the inn had hired a wolf to serve its prey. As long as Kazi isn't here, I'm fine. He set bowls of steaming stew down with an exaggerated flourish, then refilled mugs in the same sweep, his eyes always flicking back to the bar for silent orders. I slipped into one of the free seats, the fur rug beneath soft enough to swallow my boots. The table surface was smooth but etched with shallow claw marks, intentional or just very spirited drunks, hard to tell. The man in the wolf's coat prowled my way, stopping at my table with a smile that was both professional and just a little too toothy. "Miss, what can I offer for lunch?" I glanced sideways at the next table. They weren't eating, just drinking themselves toward early graves, so I bit my lip and shrugged. "What do you have?" He followed my glance, then snapped his chin toward the bar. The innkeeper from yesterday, the same, gave a small approving nod. The coatman dipped into a neat little bow. "As a staying customer, your room includes the basic fare, bread, stew, ale." His tone suggested basic was code for you'll hate yourself halfway through. For a little extra, you can upgrade to a luxury plate, or one of our specialties. His hesitation was subtle, but it was there. Specialty sounded more like a dare than a menu option. "And drinks?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Paid separately," he said with another bow. For one brief moment, I thought about Adam, about how easy it would be to just sit here, sip wine until the sun went down, and pretend none of the world's problems existed. I shoved the thought aside a little too strongly. "Non-alcoholic, please." "And fine, I'll try the specialty." The coatman blinked once, then nodded. "As you wish. Our chef insists on a word with anyone ordering her specialties, to refine the experience." He said it as if he were handing me over to a high priestess. Then his smile faltered for a heartbeat. "But it is pricey." His unease made me wonder if the food here had teeth too. He bowed again before gliding off, fur shoulders brushing the next table's mugs, with a soft thump that sent foam sloshing. Behind him, laughter rose, dice clattered, and a wolf's carved snarl seemed to catch the firelight just a little brighter. The man returned, the ceramic hitting the wood with a heavy thunk. He set down a large, steaming mug and a plate with a single honey stick resting beside it. "Miss," he said, "this is step bite, a dark brewed root tea, finished with a sliver of fire ginger dropped in at the end. Locals drink it straight, but he tapped the honey stick with a wolfish grin. We provide this for the faint of heart. To ease the bite. Think of it as training wheels. Step bite. Quality. One common info. Bitter step brew with fiery ginger kick, earthy, storm-soaked flavor tests endurance." He winked, and yeah, that was a challenge if I ever seen one. I nodded coolly and leaned into the mug, inhaling. The steam rushed into my nose, sharp, earthy, bitter, like damp soil after a storm, except the storm had been angry about taxes. Beneath it lurked the fire ginger, glowing faintly in the dark liquid, promising violence. I took a sip. The taste hit like a sucker punch, unsweetened, dirt thick, then suddenly, bam! A spike of heat as the ginger flared across my tongue and down my throat. Spicy and bitter. The kind of drink you'd serve to test whether your in-laws were secretly assassins. I coughed once, twice, my throat burning like I swallowed a lit match. The table of locals nearby erupted in laughter, nudging each other knowingly, as if I'd just played into a centuries-old inside joke. I grinned back at them, raising the mug in a mock salute. 3 bronzies says I can take down a third without the stick." My voice came out rough, but hey, they understood the spirit. One man tilted his head at me, studying. Then his grin split wide. 5 says, "You can't go half." The table hollered, coins clinked, and suddenly it felt less like a tavern and more like the opening round of some ridiculous drinking arena. I squinted at the mug, then at him. Deal. Can you? He was waiting for it. His grin only grew smugger, like a wolf who cornered a rabbit. A few patrons banged their mugs on the tables, chanting, "Half, half, half," like they were at a blood sport. I sighed dramatically and raised my hand. Fine, half it is. Don't cry when I walk out with your money. That was when the crowd parted, and a mountain disguised as a woman, aprons smudged with stains older than me, arms thick as tree trunks, shoulders so broad she made the wolf beam carvings above look fragile. "I need to see this," she boomed, planting her fists on her hips. The room instantly hushed. Even the dice players froze mid-roll. Oh, great. An audience. Coins clinked onto the table as the bet sealed. My pride, dignity, and possibly my throat were now on the line. I grabbed the mug with both hands. It was too heavy for one, and tilted it back. The liquid scorched down my throat like liquid peppercorn lava. My eyes watered, my nose burned, my stomach clenched in betrayal. Halfway through, my body launched a rebellion. Nope, abort, system override. I slammed the mug down, coughing so hard I nearly folded in half, tears streaking my cheeks. The crowd roared with laughter. The man scooping up coins with a smooth "thanks for your patronage," while I tried to breathe like a normal human being again. I fixed one healing rune, and the giant woman threw back her head and laughed. "Ha! Good attempt." Her voice carried more warmth than mockery. I wiped my face with the back of my sleeve, cheeks burning from drink and embarrassment. My nose still tingled like it snorted wasabi. She leaned forward, her grin wide beneath a mess of wild curls. "Name's Clara. Heard you wanted my special food?" Clara Liv. 29, type. 2 uncommon kitchen mini-boss, HP 890890. I croaked something that might be been yes, and had to cast another heal to stop my lungs from filing a resignation as Lola tried. Been serving wolf as long as I remember. Clara started, her voice rolling like gravel in a barrel. "Wolves?" My eyes widened, and a grin split across my face before I could rein it in. Yes, finally. The thought hit me like the first sip of whiskey after a dry week. I was barred from genocide, true, but hunting? Hunting was fair game. "I'll eat it all. Ha ha ha!" My laughter burst out of me, manic and unstoppable. I slapped the table like a gambler on a winning streak. "Hell, I'll fund your hunting expeditions." The inn's noise dimmed for a heartbeat. A few nearby drinkers shot me nervous glances, mugs frozen halfway to their lips. But Clara's eyes lit like fire catching oil. "Oh, another wolf meat enjoyer?" she said, and her bulk lowered heavily into the chair across from me. The wooden legs creaked as if they were filing for workers' comp. She leaned forward, elbows on the table, her face practically glowing. "Which ones?" I bared my teeth in what I hoped was a predatory smile. "Especially those who roll in mud. They taste the best. Hope that Frosner isn't vegan, because when she learns this, hopefully I won't be eating parrots anytime soon." Her eyes actually sparkled. She nodded slowly, solemnly, like I'd just recited a sacred culinary scripture. "A true gourmand," she declared. Then, lowering her voice, she added, "And a little inside info when they roll in it and then bake themselves in the sun. The heat tenderizes the fibers. The meat turns so soft it near melts." She closed her eyes, lips parting as if reliving the memory of the best meal of her life. For a terrifying second, I thought she might actually start moaning. Finally, she straightened and slapped her thigh. "I'll get you the golden wolf saddle. Tender chunks of prime saddle. Slow braised in dark ale gravy with sweet carrots, onions, and steppe mushrooms. Finest wolf dish I know." Her voice boomed proudly, then deflated like a whiskey barrel with a hole. "But," of course there was a but, "people don't order it every day. Needs prep, takes time. Not now. More of a dinner thing for you." She eyed me like she was testing whether it'd balk. "And 5 gold coin worth." I blinked. 5 gold for dinner. My stolen wallet whimpered in the corner of my mind. "I've got 3 weeks of stay in here for 11 golds, I muttered before I could stop myself. Her face fell instantly. Her wide grin curdled into something tragic, her thick shoulders slumping as if I'd just announced the death of her firstborn stew. She nodded with mournful dignity, as if this was the cruel fate of all true gourmands. "But," I added quickly, and her eyes snapped back to mine, For special wolf meat? I shrugged with exaggerated nonchalance. I'll pay the full price. The transformation was instantaneous. Her entire face lit up. Her cheeks dimpled. Her grin spread like sunrise, and she actually clapped her meaty hands together with a thwack that rattled my mug. Yes, finally, a soul who understands. She stood, nearly knocking the table sideways. I'll prepare it. She bobbed her head so enthusiastically, it was more like a bowing jig, apron strings bouncing against her bulk. Tonight, you'll dine like a true step lord, milady. And then she barreled away, apron flapping like a battle banner, shouting at the kitchen staff with terrifying gusto. Pots clanged, voices scrambled to answer, and I was pretty sure at least 2 apprentices ran for their lives. I leaned back in my chair, cheeks still flushed from the tea, and my grin stretching stupidly wide. I finished off the rest of the step bite with a cough, tore a hunk of bread in half with my teeth, and sat there buzzing with excitement. Tonight, wolf meat. Golden wolf saddle. Dinner like a barbarian king. But first, I wiped the crumbs from my fingers, pushed away from the table, and exhaled. I had a plan to take a city, and in that plan was a one big hole. I promised one of them to fight on our side. Problem was, I didn't tell that my supposed allies yet, so I had a grandmaster to meet. Chapter 2004. A Prickly Welcome. Book 3. Meeting the grandmaster was hard. Finding him wasn't difficult, because everyone in Altandai knew where the master of the Green Dragon lived. The place wasn't a home so much as a statement. A massive estate rose behind a tall, stupidly ornate wall made of the same rosy stone, pink rock pretending to be noble. Whoever mined this garbage must have been rolling in coin, because the city was littered with it like an infection. The wall curved as if it wanted to strangle the street, tall enough to make it clear, you're not welcome unless we say so. The main gate was twice my height, painted in dark green and fitted with bronze studs big enough to break your face if they fell off. 2 guards stood there, halberds in hand, their armor glinting with freshly polished smugness. Grandmaster's Guard, Liv W25. Type: 2 uncommon HP, 6,600. Through the bars, I glimpsed tall trees swaying in the garden beyond. The estate itself loomed past them. 3 smaller towers, each about 5 stories, and one central monstrosity shooting 20 stories up. Built from rosy green stone, it looked like someone had fused my least favorite marble with mildew. In front of this home, the street was crammed with merchants hawking wares, strings of dried peppers, bolts of cloth bright as peacock tails, trays of sticky pastries dripping syrup. The air smelled of sugar, smoke, and too many sweaty bodies packed together. Someone was roasting meat on a skewer nearby, the fat hissing as it hit the coals. Not a mudwolf though, heh. I stopped at a tea stall tucked against the wall, its canopy of faded green patched with mismatched cloth. Tea here was apparently popular. Steam curled from copper kettles, and I ordered one at random and got a brew so sweet it could strip enamel, with a bite of mead lurking under it. Like honey whiskey, my heart did a little happy dance. I tipped the merchant half the price, earning myself a stunned grin and a bow deep enough I thought he'd smack his head on the counter. Benches lined the wall opposite the gate. Most were empty, a few occupied by tired merchants or locals nursing drinks. I claimed one, mug in hand, and let myself watch. Children darted across the street, weaving between carts and legs, shouting nonsense in the universal language of kids. Their laughter was high and unrestrained, weird seeing children when it wasn't required. My throat tightened unexpectedly. Mum's words echoed, women can choose here. Young ages of children weren't compulsory. They were wanted. Hopefully, I wouldn't have to face that decision anytime soon. Taking care of children aged 12 didn't exactly fit in my conquering plan. Or my drinking schedule. I blew across the rim of my tea and let the sweet burn coat my tongue again, trying to focus on why I was here. The master of the Green Dragon. A potential ally. A grandmaster. Time to look impressive. I flicked open my profile, checked my stats and skills. Triple-checked, because if I was going to sit across from a stringman, I couldn't afford to look like I was winging it even if I was. Name: Princess Charlie. Race: Step Elven. Gender: female. Level: 5-9B. Life path: Sovereign Ruler. 7 Ruler, 7 Legendaries class. None Mage. Physical stats: 2 uncommon. Magical stats: 3 rare, skill limit, 56, 1. The Exploiter, 9 godlies 2. Mana Manipulation, 2 uncommon 3. Frost Weaving, 3 rare, 8, 4. Healing, 2 uncommon Sif. Identify, 1 uncommon. I was still missing a class. That stupid, glaring hole capped my level until I chose one same as for players. Maybe I should actually ask my allies what classes they were aiming for. I could practically call myself an expert. Lisa was proof enough of that. World-class adventurer, sponsored by Charlie's School of Accidental Optimization. Weird though. Players started with a novice class at level 0. NPCs we didn't. Maybe Cloudy thought players needed training wheels at the beginning, or maybe it was some dramatic balance thing mortals must crawl before they can walk. Who knew? Either way, level 10 felt like an arbitrary choke point for players. Meh. Not my problem anymore. For my plan to work, I didn't need a class. I just needed the scroll and a lot of hope. I clutched my royal purse in my lap, thumb worrying the seam, lip caught between my teeth. What if the Grandmaster steals it? Not impossible. Those guys had a reputation, and my plan wasn't exactly subtle. If he grabbed it, he'd know everything. That meant I had to stash it somewhere safe. But where? The bank. Ha! Yes, let me waltz up to a counter and shout, "Hello, I'm the Queen. Please store this suspiciously important magical item for me." Perfect way to end up robbed, poisoned, or, knowing my luck, married off. Warehouse rental? Same problem. Too visible. I tapped the purse against my knee, thinking. The rosy towers loomed over the garden wall, but my brain was already elsewhere. If only I had an inventory. The thought hit like a hammer. Player's inventory. System, I whispered in my head, heart already quickening. Can I get the skill inventory? Charlie hotfix, calculating. Charlie hotfix, attention. Inventory skill requires a large amount of energy to divert. You will enter a 2-month energy debt. Do you want to get the inventory skill? I froze, tea halfway to my lips. The steam curled up and stung my nose, earthy sweet with honey, but I barely tasted it anymore. 2 months of energy debt? That was brutal. Like running a marathon, and then realizing you still had to carry the stadium home. But inventory. The holy grail of player quality of life skills. No more lugging bags, no more stuffing purses under beds, no more awkward, "Please don't steal my life's work" situations. And if inventory was on the table, then so were other features. Friends list, map, the whole damned toolkit. I blew out a long breath, staring at the system prompt. Was I really going to fill one of my precious NPC skill slots with this? With quality of life? I smirked bitterly into my tea. Maybe I'd just admit it, I was addicted. Not to alcohol this time, but to convenience. Players had. No more hesitating. Do it. Congratulations. You unlocked inventory. Skill starts at proficiency. 1 common. Charlie hotfix. Universal player skill varied. Energy redirected. Entering 2-month energy debt. Inventory. Level. 1 common. Effect. A personal storage space only you have access to. Charlie. Reminder. This skill has dependencies in half of the system. Dimensional magic, matrix math, recursive cataloging. It's a spaghetti code nightmare. I shouldn't have allowed them to collaborate. Development will finish after some time. If you're impatient, you may hasten tier unlocks by accepting a 1-year energy debt. Please don't bother me about it later. Unlocked. Space, tiny. 1 bag, congratulations. Locked, 3 rare. Expansion protocols detected, but sealed. Warning. Attempting to peek requires heavy system resources. Estimated cost, 6 months debt just to preview, 2 years to force unlock. Locked, 6 Marvel, cross-dimensional compression detected but sealed. Do not touch, seriously. To locked, 8 mythical, huh? I muttered under my breath and tried slipping my purse into the new inventory. It worked like a charm. 1 blink and the weight was gone from my lap. Feeling bold, I nudged my mug of tea the same way. It vanished. Easy. I smirked until I tried to summon it back. 5 agonizing seconds later, the mug reappeared in my hand, steaming as if I paused time itself. Way too slow. Oh, come on, I groaned, shaking my head. Hidden mechanics? Really? Right. No more stalling. I glanced up at the guards near the gate, who weren't paying me much attention, stiff-backed, relaxed on the surface, but with that soldier's posture that said, "Try me." With a frick, I sent the tea back into storage, then pulled out the tiara. Time to stop being Charlie, the scared idiot with too much tea. Time to pretend I was Queen Charlie, terrifying ruler with ice in her veins. Time to play. My heels crunched on the stone path as I approached. They noticed me a few steps before I reached them, eyes narrowing as they subtly shifted weight toward their spears. I pointed at the gate. Open. They blinked. The shorter one cleared his throat. Miss, excuse us? Don't make me repeat myself. I let frost bloom over my hand, a crackling spray of ice curling around my fingers. I pushed weight into my voice, the kind my title carried. Cold authority. Important, and you don't want to feel my ice. That got them. Their eyes widened, panic flashing, and they scrambled to undo the locks. The gates groaned as they pulled open just enough for me to pass. I smirked like it expected nothing less and stepped through without hurry. Inside was paradise. A garden, sprawling like a chunk of springtime, had been stolen and caged behind those ugly, rosy walls. Winding stone paths snaked between hedges, fountains, and flower beds exploding with color. Exotic vines dangled from trellises, wide-leafed trees shaded stretches of soft moss. Even the air felt heavier, humid, thick with damp soil. Somewhere off to the side, a trickle of water ran into a fish pond, silver and gold scales flashing beneath the surface. For a second, I almost forgot I was here to strong-arm a grandmaster. Almost. A woman noticed me, older, grey at the temples, dressed in a servant's apron, slave, muted colors, but a different outfit for the first time. Probably a maid slave then? Her back straightened instantly under my gaze. She dipped into a bow so fast I wondered if she'd practiced just for moments like this. My lady, she said softly, do you, in meeting your master, I cut in, keeping my tone ice as mom. No need to announce me. Where is he? At that moment, I realized it would be very awkward if she said there was nobody here. Oh, my poor planning and oversight. Please don't say he's not here. Please. She straightened and pointed upward without hesitation. Laboratory. 6th floor. Relief disguised itself as a smirk. Thanks. I strode past her, letting my clothes swirl as if I had better places to be. The staircase wound upward in tight, steep spirals. I counted landings. Each one had arched windows spilling light across the stone and plants. The air grew damper, hotter, as if the entire tower was one giant greenhouse. All right. Showtime. I pushed open the tall door and stepped inside. It was a jungle, no exaggeration. The chamber sprawled wide, ceiling lost to a canopy of dangling vines and broad leaves. Potted trees lined the walls, roots spilling from cracked urns onto the tile floor. The air was heavy with the scent of wet loam and green things, mixed with a chemical tang that prickled my nose. Droplets clung to glass panes high above, catching light and scattering it like shards of emerald. In the middle of this miniature rainforest stood a man, stooped but steady, tending to a squat, wide-leafed plant. He wore a robe stained with earth and green smears, his silver hair bound back in a short tail. A brass sprayer hissed in his hands, misting the leaves with a faint, sweet-smelling vapor. Master of the Green Dragon Liver. 2. Type 5 Epic HP. His hands moved, coaxing the plant as if I weren't there. With a flick of his fingers, the vines around the room moved. Before I could react, they coiled around my wrists and ankles, pinning me tight like a fly in a spider's web. His voice was calm, almost bored, like I was an annoying draft sneaking under his door. You need to wait. This is a delicate process, and it cannot be rushed, nor stopped. His fingers shifted, and the vines around my arms tightened just enough to sting. Don't force me to mute you. I glared daggers at him, but glaring was all I could do. The vines pulsed with a faint, sticky warmth, smelling of sap and crushed leaves. Every time he moved his hand, it seemed to breathe with him. He hummed to himself, crouching over the plant as if it were his child. Slow, methodical snipping, a dead leaf, misting the soil, brushing pollen from one flower to another with a feathered tool. The kind of quiet ritual you'd expect from a man who probably loved his plants more than people. You see, he continued, conversational, as if I wasn't trussed up like firewood. I wasn't expecting anyone today. His tone carried no malice, just weary irritation. It's your lucky day. I'm usually too busy to entertain interruptions. But also unlucky, because I was rather looking forward to a day for myself. Finally, after one last spray, he straightened with a creak of his knees. For the first time, his eyes lifted to meet mine. He wore a deep forest green robe, its folds heavy with modest gold trim from the front. Not plain, but restrained, like someone who could afford to flaunt wealth and chose not to. The embroidery ran in leaf-like patterns along his cuffs and collar, catching the light without screaming for attention. His hair was long, silver-threaded with a faint greenish tint, pulled back loosely so it didn't fall into the plants he tended. He looked more gardener than lord, until his sharp, moss-green eyes fixed on me, and suddenly the robe felt less like clothing and more like authority. With another flick of his fingers, the vines recoiled instantly, slithering back into the floor. My limbs ached where they'd been pinned. He dusted his hands, as if done with the only thing that mattered. Now his voice changed, no longer bored. "Tell me what is so urgent you decided to be rude." Chapter 205, Conspirators and Tea, Book 3. He dusted his hands, as if done with the only thing that mattered. Now his voice cut sharper, no longer bored. "Tell me what is so urgent you decided to be rude." I gave him a small bow, the kind that said, "I respect you, but am not kneeling. I want to conquer this city." For a long, unsettling moment, he just stared. His gaze flicked once to my tiara, then back to my eyes, as if measuring whether the crown was costume jewelry or a real burden. Finally, his lips curved into a faint smile. "I see. Then let's take this to my study." He gestured toward a side door with the grace of someone dismissing gnats. Unpleasant matters should be discussed in a civilized manner, and far, far away from my babies. The vines around us rustled as if agreeing. "As you wish," I said, pivoting on my heel and striding ahead of him. Pretending I wasn't aware that if he wanted me dead, it'd already be fertilizer. But pretending was my specialty. We climbed several floors through a stairwell lined with ivy and pale flowers that gave off a faint citrusy scent. Eventually, we reached what looked less like a war room and more like an eccentric noble's parlor. The reception chamber was alive. Ferns in tall ceramic pots leaned against the walls. Orchids spilled color from hanging baskets, and even the table in the center had moss creeping around its legs like it belonged to the furniture as much as the forest. A circle of cushioned chairs surrounded it, their upholstery a rich green that matched his robe. The air was warm and damp, only a definition away from being an actual greenhouse. "I think introductions are in order," he said in a voice so calm it nearly blended with the leaves rustling. "My name is Shad, but most now call me Master of the Green Dragon." I snorted. Couldn't help it. "Charlie, bad diplomacy." One of his eyebrows arched. "Something amusing about my name?" I shook my head, still smiling. "My name's Charlie, but nearly everyone insists on calling me Queen." I tilted my head, imagining. "And I just thought, what would a not a dragon think about your title?" Picture him in his big cave of fire, hearing there's a green dragon running around with a garden. Shad's mouth twitched, a flicker between annoyance and amusement. Then he inclined his head and laughed at my perfect joke. "I see. Let's hope some foolish queen won't tell him then. Sit. If you intend to speak of conquest, we may as well have refreshments. What would you like to drink? Something alcoholic, perhaps?" I wanted to nod and agree to the drink, but Adam's concerned face flickered in my head like a guilty conscience. So I shook my head, forcing a neutral smile. "No, but I like tea. Your city has a lot of them." "Oh, of course," Shad said, stroking his short, green-flecked beard. "I have the most premium some from my own care." He gave himself a satisfied nod, then called for a maid with precise orders before finally sinking into his chair. The moment he sat, vines stirred around me like obedient serpents. In seconds, they coiled my arms and legs to the chair, snug and unyielding. I wriggled against them, and they only tightened. "You speak of being a queen and of conquest," he said, voice calm but sharp enough to cut bark. "Barging into my home. Tell me one reason not to dispose of you as if you were a bug." My plan, if you could call it that, wasn't exactly elaborate, because my mother would squash you. The words tumbled out, and heat rushed to my cheeks. That was it, my grand, persuasive pitch. "My mom's scarier than you." "Amazing work, Charlie. 10 out of 10. He barked a laugh. "You would not believe how many fools have tried to impress me with their heritage. I don't care who your mother is. I can defend myself just fine. If you want to lean on her title's weight, then use it. Properly. Convince me." The vines squeezed tighter. My mind spun, and then, like diving into a pool, I slipped into our ancestral home. The princess bed greeted me first. ridiculous canopy and all. I bit my lip, staring at the carved door until it opened. And there was Irwin, sweeping inside like a storm contained in silk. Her scorn landed on me before she even spoke. "Charlie," she said flatly, "I told you not to use our pocket dimension unless it was an emergency." Her gaze sharpened as she saw my expression crumple. The anger softened into something heavier. "This isn't an emergency, is it?" I turned my head away, cheeks burning, then nodded. "Charlie." Her voice shifted deeper, Queen Irwin now. She stepped closer, caught my chin with cool fingers, and gently forced my gaze to hers. "What did you do? Did you use the scroll too early?" I tried to shake my head, but her grip was iron. "I right now am sitting in a Grandmaster's study. He's got me tied up with vines. And he asked me to use the weight of your title." Her eyes closed slowly, a sigh leaking through clenched teeth. Her shoulders rose, fell. She looked like she wanted to shout, but instead pressed her palm to her forehead, squeezing a strand of her hair. "You didn't meditate, did you?" "But Mom," I tried, half pleading. "No, but Mom." Her voice cracked sharp like a whip. "Charlie, you are an elf now, not human. Our emotions aren't the same. They push, they pull you. Don't even see how they are nudging you the wrong way. Do you feel pride? Pride in what you've done, that you're a queen?" I swallowed, cheeks still hot, and nodded slightly. "Every young elf must meditate and learn their emotions, to explore and restrain them. It is a rite of growing up, Charlie. You may have been human, but this is alien to you." Her voice wavered, just a little, like a storm breaking at its edges. "If you don't learn how to quiet yourself, how to think, she didn't finish, just looked at me, searching. "Promise me, every day, meditate." "But Mom," she seized my shoulders, "every day, this wouldn't have happened. Think, Charlie, what led you here? Did you truly believe everyone would simply yield to you? That you were superior? That your plans couldn't fail? Is that it?" I blinked at her, replaying everything. Walking up to Shad without hesitation, ordering his guards, expecting compliance, no doubt, no second option, no plan C, because why would I need one? It all felt so obvious at the time. Of course it worked. Except reality wasn't a game, and I wasn't playing a safe test run. "Yes," I whispered. "Admitting it is the first step," she whispered, releasing me. "Meditate. Think about what you do, what you think. Don't let emotions pull you down the path of self-destruction." Her hand brushed toward my cheek, trying to nip me affectionately, and I swatted it away with a muttered, "Yeah, Mum." She allowed it, but her stare pierced. "You had no backup if this failed." I scratched my cheek. "Gate? They still owe me. Saving me and ruining one city isn't that much to ask, right?" Irwin froze. Then she groaned into her palm, face-palming loudly enough to echo. Of course she'd think of the twins. Of course. She shook her head, muttering under her breath, then sighed. "Use my title's weight. I can't stop you. Just ancestors help me. I hope one day you'll stand on your own merits." I forced a grin. Trust me, if this weren't the optimal play. But Irwin's presence was ripped away, like a rug pulled under me, and I was staring once again at one slightly annoyed Grandmaster. I searched for the strange pressure of title. Yeah, there it was, like standing on a cliff edge with power humming under my skin. I'd seen NPCs use it plenty. It should work for me too, right? My mother is Queen Irwin. The words cut off in my throat as a crushing weight pressed down on me. My lungs screamed, my bones felt like they were being squeezed hollow. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The tidal force I'd been grasping onto was snuffed out like a candle under a storm. Then, just as suddenly, the pressure vanished. I stumbled in my chair, gasping. Shad's eyes widened. Fear flashed there, but he smothered it beneath a mask of calm. His hand trembled only slightly as he poured himself a cup of something. "Oh, the rebel herself," he said, almost too casually. "She wants this city? She has so much land already." He raised the cup, drank deeply, and then narrowed his gaze. "Or is this your solo project?" "My elites will arrive," I said firmly, straightening despite the ache in my chest. "Not only them, but a lot of us. And we will take the city and destroy slavery." I watched him carefully, searching for anger, mockery, defiance. But Shad only swirled his drink. "The city's economy runs on slavery. It was built on it. If you rip it out, tens of thousands will starve." It wasn't a refusal, not even a defense of slavery, just a cold statement of logistics. Before I could answer, the old maid returned. She entered silently, balancing a lacquered wooden tray on her hands. Shad lifted his palm, permission granted. She bowed deeply, then moved with elegant precision. A clay pot, glossy and round, exhaled curls of fragrant steam. 2 porcelain cups followed, white and delicate, each with a painted, knotted dragon spiraling around its rim. She rinsed both cups with the first pour, emptied them, then filled them again with a steady, thin stream, letting the steam rise like incense smoke. A practiced flick of her wrist sent the last droplet spiraling into the air before she set the pot down. Without a word, she bowed once more and slipped out, closing the door behind her. I stared at the cup. The porcelain radiated heat into my fingers, too hot to drink without searing my tongue. "I'm aware of that," I said finally, forcing my eyes back to Shad. "Taking the city will be chaos. People will die. My plan is brute, but with your help, less blood will be spilled. In truth, I wanted to burn the city to ash. Let the wolves choke on their own smoke." Shad leaned forward, gaze locked on mine, probing like roots digging into soil. "I see. Our defenses aren't strong. My colleagues squabble endlessly, like children fighting over scraps. They forget the world has teeth. They were lulled by easy trade, by borders without enemies." His brow furrowed. "Tell me, where is this kingdom of yours?" I smiled thinly. "Call me foolish, but not yet standing. But we have land, and a strong claim." "Where?" he pressed. His tone softened, but the insistence was iron. "Gefferlander." "Oh!" His face lit up with sudden recognition. "Our southern border. How convenient." He even smiled. "Once you conquer this city, you'll control the natural choke point to the sea. You could sail anywhere, trade easily between. What a genius move." He reached for his cup, nodding to mine. "To more pleasant things, let us drink. Ideally, we would cool it quickly, before bitterness settles." I didn't hesitate. With a small flick of mana, I cooled both cups at once. Steam died instantly, leaving them comfortably warm. Shad chuckled. "Aren't you a special queen?" He lifted his cup in salute. I raised the porcelain cup to my lips, bracing myself. The tea hit my tongue like silk. It was sweet, unexpectedly so, without a trace of bitterness. Honeyed, floral, and so smooth. I set the cup down carefully, hiding the goofy grin tugging at my lips. "Yeah, I really like sweet things now." Shad also placed his drink down and glanced at me. And here I thought today's gossip would remain about 2 of my colleagues squabbling over one slave with magic. It's the talk of the city these days. I stiffened, the words landing like a thrown knife. His smile told me he saw it. "Don't worry," he said smoothly. "We are now conspirators in an uprising. Your secrets are safe with me. For now." He took another sip. "Tell me instead, how do you plan to deal with the god of war giving you a debuff?" Chapter 206, Freedom Fighter. L. Book 3. "Don't worry," he said smoothly. "We are now conspirators in an uprising. Your secrets are safe with me. For now." He sipped again. "Tell me instead, how do you plan to deal with the god of war giving you a debuff? You don't beat around the bush, do you?" I grinned at him, teeth flashing more bravado than I felt. "I'm not exactly sure of the timeline, but I can avoid it for a while on a technicality." He just sipped his tea. Slowly, like it was the most fascinating liquid in the world. No raised brow, no twitch at the corner of his mouth. Absolutely nothing. Annoying. "I don't have land, and if I try to capture the city, it'll default as an invasion," I pressed. He finally nodded, his movements as unhurried as his tea ritual. "We are not landed nobles here. I can't accept a declaration. And we are but a city-state. We have allies, but if you take us in the time you have, they will gladly start trading with you instead." Our upstarts angered all our allies because we tariff imports higher and allowed worse treatment of slaves. Greed poisoned the other grandmasters. I warned against it, but they didn't listen. An economy built on slavery is only as good as its source, and if we turn to dubious sources, it brings war. I narrowed my eyes, testing him. He allowed himself the smallest curl of a smile and said, "You yourself were a slave, so you saw it firsthand. Probably that's why the hatred, I can guess. If you ask around, I treat my slaves the best I can and even pay them a wage." I blinked. "Why are you telling me this? Come on, I hope to stay in the background. All I ever wanted was to take care of our plants." He stretched, joints cracking faintly, and leaned back with a smile that belonged in a farmer's market, not a negotiation chamber. I always dreamed about going to a farm and settling down there. I have so many projects I want to explore, but no time for it. Oh, my Syvrin, he was like Patrick, rambling, rambling, rambling. Shad! The point? He stopped, then laughed, the sound deep and oddly boyish for someone with hair that grey. Ah, youngsters. What I'm trying to explain is that I will help you take the city if you leave me out of the leading role. But still consider me. I have years of experience here. I paused, letting the steam from my tea fog my vision for a second before finishing it in one swallow. Bitter, but it gave me an excuse not to answer right away. You don't want to be the sole leader. Oh, dragons, no. He waved a hand like it suggested something revolting. I actually shivered. I want my farm, and that's it. If you consider my old bones good enough for advice, I can offer it. But I want to experiment in peace. I dragged my hands down my face. Out of all the outcomes I'd mentally prepared for, scheming tyrant, smug negotiator, even duel to the death, I got crazy plant grandpa hermit. You expected another power-hungry grandmaster to haggle for concessions, didn't you? His gaze pinned me. I didn't need to answer. My face did the job. You did well in meeting me. You don't have to believe me. I could betray you. But face, Irwin? No, thank you. Well then, can I count on you? We need help. Every bit counts. So, if you can. He cut me clean off, his stare sharp enough to pin me to the chair. He still didn't answer my question. How do you plan to deal with the god of war giving you a debuff? I fidgeted, then tried lamely. I told you it doesn't work like that. I exhaled long and loud, shoulders sagging. I'm not a good queen. That actually cracked him. His laugh rumbled out, maddeningly genuine. You are doing great. I just have so much experience. And as long as you have your mother, you can fumble around. My jaw clenched, then slowly loosened into something softer. A smile. A dangerous, watery one. I had a mom now. Someone I could go to when I hit the kind of wall I couldn't glitch my way through. She'd help. She had helped. BAD diplomacy, Charlie. No crying in front of plant grandmasters. I swallowed hard, forcing myself back into threat mode. I'll cut the leadership. You'll be the only grandmaster left. My voice cracked at the memory of casual treatment of slaves, but sharpened again as I glared through blurred lashes. They'll burn. And especially purple and white, they'll know pain. I'll make sure of it. His smile collapsed, and he actually gulped, throat bobbing. I told them not to antagonize people. He flicked his wrist, and a vine slithered across the table, delivering a scroll into his hand. So after you kill them painfully, and I surrender? Then it's not an invasion. It becomes an internal problem, something the god of war doesn't need to care about. My words came out low, but I still had an edge of anger. He unrolled the parchment with care, revealing a map of Altundai, edges ink-stained and worn as if it had lived on this table for years. Similar to Lama's, only his were heavier with defensive marks and notes. I expect you have people for the actual strategy, I pouted, which, fine, wasn't queenly, but sue me. That's the sign of a good queen, good advisors. Maybe I could be counted among them one day. His tone softened, almost hopeful. I'll need time to gather my forces. When is the go time? Not telling him about Sarah. He doesn't need to know. I know angels. Not set yet. Maybe a day after the auction where I was supposed to be sold, I hissed, the memory sour. He cackled, hands slapping the armrests. Got it. I'll make haste. And you should have seen the tower. All the purple dragon people were under the white tower. What a spectacle. Over one missing slave. Intriguing. Him taking duty, I cut him off. Didn't want to tell him more of my secrets. Send someone else to guard the binding room. He nodded in understanding. So it was you, with Neil. Don't worry. I won't interfere. You are free to take her under your wings. I was testing if the healer without a license takes bait. She did. He gave me another dangerous smile. Yeah. Poisonous plant, Grandpa. Ugh. Is that all? I pushed up from my chair, trying to keep my expression flat. If I stayed here one more minute, I might confess that I really, really wanted to kick a guard in the teeth, and, minor detail, that I'd already been rude to a few. Leaving so soon? Not even staying for another drink? He tried, almost light-hearted. No. My reply was sharp enough to cut the air between us. Be ready, my people will contact you before it's time. and I was already halfway through the door. On the way out, I nearly broke into a sprint. Screw appearances let him think I was running from ghosts. I had lost that confrontation. He was too good, too steady, and I wasn't. Maybe I wasn't even a good queen, but since when was convincing plant grandmasters part of the job description anyway? By the time I reached the chamber beneath the binding stone, my pulse had finally slowed. The air down here was awful and cold, like the stone had absorbed every ounce of sound and warmth just to smother me in silence. Mom had been right. This was way more dangerous than I ever should have let it get. Meditation every day, Shed said. Necessary, life-saving, blah blah blah. So boring. But I had to. I scowled at the floor, let out a sigh that carried more nerves than I wanted to admit, and pulled out my ingredients. Item: sympathetic dust. Rarity: 3 rarity. Description: rune terrorist favorite recipe. Iron vein ochre, when treated in an alembic, becomes a powerful material that can last for months. Once dusted slowly and fused with distilled mana, it becomes completely invisible, even under magical detection. The only way to activate it is with a magically bound quicksilver at a distance of up to 10 miles. Be warned, most people use this banned substance for making bombs, illegal in 78 of countries. Good luck, terrorist. Cloudy, come on. I want to go boom, bang, but no need to call me a T-word. I glared at the ceiling again and started the drawing. It took a while, but Cloudy responded. Your actions are considered terrorist actions. Freedom fighter, I muttered with a pout, then sighed, scanning the massive circles sprawled across the chamber floor I had made. Enough demonic geometry to make my brain itch. All right, time to play rune janitor. I crouched at the outer edge and started tracing the first line, finger hovering just above the grooves. Mom's voice nagged at the back of my head, steady strokes. Don't rush, keep the flow intact until you sever it properly. Fine. I pinched a mote of sympathetic dust with the brush and sprinkled it like I was seasoning a very cursed steak. The etched rune shimmered faintly, then dulled, its power bleeding out with a faint hiss like wet charcoal. 1 down. Moving clockwise, I reached the next sigil. Angular, looked like 2 stools stacked wrong. I bent close, careful not to smudge the lines too soon, and tapped the core mark with a spark of mana. The whole rune pulsed, then fizzled out like a bad neon sign. My nose wrinkled at the faint sulfur smell. Good riddance. The next was easier, rounded, soft edges, like someone had doodled a beer coaster into the circle. I dusted it slowly, watching the faint glow vanish in swirls until it looked like nothing more than a cracked chalk drawing on stone. My shoulders loosened. Progress. Circle by circle, I kept going. Each time, it was a little ritual. Identify the shape, like bar spoon, wobbly stool, sad coaster, pretend I was totally irresponsible magical engineer, then snuff it out before it could snuff me out. The silence of the chamber pressed down harder with every rune I killed, like the air itself was noticing. Sweat collected at my temples, sliding down my cheek, but I didn't dare stop until the whole thing was just dead lines and dust. When I finally stepped back, the massive circle was no longer visible or humming with ominous energy, just faint scratches on stone, and even that was going to face. My knees ached from crouching, my fingers were dust-stained, but hey, no explosions, no demon apocalypse. Yet. I wiped my hands on my robe, smirking. See, Cloudy? Responsible freedom fighter. Totally not a terrorist. Big bad demon circle progress. 5 salty system. I pouted, though a grin tugged at the corners of my mouth. Actual progress. For once, my chaos had a progress bar. But I have to stop for now. When I pushed the door open, Driti wasn't alone anymore. Another guard stood beside her, a man in a uniform that looked like it had lost a fight with moths. The tunic was 2 sizes too big, the belt hung lopsided, and one shoulder pad was patched with the wrong color. Still, despite looking like a thrift shop knight, he squared his stance and saluted me with precision. Queen, Grandmaster sends his regards, and Driti is free to go. Driti's eyes went wide, her entire posture jolting like she'd just been unshackled in real time. I am? I tilted my chin, forcing casual authority into my voice. Of course, it's already taken care of. Then, with a sweep of my hand toward the exit, come on, Driti, change of plans. The guard dropped back onto his stool and shrugged, clearly done with whatever weird politics had just relayed. Driti, on the other hand, nearly bounced after me. barely able to contain the energy in her steps. What will we do? I flashed her a toothy grin. My High Temple Guardian, how do you feel about wolf meat? Chapter 27, Uncle Veer. Book 3, I flashed her. I flashed her a toothy grin. My High Temple Guardian, how do you feel about wolf meat? Triti shrugged. I eat everything. That was not ominous at all. I didn't push it because I hoped that didn't include an elven diet. Instead, I just kept walking, her footsteps padding dutifully a step behind mine as the tunnels stretched on. The air down there clung like wet cloth, stinking of things I didn't want names for. When we finally stumbled out of the sewers, I gulped the fresh air as if it were fine whiskey. Ahead opened a small plaza of the South Commercial District. Rosy stone buildings stacked shoulder to shoulder, their polished faces catching the daylight in soft pink hues. A fountain trickled in the center, warped by years of coin tosses and kids climbing over it. Merchants hawked their wares under striped awnings, the clamor of voices and clatter of carts, a welcome upgrade from dripping pipes and rat skittering. I smiled, but with the darkness gone, I noticed Triti's gear in full daylight. Her trousers were frayed to threads, knees patched with whatever fabric she'd scavenged, and her longsword looked like it had been passed down through a dozen reluctant owners, every inch of the blade stained and dulled with rust. Triti, we need to get you proper armor, I said flatly, eyeing her up and down. You look like not your status. She immediately dropped to one knee and bowed so low her forehead nearly touched the cobbles. I apologize, my queen. I glanced around. People were watching. Great. With all the strength my noodle arms could muster, I grabbed her by the shoulders and hauled her upright. Triti, I hissed. Did you forget? No apologizing in public. Noble, but not queen. She nodded, blinking like she'd just been told breathing was optional. Totally lost. I rolled my eyes. Instead, do you know a shop with armor you'd actually like? She tapped her chin, thoughtful. Meanwhile, I caught the side glances from passers-by, half curious, half suspicious. Yeah, priority one was not looking like I picked up my retinue out of a back alley. Finally, Triti brightened. One of my cousins, a very distant cousin, has a shop with good dwarven armor, not far from here. She pointed down one of the streets. Perfect, I said with a smile. My dear purple mister of cloudy skies is footing the bill anyway. Then, softer, I added, you remind me of my old guard captain, Alma. I hope she's okay. Triti tilted her head, curious. Why isn't she with you here as a noble lady? She tripped over the words, and instead of blushing, she hurried her pace as if forward momentum would cover the mistake. That's complicated. The words came out heavier than I meant. I didn't know her that long, and who knows what my enemy did with her. I'll need to ask my seneschal what happened. Triti stopped abruptly in front of, well, a cube. Literally a squat, blocky building with smoke drifting lazily from its chimney. A giant sign bolted to the front read in bold letters, BLA Sex MIT. Triti, I deadpanned. What's this? Her grin flashed quickly as she pushed the door open first. We're here. Everything inside was so obsessively orderly that I hesitated to step in, afraid a single footprint would summon a cleaning brigade. Neat rows stretched across the walls, each rack dedicated to only one type of tool, weapon, or armor. Swords lined up like soldiers, blades angled identically, gleaming under white magic lantern light. Shields stacked by size from broad tower down to buckler, not a dent among them. Even the hammers were arranged head to handle in perfect symmetry, as if the entire shop had OCD engraved into its foundation. Triti didn't even blink. She marched straight to the counter, where a spotless white surface gleamed as if it had been scrubbed with holy water. Behind it sat an elf in equally spotless clothing, his hair tied back so precisely it looked measured. Welcome, Dee. He caught sight of me and corrected smoothly, voice dipping into oily politeness. Dee, Dwarven lady, what guest have you led to us? His fake smile landed on me like a sticky note, bright, cheap, and impossible to peel off. Ugh. Everyone here wore the same expression. I was starting to hate it. We need armor for her. I jabbed a thumb toward Triti. She said you'd have something. The elf's eyes flicked back and forth between us, calculating before he launched into his pitch. You are at the right place. We specialize in sturdy dwarven craft, guaranteed to last in any battle. The question that remains is, what is your budget? I grinned, leaning an elbow on the counter. Yes, His pupils practically turned into gold coins. Greed bloomed across his features so fast it was almost funny. Almost. I bit down on the urge to call him out. Dritty clearly knew him, and this was her turf. Fine. Let's see how far he goes. I would start with the chess piece, he said smoothly, reaching behind him and pulling a cuirass off the rack. The shelf now had one lonely gap in its perfect order. Basic cuirass. Quality, 1 common death, 2 restriction, levy. 15 mass-produced armor hammered out by an apprentice blacksmith. What? This junk wouldn't protect a potato. Maybe he was about to slap a special offer sticker on it. No thanks. I could already hear my inner mom warming up for lecture mode. The finest we have on hand, he began, but his words froze as soon as he met my eyes. Frost shimmered faintly across my fingertips. Erwin was here. I mean, I could look, he stammered, taking a nervous step back. Do. Not. Rip. Me. A rough hand landed squarely on my lower back. I spun around, glare locked and loaded. The offender, a stocky dwarf in blacksmith's leathers, his apron smeared with soot, boots tracking black prints across the immaculate floor. A pipe jutted from his mouth, smoke curling lazily toward the ceiling, where it left a stain that was definitely going to make someone cry later. No need to get riled up, he said, voice gravelly but amused. My rep was joking. You clearly know what you're doing. The man in question gave a quick bow, then ducked into the back room. My eyes flicked back down at the pristine floor, now marked with a trail of black footprints. The dwarf caught me looking and smirked around his pipe. Wife tends the shop, thinks everything's got to be spotless to make customers feel good. Nonsense. She'll scold me bloody when she sees this. He chuckled, exhaling another puff of smoke that snaked up to add one more stain to the ceiling. Uncle Veer! Dritty practically launched herself at him, wrapping him in a hug. I'm fully healed. She healed me. To prove it, she darted in a tight circle around us, her boots clapping cheerfully on the now dirtier floor. I can do this now. My cute noble lady gave me her service. Uncle? I blinked, raising an eyebrow. Thought you said distant cousin. Veer watched Dritty's endless circles with fond exasperation, then shook his head. Just promised to look after her when I could. But her condition. His gaze flicked to me, heavy with unspoken gratitude, was too expensive even for us. You, though, you're not licensed, are you? A low chuckle followed. Heh! If only the Grandmasters knew. He does, Dritty piped up immediately, stopping mid-spin. He even sent a guard to Dritty. I rolled my eyes and threw my hands up. We're incognito. Veer barked a laugh, pipe wagging dangerously. You picked the wrong woman to do that. I'm starting to see that. I folded my arms. Can you give her good armor? Veer snorted smoke through his pipe and glanced back. Give? No. Sell with family discount? Yes. He exhaled a lazy cloud. Full set. Breastplate, leg armor, gauntlets, boots, and a proper longsword. All for 100 gold. That junk she's wearing is a disgrace to any dwarf. His eyes locked on Dritty like a hammer striking steel. She immediately ducked behind me, peeking out like a child hiding from chores. My guard, everyone. Inspiring. Why didn't you give her this before? I shot back. Because she did not ask, he grumbled. Then, with a sharp jerk of his head, foolish woman. Now come with me and we'll outfit you to be a proper guard to this fine lady. I didn't want to ask for more things, Dritty whispered, shame in her tone. Still, she followed obediently after him, vanishing into the back. I barely had few minutes to breathe before another dwarf appeared. A woman this time hairpin tight, apron spotless, rag in hand like a weapon. Her sharp eyes swept over the room, landing first on me, then on the soot Veer had tracked across her perfect floor. Her face went white, then red. Apologies on behalf of my stupid husband, she shrieked, voice carrying like a war horn. Veer's head popped out from the back, unconcerned. It's fine. Dritty is in her service. Then he vanished again before she could retort. Her jaw clenched so hard I thought her teeth might crack. She dipped into a stiff bow. Sincere apologies, lady. Normally, we do not appear in such a mess. Now, please excuse me. She spun on her heel and stormed toward the back, her voice rising in a tirade. You leave such a mess in front of... The rest blurred into hammer-rattling fury. Her scolding so loud even the racks seemed to quiver in sympathy. Dritty didn't wait for round two. She bolted out from the back, now clad in polished dwarven armor that gleamed under the pristine shop lanterns. A fitted breastplate hugged her frame, engraved subtly with runic edging. Her gauntlets and boots matched, metal polished to a mirror shine. At her hip hung the proper longsword, blade glinting as if it had been forged yesterday. She looked like an honest-to-God's knight, confident and ready. "Queen, hurry whilst you're scolding uncle," she hissed, grabbing my hand and tugging me toward the door like we were children sneaking candy. I snorted, tossed 200 gold onto the counter in passing, and let her drag me out of there before I got roped into domestic dwarf drama. We reached the inn when it was already evening. The air smelled of roasted meat and spiced ale, the indistinct murmur of voices rolling comfortably beneath beams blackened by years of smoke. I couldn't help but smile. Now that I knew the inn wasn't a tribute hall but a wolf hunting base, I could finally walk in without the weird guilt. "Queen, you look thrilled," Dritty noted, as I headed straight to the same table I'd claimed before. She slid into the chair across from me, still carrying herself like she was on guard duty even in polished armor. "Of course I do," I nodded, grinning. "We're having wolves." Finally, proof. I'm not just a mud wolf hater, but an eater. I lowered my voice into a terrible villain cackle. Mwahaha. Before I could bask in my own theatrics, one of the patrons I'd bet against last time stood up and approached. He bowed, all polite and proper, then set a vase onto the table. Inside it was a flower with delicate, layered petals, blue shading into green like seawater caught in sunlight. I stared at him, caught completely off guard. "Thank you." He was trying, badly, to hide a grin. "Of course. For your information, that flower is sweeter than honey, and you can." I narrowed my eyes and flicked a shard of frost at him. It shattered harmlessly against his chest, spraying glittering shards across his vest. His eyes went wide for half a second before he laughed, retreating to his table to the sound of everyone else roaring with amusement. Drita's gaze followed him, suspicion darkening her features. I wouldn't trust him. I was distracted from answering by the waiter, dressed in that ridiculous wolf uniform again. Without even asking, he set down a familiar cup in front of me. "On the house. Step bite. I'd advise you to actually use the stick this time." His eyes twinkled knowingly as he glanced at Driti. "And for your guard?" She rattled off an order. I immediately forgot because my attention was locked on the drink. Same bitter, sharp-scented tea, same stick perched beside it like a dare. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught glances from the neighboring table. Something had gone down while I was gone. But hey, I got a first flower gift as a woman, a free drink, and apparently ID graduated to regular. That was a win in my book. Before I could debate whether to sip step bite raw or play nice with the stick, the kitchen doors banged open. Clara swept out, smiling wide, balancing a tray that looked fit to be presented to royalty. Well, I was queen, so? Bad Charlie. We're not going into the mode of in queen, thus it is proper to have royal service. Steam rose in fragrant curls from a dish that filled the entire room with its mouth-watering aroma. "Special service," she announced, as if she were unveiling a mythic artifact. Golden Wolf Saddle. Chapter 208. The Historian's Lead. Book 3. Steam rose in fragrant curls from a dish that filled the whole room with its mouth-watering aroma. "Special service," she announced like she was unveiling a mythic artifact. Golden Wolf Saddle. The tray landed in front of me. Tender chunks of prime wolf saddle, slow braised in dark ale gravy. Sweet carrots gleamed orange in the thick sauce. Onions caramelized soft and golden, steppe mushrooms adding their earthy depth. It smelled like victory and sin, both ladled onto one plate. Okay now, I hope it tastes good. Here goes nothing. The meat practically melted on my tongue, soft, juicy, the dark ale giving it depth, the carrots balancing it with a hint of sweetness. For a second, the inn faded away. No wolves, no politics, no looming gods, just food that felt like it could heal whatever stress I was carrying. "Yeah," I murmured to myself, chewing slowly. "That's good." I let myself take another bite. Still amazing, I was quietly happy, like maybe for once the world wasn't a complete disaster and I could eat wolves and like it. Across the table, Driti was fidgeting until a second plate finally arrived for her. She didn't hesitate, didn't savor, just dug in. Bite after bite, she ate with the same rhythm she probably used for everything, efficient. To her, it was just meat, no matter how golden the name. I smirked faintly, resting my chin on one hand as I watched her polish off another forkful like it was bread rations. Glad one of us has taste. She blinked up at me mid-chew, confused, then shrugged and kept eating. I speared another bite of wolf, the gravy dripping down the fork, and chewed slowly before glancing at her. So, Dritty, you got shiny armor now, but what exactly can you do? She straightened a little, but her voice came out quieter than usual. I can't fight yet, not well, but I will study. It'll be the best for you. That made me pause, fork halfway to my mouth. She said it with such certainty, like the gods declared it. For her, that was me. I forced a smile, took a bite anyway, and let the flavor linger before answering. All right, ambition first, skill later. Driti leaned forward, propping her elbows on the table in a way that made her polished gauntlets clink softly against the wood. And you, noble lady? What is your favorite color? I blinked at her. Of all the questions, my favorite, what? Color, she repeated, as if it were the most logical question to ask someone you think is a goddess. I stalled, chewing another chunk of meat to buy time. The wolf was too good to rush anyway. Well, definitely not that rose-stone shade. I've seen enough of that to last a lifetime. Driti burst out laughing, nodding eagerly. It's everywhere. Her laugh was infectious. I found myself grinning back as I glanced down at my clothes. Right, these weren't chosen. They were spat out by wish magic, blue mostly with white accents. I tapped the edge of my sleeve thoughtfully. Blue, with some white, I guess. She nodded solemnly, as if I'd just revealed a grand secret. Then her eyes flicked up again. Your temple shall be blue and white. What do I need to do before that? I chewed slowly, frowning at my plate as I thought. Is there like a course? 2 weeks of how not to die with a sword 101. Her head tilted. Course? Training, I clarified, pointing at her fork for emphasis before taking another bite myself. I want you to learn to fight before we leave. Oh! Her face lit up. Uncle can train me. He is a war veteran. But she twirled her fork awkwardly, eyes flicking down. I don't know what war. I washed my bite down with a sip of step bite before nodding. Good enough. Just bother him until he gives in. You'll need it. Tell him it'll cover the costs. Her eyes shone with a mix of determination and childlike eagerness again. I reached for another forkful of wolf, letting the quiet stretch between us. It'll be working mostly at night anyway, I added casually, careful not to explain why. Dmitri probably wanted me on Earth. He was talking about some PR. Yay. So you'll have time during the day to train and sleep during the night. Sleep at home, okay? I don't need guarding all the time. Driti nodded happily, cutting into her own plate as if everything had just been solved. Meanwhile, I savored another tender bite, realizing the rhythm of eating and planning together almost felt normal. And I was going to unleash demons. Upon this, I shook my head and let out a sigh. This is going to be a busy month. And busy it was. Every morning and night I forced myself into meditation, in both worlds. Daytime, I played my Earth role, more mascot than monarch, drifting around the building so people remembered I existed. The middle managers started requesting my presence in their departments. At first, I thought it was some sort of side quest trigger. Nope. They all noted what Lucas did in the fortress in Rimelion, and asked him to do it again. Head called it a performance upgrade, but somehow that translated into me gaining a reputation as a full-blown villainess. Lucas dove into the role like Head been waiting his whole life, gleefully spreading my fame through whispers and jokes until it became gospel. At first, I tried denying it, pointing out the obvious that I wasn't an actual villainess. But the more I protested, the more they nodded like they were in on something. Ah, of course, official propaganda. You have to deny it. We get it. So I gave up. Apparently, I was management's evil overlord now. So I forced Dmitri to pay people a good wage, and that only made things worse. The line was everywhere. You get good pay, but you work for the villainess. Posters of me, courtesy of Lola, plastered the building like wartime morale sheets. It started as a joke, but people actually leaned into it, living as if they worked under a corporate villainess, which raised a teeny-tiny question. Didn't being a villainess require, being evil, doing illegal things? When I asked, the answer came back fast. Other departments already handle that. Only the IT guys were honest. They pulled me into their dark little den, grinning, and showed off their collection of pirated software and media like treasure. They puffed out their chests, proud. All for you, villainess. We pirate in your name. I made a tour to expose which department handled the evil stuff. Human resources was first, a cluster of cubicles buzzing with quiet phone calls and too many inspirational posters on the walls. The problem was, I was in the pictures, not the usual corporate propaganda. People were soothing someone on the line or typing up complaints with the grim focus usually reserved for battlefield healers. Finance was worse. Stacks of spreadsheets on screens, hushed voices, eyes bloodshot from squinting at endless numbers. I asked one guy what he was working on, and he mumbled something about quarterly variance reconciliation. I nodded sagely, like that meant anything. That could honestly be something evil. Marketing at least had color. Whiteboards crammed with slogans, mood boards with models laughing, and one poor intern trying to Photoshop a wolf logo onto everything because I mentioned wolves are friends. Legal was quieter, sterile. Stacks of contracts, walls lined with law books nobody probably reads. Everyone wore the same outfit as Heracles. Honestly, wearing that instead of suits and being a lawyer could be considered a crime in itself. I escaped before they could tell me I had to read some of the contracts. Operations had maps, charts, and diagrams pinned everywhere. Logistics flow like troop movement. I half expected someone to yell, "Flank left," while pointing at a supply chain diagram. But everything was legal, at least as far as they showed me. By the time I rode the elevator back up, it decided corporate Earth wasn't that different from Rimelion's guild halls, just with fewer revealing outfits and less chance of stabbing. Progress under the binding stone was slow. Sure, I knew the runes, but there were so many of them. It was like trying to defuse a bomb made by an over-caffeinated mathematician. Compared to that, Earth was the easy part, just walking around, nodding at people like I totally understood their corporate wizardry. Smile, nod, move on. Piece of cake. A few days later, I was sprawled back in the cushy chair of my top-floor office, working. Which in practice meant watching Rimelion streams with the kind of intensity people usually reserve for stock charts. Technically, it could be called work research, or at least, that's what I told myself. The soft ding of the elevator broke my concentration. The doors slid open, and in walked Yuki. Yuki sat down across from me, smoothing her skirt as if it might buy her courage. Her hands twisted together, knuckles white. I have something I want to tell you, Queen. Oh no. That tone. Shed definitely heard the rumors. Great. I was about to get confessed to by an intern who thought I was running an evil empire. I forced a patient smile that probably looked more like barbed wire. It's okay, Yuki. What do you need? My voice came out sharper than I intended, the annoyance bleeding through, which naturally only made her more nervous. I found another sword, but if you don't have time. Yuki. I leaned backward, cutting her off. You work here. You're important. That's why I gave you elevator access. So, another sword, huh? Spill. Her eyes lit up like I'd just told her Santa was real. She nodded quickly, launching into the story like she'd been waiting all week for this. 300 years ago, she began breathlessly, there was this adventurer, just a man with a normal sword, but he fought like no one else. His strikes were quick, deliberate, and he never wasted energy. Everyone said he fought like a dancer, flowing from one enemy to the next. But what really amazed people was his journal. I found fragments in the archives, and he wrote everything down, his struggles, his victories, the duels where the sword, Yuki. She blinked, her face going crimson. Oh, right, sorry. She scrambled, waving her hands as if she could fan away her own rambling. The sword is called Mistral. Interesting. In the future, that sword was kind of famous. Guild leader Brian, absolute prick by the way, had it. He wasn't strong, but I remembered the clips. His sword practically carried the fights. He later retired from Rimelion, one of the exceptions, and took the sword with him. No idea what it actually did, but if we got it before Brian? Okay, Yuki, sounds interesting. Where is it? We still need to get yours. She twisted her fingers together again, still nervous. In his last entries, he wrote that he was near caves on the coast. We'll be going there tomorrow. So I was trying to find the location, but it's hard, I nodded, already thumbing a message to Lola. Come here, don't worry. Our ships are fast, and honestly we're stalling more than traveling on the timeline. I still need breathing room for Altandai too. The elevator dinged, and Lola stepped in. She glided over, skirts rustling like quiet armor, and sat down beside Yuki. Lady, Yuki, how can I help? I tilted my chin at Yuki. Our historian dug up a lead on Mistral, a legendary longsword. Lunaris mentioned she still doesn't have a good main weapon. This could help. Yuki nearly jumped out of her chair. I didn't say it was a longsword. Her entire face lit up as if she'd just uncovered a conspiracy. She turned her grin on me, triumphant. You like history? I blinked, caught in her enthusiasm, then glanced sideways at Lola, then back at Yuki. Not exactly, but... Lola, how fast can our ships go now that we've got those runes? Lola tapped her tablet, scrolling through neat lines of data. We installed the new flowing rune after it was damaged in an accident. Tramar, I interrupted without looking up. Right? Her eyes flicked to me, deadpan. Yes. After Tramar damaged the ships, we were slowed to a crawl. But we located a riverside village with a skilled rune weaver and repaired everything. Now, our ships can manage up to 120 miles downstream and 70 upstream against the current. I grinned, leaning back in my chair. That's more like it. Perfect little side quest before the main one. My gaze slid back to Yuki, whose eyes were still wide like she was processing the number as if it were mythological. So, I said, a little grin curling, do you want to go on an expedition with them? Chapter 209, The Price of Speed. Book 3. After Yuki left and Jerry buried himself in the expedition plans, Lola lingered. Without warning, she wrapped her arms around me in a warm squeeze. I blinked, then awkwardly returned the hug. Not that I'm complaining, but... I didn't think you'd take your role as villainess seriously. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. I slipped free from the hug faster than a cat out of bathwater. It's not funny, I muttered, turning toward the office window. The city sprawled beyond, and it was a kind of similar feeling to the one in our old fort. Me, Lola, and everyone terrified of me. We need someone to lead the expedition for the sword. And the more time I spend in Altandai, the less I want to bomb it. The words slipped out before I could censor them. There are slavers, yes, but also normal people. We're not bombing the city. Where Lola tapped my arm in comfort, taking over via brutal methods. Her tone was flat, matter of fact, and then she was already heading for the door. I have to go, but I sent you the list of leaders. Good luck with demon math. The pencil I launched in response smacked harmlessly against the doorframe as she slipped out. I glanced at the datapad shed, left me, and felt a grin tug at my lips. 40. Perfect choice. And since he didn't have elevator access, Lola herself had to drag him up here. The door cracked open a moment later, Lola escorting him in. Another pencil arced across the room and nailed her right in the cheek. Lola, demon math sucks, I snapped. She didn't even flinch. She just took the hit like a seasoned veteran and strode off without looking back, leaving poor Fry blinking in the doorway. Sorry, I said quickly, standing and motioning to the chair. Sit down. He hesitated, his gaze flicking nervously to my container full of sharpened pencils, extra ammo, ready to fly. Oh, don't worry, I assured him with a grin. That's just a friendly spat. Yes, Queen, he said, voice stiff but polite. He shook my hand and lowered himself into the seat. I need you to lead an expedition, I began, swiping the holo TV on. The screen hummed to life, projecting schematics and maps in soft blue light. Jerry already projecting what I wanted. Retrieve a sword called Mistral. It's for Lunaris. I'll go with you. You'll also lead Lily, Yuki, Catherine, and Night Swallow. Lunaris is crucial to the Altandai plan, so we need her fully equipped. FD looked at me, blinked twice, then cleared his throat carefully. But if I may? Yes, I leaned back in my chair, waiting. She's level 10. His tone was cautious, almost apologetic, with only the novice class. Okay, I muttered, flicking my holophone and sending Lunaris a curt message to get to my office ASAP. My finger hovered a second longer than necessary. Lunaris. That's why her ranking on Riker's list tanked. I'll talk to her. FD hadn't moved, eyes fixed on the static holomap glowing across the wall. Blue outlines of the river flickered faintly. He finally asked, why me? I'm grateful for the chance, but leading elites of the elites? That's a daunting task. Lisa alone is 10 times better. Ah, I said sweetly, picking a pencil from the cup. His shoulders flinched before I even twirled it. Here, you're wrong. Remember Lola's annoying HR questionnaire a few days ago? Lisa explicitly said she didn't want a leadership role. You, on the other hand, did. And I saw how you led the healers on the wall. That was first-class leadership. His gaze dropped straight to the pencil, his hands tightening against his knees. Oh, that makes sense. Aye. The elevator dinged. Doors slid open with a cheerful chime that felt way too happy for what I had planned. Lunaris rolled in, her wheelchair humming softly across the polished floor. The instant her face appeared, a pencil left my hand in a perfect arc and smack dead center on her forehead. It bounced once, slid down the bridge of her nose, and she caught it mid-drop, clutching it like a guilty kid holding stolen candy. Her wide eyes locked on me. Pick a class, I barked. Excuse me? She blinked rapidly, cheeks coloring as she rolled further in and parked beside FT's chair. Her gaze darted between the two of us, lips pressed together, pink flushing high across her face. Her hands fidgeted in her lap, the pencil tapping nervously against her palm. Oh, sorry. I turned and bowed toward Flynn. Please leave us alone. The details will be in your pod. The second the word leave left my mouth, he was already on his feet. He gave one stiff bow, then backed out as if he expected me to start lobbing sharpened pencils his way next. All right, I said, turning back to Lunaris and leaning against my desk. Now, you can tell me, why are you still level 10? Her shoulders hunched, head ducking low, as if she wished the wheelchair could just swallow her whole. I can't decide. I don't know what's best, she blurted out, words tumbling like marbles. Then she peeked up at me, eyes wide and almost pleading. You help Lisa gain her mythic class, maybe? Ah, I nodded slowly, picking another pencil just to twirl this time. Makes sense. The class you pick at level 10 is the most important. Evolutions only move one rarity up. I get it. And, yes, I can help. Her face lit up as if I'd flipped on a switch, nerves melting into sunlight. So, I tilted my head. What's your goal? How do you want to fight? She went still. The tapping stopped. Her eyes narrowed, not at me, but at something inside herself, like she was staring at an invisible battlefield. I wanted to be the fastest, she intoned. Then her voice steadied, stronger. I want to zip around, dodge everyone, challenge the strongest swordsman. Her grip tightened on the wheelchair's armrests until her knuckles whitened, but her grin stretched wide, fire sparking behind it. I want them never even to touch me. I nodded, pulling a one-off hollow tablet from the drawer. It glowed pale blue as I set it down between us. 2 options. First, a Marvel class at level 10. If you choose the right skill, eventually you'll be the strongest swordsman in Rimelion. Second, only rare at level 10, but eventually you'll be the fastest, not the strongest. Her grin grew sharper, her whole body almost bouncing. She shook her head without hesitation. It'll be the strongest, because it'll be the fastest. I glanced at her wheelchair, and yeah, suddenly I understood exactly why she wanted it. My throat tightened, but I forced it into a smile instead. I wasn't going to disapprove that. Yeah, when I was picking this item up, I had that class in mind. I slid the holo across the desk to her, its glow casting a faint blue light on her nervous face. There are 10 of these stones in existence. Each can unlock the class or do other things. Lola's holding on to one in Rimelion. Just show her this approval, and it's yours. She leaned forward, eyes scanning the holo. And then cartoon horror. Her pupils dilated, her mouth dropped open, and she almost toppled forward in her chair. Sword Queen. The estimated price. Yeah, I said, rubbing the back of my neck with mock casualness. I need to approve any purchase over $1 million. Her lips opened and closed like a fish gasping on dry land before she squeaked. That's like 10 castles and a spaceship. Or a small moon. You need to find a buyer first. I raised an eyebrow, leaning on the desk. That's why it's only an estimate. Remember when you said, I swear I'll fight in the name of my kingdom, with honor and for glory? Her blush deepened, and she fidgeted with her wheels. When queens have people like you, they invest in them, I continued. Now take the holo, take the class, and go to Rimelion. There's a sword waiting for you, Mistral. Yuki can lecture you on its history and why it's awesome. She reached out hesitantly, pinching the holo tablet between her fingers like it might set her skin on fire. Then she looked back at me, voice soft. Queen Eye twirled the pencil between my fingers, narrowing my eyes, already lining up another throw. I'm going, she yelped. jerking her wheelchair backwards so far she almost fishtailed on my floor. It looked less like leaving and more like a panicked retreat. After some time on the bank of the river in a forest, FD sat on a rough barked log, palms pressed against his knees, back straight as if good posture could anchor the weight pressing down on him. Damp river and forest air clung to his robes, and the faint smell of moss mixed with burnt ash from an old campfire nearby. He still couldn't quite believe this, him, leading a team like this. It should have been someone else, someone louder, someone with a reputation like Commander Llama. But no, the mantle had fallen on his shoulders. And now he had to succeed. The first to arrive was Catherine. She dropped onto the grass with all the grace of a toppled statue, stretched, then immediately closed her eyes as if napping in the middle of an assignment was perfectly reasonable. A notification blinked across his vision. Night Swallow. I'm here. Phi glanced around, scanning the tree line, the shadows between the pines, even the ridge overhead. Nothing. Not a footprint or a bent leaf disturbed. I do not see. His brows furrowed, but he didn't press further. If Night Swallow wanted to play Phantom, fine. Bright colors broke the muted greens of the forest as Yuki strode in, ribbons and armor practically glowing in the low light. Hello, she waved cheerfully, like she was stepping into a picnic rather than a mission. Welcome, FD said, dipping his head the slightest fraction. But Catherine bolted upright, grinning wide. Yuki, you want a spa? Heard you're good. Before he could even part his lips, Yuki had her blade out and was charging. Steel clashed, sparks snapping in the dim air like fireflies. From the first strike, it was obvious Catherine had raw strength, forcing Yuki's lighter frame back. Yet, in a blink, Yuki slipped away with a flash of magic, and Catherine's sword carved empty air. I will not heal you, Phi warned, voice carrying more weight than he expected. Yeah, say that now, Catherine called back, sword raised high, grin wolfish. I go. Phi let out a suffering sigh. The pounding rhythm of approaching footsteps saved him barely. Hello, Lunaris murmured as she stepped into view. She folded herself neatly beside him on the log, her beautiful eyes glued to the jewel. I'll be next, she whispered, tone calm but threaded with anticipation. FD turned his head toward her, and for 1 second he wasn't sure if he wanted to scream or just walk into the woods and vanish. There will not be. Lunia, yay! A shriek of joy split the clearing. Then Lisa was there, blazing red hair a streak of fire, barreling into Lunaris from behind. She crushed her in a hug that looked like it should have broken bones. You can spar with Big Sis. Nobody is sparring with anyone. FD snapped, standing so fast the log scraped against the back of his legs. His voice rang louder than he had intended, but it did the trick. Now, Catherine, Yuki, stop. Night Swallow, come here. We are starting. And to his shock, they listened. Catherine groaned but sheathed her blade. Yuki nodded politely, and even Night Swallow slipped out of the shadows, silent but present. The clearing stilled, the chaos settling into the kind of order FD had barely dared to hope for. Okay. He rose a little taller, steadying his tone. You've probably heard, but Yuki here. He motioned toward her, and she gave a cheerful wave, found a lead to a sword. A sword the Queen wants, for Lunaris. His gaze flicked across them, trying to impress gravity into the moment. So we're here to find supplies. The word cut him off like a whip crack. A new voice rang out, too bright, too pleased with itself. Heads turned. Scamantha strode into the clearing with the air of someone entering her own coronation, 2 bulging bags slamming onto the ground at their feet with a thud that rattled the log. Here you got monies from the Seneschal to get equipped, she announced. Well, lucky you, got everything here, and if that's not enough, my inventory's also bursting. She beamed, as if the sight of half-exploding sacks was reassuring rather than vaguely threatening. FD's jaw tightened. Yes, please. We only need reliable supplies, he said carefully, enunciating each word like a man explaining the concept of fire to children playing with torches. Oh, reliable is my middle name, Scamantha declared with a theatrical bow so deep her satchel nearly slid off her shoulder. FD suddenly wasn't sure of the expedition's success anymore. Support Rimelion. The Exploiter Progression. Lit RPG. Chapter 2000. A Fracture in Destiny. Book 3. Scamantha crouched by the bags and flung them open with a flourish. The stench of herbs, oils, and something vaguely metallic spilled into the clearing. Look, look. she said, digging with both hands and tossing objects onto the ground like a street vendor trying to start an auction. Elixir of steel veins makes your blood iron rich. Terrible side effect, minor petrification of toes. But in the right dungeon, very handy. The squat green vial rolled out, its cork already half rotted. FD blinked once, slowly. And this, Scamantha pulled out what looked like a melted orb of resin with feathers stuck inside. Phoenix egg remnant. Not alive, but if you smash it on armor, sometimes it catches fire. Tactical, yes? Next came a jagged black rod. Lightning wand. Broken. But if lightning strikes you while holding it, instant discharge. Very situational. He rubbed his temples. It was like watching someone sell accidents in a bottle. And Scamantha lowered her voice, eyes flicking toward Yuki. I also have info. Not just any info, another legendary sword. Yuki perked up, read the first lines of the offered card, and then shook her head quickly. I already checked. It's legendary, but unpowered. Decorative, really. Caliburn. Scamantha's eyes went starry, mouth splitting into a grin. The blade of the half-king still counts. Here, here. She fished out a bottle of murky liquid, the glass faintly cracking with unstable energy. Free potion. Just for you. Yuki leaned back, waving both hands. I'll pass, thank you. Your loss, Scamantha shrugged, immediately diving back into her bags. Out came handfuls of dried leaves, powdery roots, and shriveled mushrooms. See here, not. A dragon wart fungus. Banned in 3 kingdoms, completely useless for combat, but good for crafting fireworks. Or potion base. Very rare. FD's frown deepened. He was starting to think reliable wasn't even in her vocabulary. Then, Lisa froze, her gaze snapping toward something glittering in the pile. She gasped and snatched it up, a finger-sized crimson gem that pulsed faintly with mana. This one, Lisa whispered reverently, clutching it against her chest and then hugging Scamantha. Scamantha's grin widened instantly, shark-like. Very rare. Ancient ruby of a magnificent flame. Price 500 gold. Lisa cut her off, crushing Scamantha in another suffocating hug. I'll give you 100 gold. The fire mage's arms coiled around her like molten chains, and Scamantha squeaked, struggling to breathe. Why, yes, sold. Deal. Please release before ribs break. Lisa beamed, clutching her prize as Scamantha wriggled free, coughing but still grinning like shed one anyway. FD closed his eyes. We haven't even left the forest, and already it feels like a circus. Do you have normal supplies? FD finally asked, his voice strained like a man begging the storm to just hold off for 1 more hour. Scamantha rolled her eyes dramatically and fished out a much smaller satchel, this one neatly tied and actually organized. She shoved it into his hands. Of course. Lola herself asked me to brew these for expeditions. Everything boring you need, health and mana potions, some anti-venom, a stamina draft or 2. All regulation, all reliable. FD peeked inside glass vials in perfect rows. Clear labels scrawled in precise script. Exactly what he wanted. He exhaled, the tiniest flicker of relief cutting through the tension, and passed her the agreed gold. Thank you. Scamantha pouted, already scooping her chaos of trinkets back into the sacks. You're no fun. Not even something explodey? Fi shook his head firmly. Fine, fine. She gave an exaggerated bow, grin flashing. Well then, good luck, outstanding leader. I'll go fleek, she coughed delicately. I mean flee somewhere else. And before anyone could answer, she hauled her half-bursting bags over her shoulders and dashed off into the tree line, humming merrily as if she hadn't just tried to sell them a broken lightning rod. Catherine let out a barking laugh and shook her head. Insane girl. I like. Lisa waved cheerfully after the disappearing figure. Come back with more shiny things. Yuki exhaled, equal parts amused and resigned. I'm just glad she didn't insist on testing that potion on me. Even Night Swallow, lurking half in the shade of a pine, muttered something that might have been mercifully gone. The brief ripple of reactions faded, and soon they drifted back toward the 2 fallen logs that served as their makeshift benches. FD waited until they had resettled, then turned his gaze to Venaris. Her posture was tight, fingers tapping a restless rhythm against her knees, and he couldn't shake the nagging thought. Can I ask, he said evenly, why your class is still the basic one? Lunaris flinched. Color flushed across her pale cheeks, and she turned her face just enough to avoid his eyes. I still haven't. Her words thinned out, dissolving into silence as if she hoped it might speak for her. Catherine, never one to let silence live long, leaned over and gave Lunaris a solid smack on the back that made her jolt. Pick! Join club! Lunaris blinked at her, startled. Catherine grinned and jabbed a thumb at herself, then at Lisa. Classes by Queen! Royal Elites! Okay, Phi said briskly, seizing the moment before the mood scattered again. Then this is the time. Pick your class while Yuki explains more about the sword. Lunaris' throat bobbed as she swallowed. Then she gave the tiniest nod. Her hand rose, trembling at first, then steadier as a pulse of light flickered between her fingers. With sudden resolve, she summoned a gem into her palm, dark as midnight, its surface rippling with faint silver sparks like a bottled night sky. Yuki's eyes went huge, her whole face lighting up like she'd just been handed a festival firework. She clapped her hands together, grin splitting wide. Yes! Lunaris staring at her hand. The gem in her hand was so expensive it almost burned. The Queen had given her so much already, and what had she done in return? Nothing worth 1,000,000 credits. Nothing worth this. She knew she should just take the class and be done with it, but her chest tightened. If she accepted, if she truly became Chronosblade, she would owe even more. So Yuki said, practically bouncing, her face glowing like someone had just handed her a cake and told her it was calorie-free. You probably don't know him. Most people don't. But that's exactly what makes him fascinating. His name was Rauno Varnan, an adventurer. Not a king, not a legendary hero, not even a particularly good duelist. But, she jabbed the air, he had one trait that kept him alive far longer than he deserved: preparation. Lunaris' fingers curled around the gem until her knuckles ached. She stared at it, as if it might suddenly bite. Chronosblade. Shard. Quality. 8 mythical info. Long ago, there lived a swordsman who claimed to be swifter than time itself. His duels ended before the world could blink, his legends spreading like wildfire across Rimelion. Envious of his defiance, the goddess of time descended, binding the flow of seconds to hasten against him. Yet the swordsman outran even eternity, bending the stream of time until he slipped beyond her grasp. Infuriated by her failure, the goddess struck him down, not with blade, but with curse. His body was unmade, his essence sealed into this small stone, scattered across Rimelion so that none would ever again dare to outrun the divine. Effect: whoever awakens the Chronosblade shard inherits the class Chronosblade. Only 10 such shards exist in all of Rimelion. Those who claim them are bound to one fate, clashing against the other bearers until the swiftest among them carves their name into eternity. Even the text felt like a mountain pressing on her shoulders. Fight the other 9? Be faster than time? She almost wanted to laugh or cry. Her eyes flicked sideways, seeking courage, and found Yuki nearly vibrating with glee. He was adaptable in the dullest way possible. No grand destiny, no prophecy, just homework. He'd arrive at a village, and the first thing he did was interrogate the baker about local monster sightings. Then he'd visit the blacksmith and ask what kind of damage the village's spears left on animal hides. Then, get this, he'd actually buy children's sweets so they'd tell him campfire stories. He built his entire battle plans off bedtime tales and livestock injuries. Lunaris willed the class to be accepted. Congratulations, you are now Chronosblade. Class, Chronosblade. Description: forged from the fragments of a duelist who defied the goddess of time, the Chronosblade is no mere warrior, but a fracture in destiny. To wield this class is to slip between seconds, to carve with paradox and stride upon echoes of what was and what will be. Yet such power carries a curse. Only 10 may exist, each bound by the temporal oath. Their fates are entwined, drawn inexorably toward one another, until the flow of time itself crowns a single blade eternal. The Chronosblade does not evolve like other classes. Its fate is bound in rivalry. This class cannot increase its rarity type by conventional means. When a Chronosblade is defeated, their class shatters, leaving behind a Chronos shard. Any bearer may suffer the same fate, even you. By consuming 2 Chronos shards, the class ascends to the next rarity. By consuming all 10 shards, The bearer transcends fate itself, becoming a myth beyond gods and time. There can be only one blade that endures across eternity. Lunaris stared at the description, her eyes widened while Yuki grinned. Example: one winter, a sluggish beast kept raiding a potato cellar. Everyone thought it was a troll. He actually listened, to an old woman complain about how her husband's shed smelled of brimstone. Rauno realized it wasn't a troll at all, it was a plant salamander. So what did he do? He coated his blade with a thin oil, lit it with pitch, and just scared the poor thing into fleeing. Barely a fight. Villagers sang his name, but, in truth, he just paid attention. She checked her new skills. Temporal Oath. Type 3 rare effect, once per year, invoke the Temporal Oath. For the next 24 hours, you sense the location of the nearest Cronus Blade shard or bearer. Cooldown, 1 year info, the Cronus Blade is bound not only by steel, but by time itself. Through the Temporal Oath, fate ensures that rivals will always be drawn together, no matter how far they run. This skill is inherent to your class, and does not count toward your skill limit. Lunaris just stared at the cooldown, lips parting. A year. 1 whole year. Her logical side whispered that it was terrifying fate, dragging her into duels she might not survive. But inside, she was giddy. Once a year, she could hunt another Cronus Blade. Or they could hunt her. Were they all scattered across Rimelion, like bright stars waiting for her to chase? Or, oh stars, had someone already gathered 9 shards, leaving her as the last name on the list? Her pulse quickened at the thought. She couldn't wait to test herself against them, to cross blades with someone else who carried time in their sword. She gripped her longsword tighter, breathless with anticipation. Fastest. It'll be the fastest, and they'll see. Yuki barely paused for breath before launching into the next. Another time he had to cross a marsh where these ghastly eel things nested. Slimy horrors, long teeth hissed like kettles boiling over. Any normal fighter would have waded in, swung wildly, and ended up eel food. But Rauno? Oh no. Yuki smugly strolled around, waiting for the to urge her. Nobody did, so she continued. He found a peddler carrying a thunderstone, traded half his rations for it, and then lashed it to the hilt of his sword with fishing twine. The first eel lunged and, flash, water exploded like it was struck by a storm. Every eel in the marsh twitched belly up. He didn't slay them with muscle, he electrified the swamp. Paradox / type 3 rare effect. Deliver 2 strikes in the same instant. One from the present and one from a possible future. The second strike ignores all defenses but deals less damage. Cooldown. 120 seconds info. When time is your ally, every duel is fought twice. This skill is inherent to your class and does not count towards your skill limit. Slipstream. Type 3 rare effect. Instantly create an after-image of yourself 1 second in the past. You may swap positions with it at will within the next 0.1 seconds, undoing mistakes or erasing fatal blows. Cooldown, 1 day. The swiftest blades leave behind echoes, steps so fast they cut through time itself. This skill is inherent to your class and does not count toward your skill limit. Yuki's eyes glittered as she spread her hands. This was his pattern. Never glorious, never a tale for ballads. Just clever little tricks. He'd grind herbs to coat his blade if he knew a beast feared bitter roots, or borrow a shepherd's dog to bark warnings before a fight. He turned other people's scraps into survival. Boring? Maybe, but that's why I adore him. He proves you don't need to be chosen, you just need to be ready. Yuki sat back at last, flushed with excitement. Honestly, I wish more heroes studied like him. Imagine how many lives could have been saved if they just stopped and asked the baker. Lunaris barely registered what Yuki was saying. Her mind was already spinning with ideas, colliding into each other faster than she could grab hold of them. Could she chain a dash into a parry? Could she slice arrows out of the air before they reached her team? What if, oh stars, she used Temporal Oath, not just to find rivals, but to train against them? Her lips curled into a grin. It was like Charlie had just handed her a toy chest labeled dangerous but fun. Yuki's voice droned somewhere in the distance, but Lunaris was already choreographing duels in her head. Lunaris finally blinked out of her daydreams about slicing arrows in midair and noticed the state of her companions. Catherine had dozed off against a log, snoring softly. Big sis Lisa was crouched by the campfire, flicking little sparks at Night Swallow like. The rogue, of course, slipped around them with ease, smirking each time. Somehow the fire refused to spread into the forest. Big sis was that good with fire. FD, the only one still focused, pinched his forehead and asked, "How does any of this help us find the sword?" Yuki blinked, as if she'd just been reminded they were on a quest. Well, his notes said that when he died in the caves, his sword became powerful. Eventually, it turned into a legend, and I heard there's a bandit leader carrying a sword like that. FD stared. Then he muttered something too low to catch before raising his voice again. "And you couldn't say that at first?" Yuki shrugged, bright as ever. "It wasn't that interesting. Let's go get the sword." Chapter 211. When Laughter Starts. Book 3. FD still couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Of all the things to hold back until now, a legendary sword in the hands of a bandit leader, that was what Yuki thought wasn't worth leading with. He fought the facepalm impulse, muttering something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like a prayer to any entity willing to grant patience. When he looked up, Yuki was blinking at him with wide, guileless eyes. "What?" I told the entire story because it's important and interesting. That sword's really strong. Perplexed didn't even begin to cover it. FD exhaled, shoulders settling under the familiar twin weights of responsibility and absurdity. "Then let us go," he said flatly. "Before your definition of interesting kills us." They set out beneath the canopy stitched from pine and old oak, the air damp and pleasantly cool, resin and leaf mold mingling into that loamy dark green smell that said forest. Boots sank softly into needle-thick paths. Birds kept their cautious distance. Somewhere ahead, water worried over stone with a low, constant murmur. Night Swallow fell into step beside him, only long enough to speak, voice level and unhurried. "My class, Explorer, was made for this. It'll move ahead and leave signs you can follow without drawing pointless fights." Her eyes flicked over the group, counting, cataloging. "Marks will be discreet, one every 100 paces. If you see 2 marks close together, stop. It means trouble." "What marks?" Fighty asked. "On bark, angled up and away. You'll only see them from the direction you should be walking." A ghost of a smile. "And I perfumed the lowest shrub on the right with a resin. Smells like citrus if you're paying attention. Low-level monsters don't care for it." "Efficient," FD said. Praise for him came spare but meant. Lunaris cupped her hands around her mouth. "Good luck. And warn us, you scary rogue," she called, bright as a bell. A twig whistled down from the leaves and pinged off Lunaris' shoulder. She laughed and flicked it aside with the flat of her rapier, a neat little backhand that turned the motion into a flourish. By the time they glanced up, Night Swallow had already vanished into green shadow, the undergrowth closing after her with only a faint tremor of leaves, less a person leaving than the idea of one. They followed at a measured pace. FD slotted himself second, the steadier heartbeat of the march, eyes scanning for Night Swallow's marks. It didn't take long to spot the first, a shallow diagonal on oak bark that refused to reflect light unless viewed from their exact angle. Clever. He brushed the nearest fern. It smelled of the promised whisper of citrus. Behind him, the group's nature asserted itself. Lisa's fire, even when idle, felt like a creature kept on a short leash, flickering in and out of her cupped palms as she walked, shedding a muted glow that painted her knuckles gold. Every so often, it tried to hiss up into flame, and she smoothed it down with a thumb like calming a cat's hackles. "Hey, Nighty!" she shouted, whispered to the trees once, as if the rogue were listening, which she probably was. "If a bandit leader steals our sword, I set him on fire, yes? After we confirm identity," FD said without turning, "and after I cast wards." "Responsible," Lisa said, and the fire in her palms hissed softly, as if offended by the word. Catherine tromped in an easy, heavy rhythm that made the trail feel smaller under her. She swung the flat of her greatsword one-handed, brushing low branches out of the way with dull thumps. "If a bandit's got it, he's already dead," she said conversationally to no one in particular. "A lot of them think they can. A lot of them can't." Yuki bounced at Catherine's flank like a shard of sunlight. Each step sent a flicker of white gold along the edges of her sword, tiny arcs snapping between the quillons and the air, the faintest scent of ozone trailing her. Occasionally she split into a second Yuki for half a heartbeat, a shimmer to the left, a shimmer to the right. Like her outline couldn't decide where it preferred to exist. I read that the cave system runs under the hill ridge and opens into old bandit tunnels, she said, words spilling fast. If the leader's using them, there might be illusions near the entrance. False walls. Mirror tricks. He'll handle those, Fly said. Veil up. He tapped 2 fingers to his throat and traced a small circle. A hush rolled off his hand and settled around them, muffling their footfalls and the clink of gear. Not perfect silence, but a respectful one. The forest's sounds allowed to be themselves, while the party's noise sank as if into moss. Lunaris walked a half-pace behind him, blades sheathed but never fully still. She kept moving. Hips, shoulders, and wrists traced tiny arcs like invisible music. Her rapier hand sketched the ghost of a line through the air, while her longsword shoulder rolled in counterpoint. Shadow fighting. Practice. Reason? Fi asked without looking back. My new class. Lunaris' smile lived in her voice. It listens to tempo. Time whispers to me. I keep feeling where the next step belongs, like dancing with fate. If I stop, it sulks. Sulks? He repeated. Like it wants me to dance. And if I do, everything meets me where it should. She twitched her wrist. The rapier slipped an inch free and sang a bright silver shink before settling home again, still learning the time song. Do not exhaust yourself before the fight. Wouldn't dream of it, she said, and somehow he believed her. There was joy in her balance, not recklessness. The blades wanted to move, she simply let them. The forest thickened for a while, then gentled. Pines gave ground to broader-leafed oak and birch. The needles underfoot broke into leaves and pale papery curls. The air warmed by degrees as the canopy thinned, sunlight fattening into bright coins that speckled the trail. Cicadas started up their electric chorus, and iron filings buzzed that vibrated in FD's molars. Far ahead, a hawk called once, very high and very sure of itself. FD called a brief halt at the 3rd mark. Water, he said, and passed a small protective cup to each. Sip, not drain. Doctor orders, Catherine rumbled, but she obeyed, sweat beading on her brow, then vanishing as she breathed out like a bellows and set her jaw back into forward. The ground seemed to accept her weight grudgingly, then remember it had always carried her. Lisa cupped her spark with one hand and drank with the other, the flame snarling at the proximity of water until she flicked it a chiding glance. It quieted, embarrassed. Yuki spun a palm-sized shield into the air, thin, glassy, refracting light into a spectrum that danced across her cheekbones and bounced a droplet off it. I can make a mirror at the cave mouth, she said, thinking aloud. Bandits like to think they can handle reflections. They can't. Don't tangle with your own illusions, Fi said, deadpan. She grinned. I went. Probably. Night Swallow's 4th mark brought them to the forest's edge, where the trees stepped back like a crowd giving way to the main act. The world opened. Ahead rose a set of broken hills, stacked in grey-green layers like the backs of sleeping beasts. Slate and scrubby grass fought for space along the shoulders. Thorn and yellow broom stitched the seams. Heat shimmered faintly off the rock already, though the sun sat only a little past noon. A red line cut through the nearest slope, a scar of clay in a world of stone, where runoff had chewed a shallow gully. The wind changed, losing the wet breath of the forest for something drier, mineral and sunbaked. FD lifted a hand and traced 2 runes in the air, sending them to settle over Catherine and Lisa, the faintest sheen, then gone. Fleet and guard, he said. You two draw attention by existing. I prefer it to arrive slower and hit softly. Catherine flexed her hands and barked a laugh. That is not how it works, Fi said then, because he knew her, added, do not test it right now. Lisa rolled her spark along her knuckles. It purred, wanting to roar. You put a leash on me? I put a leash on incoming sharpness. He spared her a look. Your fire does not obey leashes. She smiled, small and dangerous. Good, fearless leader. The 5th mark, perched on a boulder like a warning. 2 shallow lines close together. Stop. Fry's palm went up instantly. The party compressed their motion into stillness with varying success. Catherine's halt a soft stomp, Yuki fading into a light-bent afterimage, Lisa's flame pausing mid-roll like a breath held. Lunara's sword hummed once and quieted. Night Swallow dropped soundlessly from a juniper above them, landing in a 3-point crouch that disturbed neither dust nor shadow. Enemies. Identified as Basilisk Brood. Levels between 26 and 29. Hard fight. FD lifted a hand. Rules. No eye contact. Aim for the bodies, not the faces. If you must look, look at the forelegs. He traced 2 quick runes and sent them sliding across the air. My class gave me plenty of supporting buffs. Veil and nerve. A cool hush settled over their eyes and along their spines. Got it, Yuki said, drawing her blade. Light bent around her in a thin shimmer, a second Yuki lagging a fraction behind the first like an echo. Catherine rolled her shoulders and planted her feet. Break lizards. Easy. Not easy, Phi said, and flicked a third sigil toward her. Guard. The hills ahead shifted without moving. Rock wasn't fixed here, it lurked. Then he saw them half-grown basilisks, easing down from ledges and out from behind shabby outcrops, bodies long and ridged, their stone-mottled hides near perfect with the terrain. Their eyes weren't full coins of doom yet, but even half open they pulsed with a pale, malignant interest. Tongues tasted the air, black and forked. Positions. Phi drew his staff and marked a point in the dust. Kit front, Lunaris on the left flank, Yuki's right, stay mobile, break lines, Lisa rear pressure, keep fire on their edges, not the ground, Night Swallow, eyes and tendons. I'll anchor. If no one dies in the first 30 seconds, I'll call that a victory. The first basilisk tested them with a whip of its tail. Catherine stepped into it like a wall learning to walk, absorbed the hit with a grunt, then slammed her greatsword down. The blade bit into plated back with a crunch that traveled through 50 shoes, and the basilisk screamed, a grinding mineral shriek, before rolling its torso to fling her away. Back! FD clipped. A thread of green light leapt from his palm to her ribs and soaked in, bruises unwinding under his will. Lisa! She was already moving. Fire bloomed in her hands with a sound like breath catching before a scream. The rebel fire surged out, less a clean cone than a lashing storm. Heat punched the air, tearing a hard line between the basilisks and the party. It wasn't a wall so much as a temper. Everything it touched wanted to burn. The reptiles hissed, scales snapping with thermal shock. Flames tried to climb the dry scrub and found Lisa's will in the way. They curled back, sulking. Good, Phi said, and sent a slow sigil rolling across the slope. It popped like a bubble, and the lead basilisk's forward lunge stuttered, claws suddenly heavy, limbs dragging as if someone had poured sand in its joints. Yuki, now! Yuki blurred. She split into 2, then 3. Each image offset a handspan, each step throwing white gold sparks. Mirrors flashed, tiny round shields popping into existence to glance claws away. A flex of wrist, a hum of mana, and then she slid under the slowed lizard's guard to carve a shallow line along its belly. Lightning crawled the cut, crackling up its ribs, a sharp smell of ozone spiking the air. Eyes, eyes, Night Swallow murmured from nowhere and everywhere. She was suddenly there on a boulder's lip, a whisper-thin blade kissing the soft corner of a basilisk eye, in a motion so short it almost didn't happen. The creature recoiled with a wet hiss, vision spilling in a cloudy tear. She was gone before the tail could reach where she'd been. Lunaris flowed. She moved as if the hill had found a rhythm. Rapier and longsword answered. Time music only she heard. She skimmed a lizard's flank, longsword sweeping wide to parry a snap, while the rapier stitched silver along a tendon. Shing, shing, shink. Each sound was precise, a note in a precise timing of cuts that guided the creature where she wanted. It lunged, she wasn't there. It turned, she was already inside its arc, a smile at the corner of her mouth because the next step belonged to her. One basilisk lifted its head and let its gaze lap across Catherine's chest like a slow tide. Kit's left knee dipped. Hold, he said, and sent a nerve stitch lancing into her thigh. She barked and crossed the distance in 2 thudding steps. Her sword came down in a brutal arc that cracked the basilisk's jaw like a ceramic plate. It thrashed, stunned. Lisa, pressure left, 50 said. Yuki, blind right group. On it, Yuki sang. She snapped 2 mirrors forward. Light fractured, split, ricocheted. For a heartbeat, the basilisks chasing her saw 3 suns and no Yuki. She darted under a tail, palms up. 2 coin shields flickered and took a raking sweep that would have opened her to the spine. They shattered on impact. She rolled, already making the next pair. Lisa shoved. Fire roared, not in a straight line but as a cyclone punched flat, whipping heat sideways and back on itself. The rebel fire howled. Dust turned glassy beads underfoot with little popping sounds. Stay down, she muttered, as if the basilisks could hear her contempt. The flames tried greedily for the brush again. She choked them with will, fingers flexing. The air throbbed with heat and fury, a pressure you felt in your sternum. "Watch the ridge," Night Swallow said softly. FD looked up just in time to catch a second wave slinking in from a higher line of stone. More basilisks, smaller and quicker. The half-grown ones, not stupid enough to charge fire, split, trying to angle around the perimeter like wolves. The ground here forced lines. They were taking them. "Shift," Fidi ordered. Lunaris with Cat. "Yuki, kite to the right. Lisa, leave gaps on purpose. Draw them." Night Swallow. "I'm already there," came the whisper, and a basilisk that had thought itself clever came down off its rock, missing a foreclaw. It didn't scream. It simply folded, as if the subtraction had rewritten how falling worked. FD planted his staff and pushed. His class lacked attacking options, but gave him tens of magic skills. A broad protection dome surged up, a translucent ripple that magnified the hill behind them into a wavering, watery thing. Claws that reached the bubbles slowed like flies in syrup. He felt every hit as a pressure on his sternum. He let it anchor him. "Hold. That's your job. Hold." They were winning in the first minute. Then the laughter started. It was not human laughter. It came from a dozen throats at once, higher and sharper than hyenas. A broken plate's cackle that bounced off rock faces and returned from places the mouths weren't. Stonehide gnashes, lean, hyena-like bodies with bands of gravel-gray scales along their backs and shoulders. They spilled over a ridge to their right, feet finding purchase where feet had no business standing. 20, maybe more, eyes wild and bright. They didn't rush blindly. They fanned, testing edges, laughing in that awful chorus to fray the nerves it couldn't reach with teeth. "Second wave," Night Swallow said. "Stonehide gnashes, levels 20 to 23. Fast, they dodge well." "Of course they do," FD muttered. "Prepare." Chapter 212, When Laughter Dies. Book 3. The gnashes came like a flood of broken laughter. Too many, too fast. Their claws scrambled over the rocks with terrifying ease, sending loose stones skittering down the slope. "Shields up!" FD snapped, staff raised. A lattice of pale wards shimmered into being around the party. But even as he spoke, he knew this wasn't going to be enough. Yuki darted forward, her blade flaring with crackling light. "Ill, blind one," she called. She spun a mirror into the air with a snap of her wrist, refracting sunlight into a concentrated beam. It hit the nearest gnasher full in the eyes. The beast yelped and stumbled. But for every enemy slowed, 3 more came. They poured around its flailing body like water around a rock. Yuki barely had time to raise her sword before a trio was on her, snapping and clawing. Sparks screamed off her blade as she deflected the first strike, a mirror shield blooming just in time to catch the second. The third gnasher crashed into her side, teeth finding her shoulder. "Yuki!" FD shouted, but he couldn't reach her. His hands were already occupied, forcing healing threads into Catherine's frame, knitting bone where a basilisk's tail had cracked against her ribs. Yuki went down in a spray of dust. Lunaris was there in a heartbeat, swords flashing. Her rapier darted, piercing the beast's flank, while her longsword swept wide, carving a shallow line across another's chest. Her movements were a desperate dance, not the joyful rhythm shed carried earlier. For a moment, she bought Yuki space, only to be slammed sideways by the third attacker. She crashed onto the ground with a grunt, rolling, blades up, but trapped in the press of snarling bodies. "Fall back!" FD barked, but his voice was nearly drowned by the gnasher's cackling chorus. He forced his staff into the ground, runes sparking to life beneath his boots, but every ounce of mana went into healing. Yuki's flickered with injury. Lunaris bled from her temple. Catherine was alone against the basilisks, a juggernaut fighting a wall of scales and claws. She planted herself on the slope like a mountain come alive, great swords swinging in arcs so heavy, each impact rattled the ground. A basilisk snapped at her torso. She shoved its head aside with her shoulder and drove her blade down its spine. Another slammed its tail against her back, sending the shock through her frame that would have folded lesser warriors in two. Catherine didn't flinch. She roared, lifting her sword and cleaving down again, trading wound for wound without hesitation. She was holding, but she couldn't be everywhere. Flynn's teeth ground together as he shoved another healing surge toward her, then another toward Lunaris. His mana thinned under the strain, He was supposed to lead, direct, command, orchestrate. Instead, he was drowning in wounds, his staff trembling as every decision became a question of who got to live another 10 seconds. Night Swallow flitted in and out of the chaos, a phantom blade. One Nasher fell with a whisper, its throat open before it even knew she was there. Another collapsed with a severed tendon, its momentum carrying it past Yuki. But for every enemy she ended, 2 more darted past. Even her precision couldn't keep pace with the tide. And then Lisa moved. She had been holding her spark back, a caged flame dancing between her fingers. Now it roared in her palms, furious and wild, so bright it turned the dust red. She rose from her crouch, hair whipping in the heat that bled from her body. "This," she yelled, voice cracking with something between fury and exultation, "is once a day." The world held its breath. The flame in her hand swelled, hungry and impatient. It wasn't the controlled fire of a mage's careful spell. FD felt it was alive, snarling, howling, desperate to be free. Lisa let it go. The blast didn't just erupt, it surged. Fire poured from her like an unchained beast, racing across the battlefield in a rolling wave. It blanketed rock and scrub, curling around her allies with an impossible awareness. The flames chose not to burn them, sliding past Lunaris' prone form, leaping over Yuki's body, splitting around Catherine like water breaking on stone. Everywhere else, it consumed. The rebel fire screamed, a soundless howl that roared in their bones rather than ears. Dust flashed into glass under its heat. Basilisks shrieked as scales blackened and split, their ridged backs glowing like molten rock. Nashers writhed mid-lunge, laughter twisting into agony as fire found them, clinging to their scales like oil. It should have ended everything. But when the fire thinned, when the smoke cleared and the battlefield glowed with patches of ember and ash, some still lived. The basilisks, half-grown but stubborn, staggered upright again, scales cracked but bodies not broken. The Nashers, scorched and bleeding, limped in snarling circles, not dead, not yet. Lisa's eyes widened. Sweat ran down her temples, her chest heaving with the effort of channeling so much raw mana and fury. Not enough? It didn't matter. The fire had done its work. The battlefield was silent for a moment, enemies staggering instead of charging, momentum shattered. The tide had broken. "Now!" FD barked, his voice iron despite the fatigue dragging at his limbs. He forced mana into his staff, flooding his team with what little he had left. Catherine's shoulders squared as wounds vanished. Yuki pushed herself upright behind a flickering shield. Lunaris rolled to her knees, blades singing again. Night Swallow ghosted past, her dagger finding the weakest throat among the Nashers. One fell. Then another. Lisa staggered, but her fire still clung to the battlefield in scattered tongues, a reminder of what she had unleashed. She gritted her teeth, forcing the flames to coil tighter around the enemy, leaving only pockets of safe ground for her allies. Together, they surged. Catherine's blade came down like an avalanche, crushing a basilisk skull into the dirt. Yuki blurred into 3 again, her mirrored selves slicing open scorched tendons. Lunaris danced between enemies, rapier finding chinks in their cracked scales while her longsword batted aside weakened tails. Night Swallow erased stragglers cold and quiet, every kill unseen until the moment it was done. And FD? Well, Phi held them together. Healed what he could, slowed what he couldn't. Every buff was a plea for them to endure, every ward another few seconds bought. At last, the laughter died. The shrieks ended. The last Nasher fell with a hiss, fire crawling up its body until it collapsed into silence. The slope was a ruin of ash and cracked stone. The air stank of ozone and burnt scale. Lisa sagged onto her knees, hands trembling. "Once a day," she muttered, half laughing, half weary. "Better have been worth it." FD looked at her, then at the others scorched, battered, bleeding but alive. "Barely," he exhaled. "Enough," he said. His voice was ragged but steady. "We survived." The last of the smoke curled away, leaving the hillside stinking of scorched stone and ash. For a long heartbeat, no one spoke. Then, "Yes," Lunaris nearly bounced, blade still in hand, eyes bright as a child at a festival. "I leveled, 3 levels." Her joy pushed through the heavy air. Lisa's head snapped up, exhaustion forgotten. 3? She practically exploded off the ground, hair wild, fire still smoldering faintly at her knuckles. My Lunye! And before Lunaris could backstep, Lisa crashed into her with a hug hot enough that the younger girl squeaked. FD found himself smiling. In spite of everything, the corners of his mouth tugged upward. He let them have their moment before gesturing toward the far edge of the slope, where the grass was still green and untouched. Over there, he said, firm but softer than usual. We'll rest where it isn't fried. Let our cooldowns cool down from the fire. Dead silence. Not a smirk, not a snort. Lisa and Lunaris glanced at each other, lips twitching. Yuki looked away, shoulders shaking. Even Catherine, flat on her back with her sword still across her chest, pressed her lips into a thin line of mock discipline. The silence stretched until FD realized. His ears burned crimson. Okay, fine, we rest. Wait for mana, then continue. That was when all of them laughed. Catherine rumbled a hoarse chuckle. Unbelievable, Phi muttered, but it was ruined by the way his face flamed. A light tug at his sleeve drew his attention. Night Swallow stood beside him as if she'd been there the whole time. Her lips curved into that unnerving half-smile that never quite reached her eyes. "Ill scout ahead," she said, voice low and sure. And then she was gone, shadows swallowing her up. FD let out a long breath. "Rest," he ordered, and for once nobody argued. Lisa finally released Lunaris and flopped backward onto the grass, arms spread wide. Ugh, cool grass. Steam practically hissed off her skin where fire heat met greenery. Lunaris stayed upright, brushing her hair from her eyes, then turned eagerly toward Yuki. "Your magic!" It was so bright, so quick you bent light itself. "Where did you learn that?" Her eyes shone like stars. Yuki beamed, practically bouncing in place despite the claw marks on her armor. "Lunaris. So when I was walking through the Temple of Radiant Windows, there was this scholar, no, 2 scholars, and they showed me how mirrors bend spells if you polish them with crushed starlight. But before that, I actually saw a night jewel, a glass drake." The words poured out like an endless river. FD sat down with a sigh, letting the chatter wash past him. He didn't need the details. He'd learned long ago that Yuki's explanations were more folklore than fact. He glanced aside. Lisa and Catherine had both collapsed onto the grass now, sprawled out like spent titans. Catherine had her arms folded under her head, eyes half closed, her greatsword resting across her chest. Lisa hummed, kicking her feet idly, content on the cool earth. "This team," Fly murmured under his breath. It was a mix of irritation and, he had to admit it, pride. "Rhyme break elites," Catherine interrupted suddenly, her eyes still shut. Fly blinked. Then, slowly, the corners of his mouth tugged up again. "Perhaps we are," he said. They rested. For a while, the only sound was the cicadas humming their electric chorus, the soft sigh of wind running its fingers through the grass, and Yuki's bright voice pouring endless important lore into Lunaris' eager ears. Phi leaned his staff against his shoulder and rubbed at his eyes. Exhaustion pressed down like a wet blanket, but his team was alive. Somehow. No early respawn yet. Lisa sprawled flat on the grass like she wanted to melt into it. Catherine dozed with her arms folded under her head, greatsword lying across her chest like a blanket, only she would consider comfortable. He let his eyes close. A rustle. Then footsteps. Night Swallow slipped back into camp, shadows clinging to her frame like cobwebs. But this time her gait was stiff, her expression taut. Her usual mask of quiet poise was cracked with irritation. F-Dice's throat dried. He gulped and sat up straighter. "What is it? I can't go forward." Her voice was clipped. "There are cats on the cliffs. Cliff stalkers." The others stirred at that. Night Swallow's jaw tightened. "I can't fight them alone, and I can't get past. They're more stealthy than me." She twirled her dagger, the metal whispering against her calloused fingers. "I tried to sneak 3 times. Every time they mirrored me. When I climbed, they climbed. When I slunk low, they shadowed me on the rocks. I couldn't even see them until their claws scraped. They know the cliffs better than I know my own shadow." Her teeth clicked together with a flash of fury. "But when they come down, they'll learn who the superior rogue is." Her dagger hissed in the air as she flipped it once and caught it again. FD rose, brushing grass from his robe. "Then we go together." Catherine sat up instantly, grinning. Finally, she hauled her blade upright, resting it on one shoulder like a farmer with a hoe. Lisa rolled onto her feet in a flash, her exhaustion burned away by the promise of another fight. Fire flickered between her fingers again. Cliff cats? Sounds fun. Not fun, FD corrected grimly. Dangerous. Stay alert. They moved out as a unit, following Night Swallow's lead through the winding gullies and weathered stones. The cliff rose before them, a serrated wall of rock, its surface cracked into jagged seams and shelves. Heat radiated off the stone, shimmering faintly in the midday light. Sparse patches of scrub and thorn clung to the cliff face, somehow alive where nothing else should be. The cliff almost looked alive itself, ridges shifting under the changing sun, shadows creeping like ink. It was a place made for predators. There, Night Swallow whispered, pointing with her blade. Cliff Stalker Lith, 27. Type, 3 rare HP, 89890. On a flat ledge halfway up the cliff, a single cliffstalker lounged in the sun. Its scaled body sprawled like a reptilian lion, sleek muscles shifting beneath patterned hide that blended almost perfectly with the stone. Its tail swished lazily, claws clicking faintly against rock. Its eyes, slitted and gold, slid over the group once, then away again as though they weren't worth noticing. Indifference was worse than hostility. The others glanced at one another. Lisa's spark hissed in her palms. Yuki adjusted her grip on her sword. Lunaris tilted her head, studying the creature as if she already imagined the rhythm of the fight. But Night Swallow stood taut as a drawn bow, eyes flicking along the cliffs, searching the shadows. It's not alone, she murmured. They're here, watching, waiting. FD swallowed. Ideas. For once, she gritted her teeth and said nothing. No plan. Catherine barked a laugh. Yeah, no worry. She planted one foot forward, lifting her sword high. Go, Catherine, wait, FD began. Too late. She charged, wild momentum in every stride. Dust and pebbles jumped under her boots. Her blade carved a brutal arc, the kind that could split stone in two. The lounging cliffstalker purred. Its tail flicked once. At the last possible instant, it twisted aside with feline grace, Catherine's sword smashing into rock where it had been a heartbeat before. Chips of stone exploded outward, dust clouding the ledge. And then another cliff groaned. A deep rumble shook the ground beneath their feet, sending gravel slithering down the slope. Cracks spiderweb outward from a cliff on the other side. From within the cliffside, stones shifted, grinding together in an unnatural rhythm. The rumble grew into a roar. A jagged hand tore free of the rock. Then another. A crude body heaved itself out of the stone, slabs grinding into the crude shape of arms and legs. A hollow head formed, with a jagged crack where a mouth might be. Bandit laughter rang out from the cliffs above. We'll get your money. Bandit's pet golem love, 33. Type, 4 exceptional HP, 1304-1304. The bandit's pet golem rose fully, barely taller than Lunaris but radiating brute weight, every motion accompanied by the grinding shriek of stone against stone. Catherine didn't even glance at it. She ripped her sword free and turned, eyes locked on the cliff stalker that had slipped away from her strike. Yeah, mine. The stalker's chest rumbled with a purr, low and mocking. That was when the real attack came. From the left, 2 cliff stalkers leapt from the rocks, claws outstretched, bodies twisting in midair like shadows given flesh. From the right, 2 more pounced, tails whipping for balance as they descended in perfect silent harmony. They weren't hunting Catherine alone, they were hunting all of them. FD's heart lurched into his throat. His ward surged to life on instinct, light shimmering over his allies just as the predators fell toward them. Chapter 213, The Second Wave. Book 3. The world collapsed into claws, stone, and fire. The cliffstalkers didn't fight like basilisks or gnashes. There was no momentum to break, no tide to push back. They fought like shadows appearing from above, landing in silence, vanishing back into the cliffs with feline grace. Every time one leapt, another mirrored, claws flashing in perfect counterpoint. As previously agreed, FD positioned himself in the middle, Lisa just behind him, sparks snapping from her fists like a caged beast begging for release. Together, they were the anchor. If the center broke, the rest would fall. Lunaris took their left flank, her swords blurred, rapier striking like a needle, longsword sweeping arcs to parry lunges. She flowed with the rhythm, every motion precise, the song of steel ringing sharp and beautiful. With every strike she turned aside, another came from above, claws scraping sparks against her parries. Her dance was a desperate one now, less joy, more survival. On the right, Yuki fought like lightning, trying to hold back the storm. Palm-sized shields flashed into existence, translucent and fragile, barely big enough to catch a swipe before shattering like glass. Each one brought a heartbeat. She bent light around herself, flickering into afterimages, confusing one stalker for half a second long enough to slice shallow arcs across its hide. But it wasn't enough. A stalker's claw hammered through her latest shield and raked down her shoulder. Yuki gasped, staggering, as blood soaked through her bright robes, the scent of ozone mixed with iron. She raised another mirror desperately, deflecting a killing bite, but her movement slowed. Her light was dimming. "Yuki!" Fi snapped. His staff glowed, threads of green weaving through the air into her wound. He forced the bleeding shut, but it drained him. One heal here meant one less for the others. Another stalker slammed into Lunaris from the left. She twisted, blades meeting claws with a ringing clang. Her rapier slid between its ribs, but its weight drove her backward, boots skidding on stone. The second stalker darted in low, teeth snapping around her ankle. Lunaris hissed, her dance stuttering. She managed to sever its ear in reply, but when she pulled free, her foot gave a sickening twist. She dropped to one knee, swords up, breath fast. Still fighting, but hobbled. "Lunaris, hold!" Fi barked. His hand shot out, green light lancing into her, dulling the pain. But the damage was too deep to erase while keeping Yuki alive. He couldn't be everywhere. Then Night Swallow's voice cut through the chaos. "Mini-boss." And she was gone. Cliff Stalker Liber 30. Type, 4 exceptional mini-boss, HP, 1756 down 756. The shadow swallowed her. When she appeared again, it was in front of a cliff stalker larger than the rest, its scales darker, its movements faster, every leap perfectly timed. Their clash was blinding. Steel hissed, claws struck sparks off stone. Night Swallow moved faster than FD could track, darting in and out with impossible economy, each strike angled the tendon or throat. But the beast mirrored her with uncanny precision, its body folding and twisting in rhythm with her feints. Every attack she made, it answered. Predator against predator, assassin against assassin. Her cry rang once across the battlefield. Then silence. Their duel vanished into the rocks, only flickers of movement hinting at the deadly dance above. Fi clenched his jaw and turned back to the center. They had to survive long enough for Night Swallow to win. "Kit," he barked. "The golem, keep it off us." Catherine's head snapped toward him, disbelief flashing. "Ya serious? Need to kill Tatkat. Now." She groaned, slamming her sword into the dirt for leverage, then heaving it free with a grunt. "Ugh, fine," she charged, momentum shaking the ground. The golem turned, its stone chest grinding open as if to laugh. Catherine met it head-on, blade arcing high. Sparks burst as steel met rock, and the two clashed in thunderous rhythm. Dust and stone shards flew with every blow. That left the center. Lisa's fire spat from her palms in wild bursts, pot shots at anything that moved too close. The stalker lunged at Yuki, flame snarled across its flank, forcing it back. Another circled toward Lunaris, fire hissed past, clipping its tail. She wasn't unleashing her full fury, not her once-a-day spell, but every flick of her hand sent a message. You step closer, you burn. Still, they pressed. F-Tai's voice cut sharply through the battle. "Shields!" Left. Yuki stumbled into position, conjuring a mirror just in time to deflect a swipe aimed at Lisa's throat. The shield cracked and broke. The impact sent Yuki sprawling again. Blood dripped from her arm, staining her sword hilt. "Focus, Yuki," FD snapped. He shoved healing energy her way, then flung another thread toward Lunaris, who fought from one knee, parrying both stalkers with grit more than grace. His hands trembled as he tried to juggle their lives, pulling one back from collapse only to see the other falter. Lisa's voice rang hot behind him. "Keep healing, Doc. It'll burn the bastards." Fire exploded from her palms in another spray, searing the whiskers off a stalking predator. The battlefield steadied, but only barely. Catherine and the golem smashed into each other, each blow a small earthquake. Lunaris and Yuki led on either side, buying the center with their pain. Night Swallow's duel with the mini-boss flickered like lightning far above, too fast to follow. A laugh came first, too loud for the wind, too pleased with itself to belong to anyone with a conscience. FD's head snapped up. A figure climbed over the rim of the cliff with the effortless grace of someone who'd made these rocks his throne. Dust sloughed off his boots in little avalanches. Sunlight struck brass buckles, a tarnished gorget, a mismatched collection of trophies, a string of chipped rings looped on a cord, a cracked wolf's fang wired to a pauldron, a strip of red silk tied to the hilt of a sword like a personal banner. He wore leather hardened with lacquer and studded with hammered coin, a bandit's patchwork made regal by confidence. His hair was sunburnt black, tied back with a thong. His beard kept close to the face to deny anyone a handhold. A thin scar raked his cheek to the corner of his mouth, pulling the smile there into a permanent sneer. "You fools who stumbled here," he called, spreading his arms as if greeting guests to his amphitheater. "I always wanted to do a monologue. Old Chief enjoyed those. Bandit leader Livy, 24 type, 2 uncommon HP, 32-636. He paused, taking in the battlefield with an appraiser's eye. The bandit's gaze slid over Catherine battering the golem, over Lunaris holding the left on one good foot, over Yuki fencing the right with mirrors that cracked as fast as she made them, over Lisa and FD in the center, then back again. He nodded, satisfied with his own conclusions. "And I can see why," he went on, voice dropping into a purr. "Targets fight desperately. I can taste your fear." "Shut up," Lisa snapped. She flung a fireball with a whip of her arm, a compact star that screamed across the gap. The man dropped into a low crouch with insulting ease. The fireball hit the rock behind him and burst into an angry blossom of heat, scorching the stone, licking air. He rose through the shimmering heat as if had choreographed it. "Silly woman," he drawled, flicking 2 fingers towards somewhere just below the ridge. "Shoots at the side who is winning." 4 archers rose in a line from behind a lip of stone, bows already drawn. Their faces were cloth-wrapped, eyes narrow. The bandit leader lifted his sword one-handed, the blade that was their target. He raised it above his head like a conductor's baton. Bandit archer Levi, 21, type, 1 common HP, 99-199. "I'm the king of this land. Keep your crown," FD said, too low for the man to hear. His voice was for his own focus, not the bandit's vanity. He pushed power down the length of his staff and split it 1 thread to the left, 1 to the right. Lunaris caught his meaning before his magic touched her. She had fought until the last minute on a half-ruined ankle and will alone. Now the green thread of his healing slid into the joint, unspooling cool and inexorable. Pain dulled, swelling sank, the angry pull of ligaments stilled. The relief didn't give her joy. Joy would come later, but it gave her rhythm back. She rolled to her feet like a dancer reclaiming a stage and let her blades do what they were made for. The first cliffstalker came from above, all silent muscle and claws. Lunaris' longsword rose in a wide, flowing parry that redirected the animal's weight. Her rapier flashed, a stitch of silver into the soft seam behind its foreleg. The beast twisted off her blade, landing wrong. Her follow-through flicked the rapier back and bit again, turning a wound into a sentence. The stalker shuddered and slid. She pivoted on her heeled foot into the second's lunge, longsword taking the bite on flat and guard, hip turning to borrow its force, rapier finding the pulsing shadow beneath the jaw. 2 strokes, 2 bodies. Her side went quiet. Better than quiet hers. On the right, Yuki was not winning. She turned sideways to make herself smaller, mirrors blooming under her hands like glass flowers, catching, breaking, catching, breaking. Every catch cost blood. The cliffstalker shed blinded earlier had recovered enough to fight blind. It hunted heat, motion, the whisper of leather. Another circled, tail switching, head low. Yuki lifted a shield to cover Lisa's flank as an arrow hissed by. Then another, her fragile walls shivering under the impact. She had to choose between saving herself and saving the fire mage. She chose wrong by any selfish measure, and right by FD's. The mirror shattered under the next swipe. Claws raked her thigh, and she fell into the dust with a cry that turned down in her throat, small and pained. She caught the next bite on the back of her blade, wrists shaking. "Hold," Phi said, voice flat. He shoved everything that wasn't keeping Lunaris whole into Yuki. Healing force tunneled through him and into her torn flesh. Pain dulled to a burn, blood slowed to a seep. "Breathe. Guard up." Lisa stepped over Yuki, feet planted, hands spitting light. She snapped pot shots, bursts of heat that drove stalkers back on one flank. chased arrows off course by pressure alone. Every time an archer exhaled to loose, she put a hiss of flame in that breath and spoiled the release. Her eyes never left the leader. On the left, with her corner cleaned, Lunaris didn't indulge in triumph. She turned on the heel Phi had given back to her and crossed the center line in a blur, sliding into Yuki's space like a note finding harmony. Her long sword battered a pouncing stalker away from Yuki's face. Her rapier flicked into the hollow where tendon met knee on the second. "Up," she said, and somehow made the word both gentle and a command. Yuki's hand closed on Lunaris' forearm. Together they moved, one rising, one circling, a braid of motion that made sense of chaos. Above them, Night Swallow's duel with the mini-boss stalker flashed in lethal glimpses along the cliff. A fall broken by a knife in a crack, a tail swipe that hit nothing, a whisper of steel that left a line along shadow. The two fought like mirrored equations solving toward death. "Catherine! Tart the leader!" Catherine's shout rumbled out of the dust and stone. She hadn't taken her eyes off the golem, hadn't spared more than a glance for the man declaring himself king. She slid her blade off the golem's forearm and shouldered it back a step. "Go time." FD knew that tone. He didn't like it because it meant she was about to spend something she couldn't get back until a sunrise and a prayer. He had been saving a ward for her. He didn't have it to spare. Catherine threw her head back and bellowed, voice shaking grit from the cliff face. "Glorious fight!" Power took her like an oath fulfilled. It rolled off her skin as heat that wasn't fire, as pressure that made the air heavy in FD's lungs. The ground seemed to accept her weight differently, as if the slope had agreed to be a floor when she stamped. She grinned a gladiator's grin and fed that surge into fury. Catherine's fury. The world around her narrowed to a corridor with her at its center. To step into it was to be burned by presence alone. She hit the golem, and the golem groaned like the inside of a mountain. Stone split along old fault lines under the strike. Her second blow drove into that split and forced it wider, sparks crawling over her blade as if insulted by stone daring to be uncut. The golem shoved back with a slab of an arm. She took it on shoulder and hip and gave ground only to steal balance, then brought her sword up in a backhand that would have gutted a warhorse. "Killer, we can't lose the golem," the leader snapped. The four archers loosed as one. Arrows stitched the air. Some clanged off her blade because she made it so. Some glanced from rock because the angle obeyed her more than physics. Some found meat, thudding into arm and thigh, and that bare strip beneath. The gorget where system never put a plate. She laughed. It wasn't sane. It was joy that had found a place it fit, a battlefield, a big problem, an unfair fight she could make fair by refusing to fall. Fdai's hands twitched toward her and stopped. Yuki's pulse stuttered under his magic. Lunaris' ankle threatened to swell again if he chased folly with pride. He swallowed the protest like a man swallowing glass and returned his focus to the right. "Stay with me," he told Yuki, and the command steadied them both. Lisa covered Catherine without being asked. Fire snapped at arrow flights, turned shafts into spirals of smoke mid-air, burned at the edges of the golem to keep Catherine's path clear. Every spell she threw was a choice too, threat or defense, mid-range or close. "Move, mountain!" she snarled, her flames licking along cracks Catherine had made until stone glowed dull red. The bandit leader paced above like a spectator in a royal box, enjoying his own play. He looked down on Catherine with a too-white smile, then over the field and back to FD, as if trying to find the place where the healer would break. He found only a man who kept putting people back together faster than they deserved. The golem tried to crush Catherine with both hands. She stepped into it, boots grinding grit, and her laugh turned into a roar. She pulled everything she'd gathered into a singularity that was not fire and not steel and not will, but all three. Eat tis. Judgment. Chapter 214. A Gift from Scamantha. Book 3. Eat tis. Judgment, Catherine shouted. The blade fell in a line so true the world seemed to pause to admire it. It struck the golem from crown to crotch, and for a moment nothing happened. Then a thin line of daylight appeared where stone had been. The line widened with a sound like ice splitting on a lake at thaw. The golem sagged along that cut and came apart, halves shearing away to crash down in twin avalanches. Dust rose in a pillar. Shards rattled down the slope like rain on an iron roof. "Who are you?" the leader shouted, incredulousness cracking into his voice at last. Catherine looked up through the drifting dust, chest heaving, face lit with blood and triumph. She opened her mouth to say something simple and perfect, FD was sure, something like the juggernaut, and a second volley found her. 3 arrows struck in a heartbeat's chord. 1 in the meat of the upper arm, 1 under the rib, 1 low into the thigh. Another 2 grazed, burning tracks that smoked where Lisa's heat kissed them. She wobbled. She tried to take a step forward as if tension alone could hold her together. The ground wavered underneath. She smiled. Why was she smiling? And then the weight of power unpaid dragged her down. Her sword bit the ground and toppled with her, a last metallic complaint. I need help, Yuki whispered. One of her mirrors showed him his own face, pinched and furious. She bled. She still raised the neck shield because Lisa's back was to her again, because the leader's archers were adjusting aim. Stay with me, he told her a second time, and this time it was a promise. He lifted his staff and poured power into Yuki like water into a cracked jar, not caring if it leaked, caring only that he kept attempting to fill it. Flesh knit under his will in ugly seams, blood slowed, breath steadied. He layered a veil over her sight to keep panic small. 3 more breaths. Then you rise. Lunaris slid in close, blades singing, as she cut a stalker off Yuki's throat. 2 breaths, she corrected cheerfully, making it true by intercepting the next strike with a parry that rang like a bell, turning the beast's momentum into a stumble. Above, Night Swallow and the mini-boss vanished behind a tooth of rock, reappearing 3 terraces over in a tumble that ended with the sound of a blade going into something that mattered. A hiss, a shudder. FD didn't look. If she had won, she'd be there when it counted. If she hadn't, looking wouldn't change it. Archers left, he said instead, hearing the angle of their draw more than seeing it. Yuki. Mirror, she breathed. The shield flashed into being at exactly the height of Lisa's ribs. 2 arrows hit and screamed into splinters. The bandit leader watched his pieces fail to move the way he imagined. A little crease appeared between his brows. He lifted his sword again, as if the pose could restore momentum. Save your breath, Fi murmured, voice a dull knife. He had no interest in a king's monologue and less time to waste on it. He set his staff, drew a circle in the dust with the butt, and let his healing roll out along that line in a low, steady tide. The circle intersected Lunaris' stance, Yuki's knees, Lisa's heels. The cliffstalkers tested and retreated, burned whiskers and cut tendons, teaching caution. The leader's smile thinned at the edges, the way smiles do when they are asked to do more work than teeth alone could manage. Catherine lay still, sword across her shins, dust settling in her hair like a pale crown. FD did not look again. 3 breaths, he repeated, and this time Yuki pushed up on the 3rd, blood-slick, jaw-set, eyes bright behind a film of pain and light. Good, he said, and meant it, and then, he added under his breath, hold a little longer. The bandit leader lifted his sword for a second declaration. FD anchored the circle, checked the pulse of the center, and moved to where the next wound would be before the enemy made it. The circle of wards hummed at his feet, a fragile heartbeat against the chaos. Lunaris bled but stood. Yuki's light flickered but held. Lisa spat fire. For the first time since the stalkers had pounced, the battlefield felt steady. Then the bandit leader laughed. It was stupider this time. He leaned on his sword as if the fight beneath him were a stage play, and he the only one who knew the ending. Boys, he bellowed. His grin showed every tooth. They're rich. Movement in the rocks. From cracks, from gullies, from brush disguised as shadow, men rose ragged armor, blades, axes, bows. 10, maybe more, encircling the slope. They came in a half-ring, each step deliberate. You won't leave alive, the leader promised. His blade caught the light as he raised it in salute. And if you are immortal, then well still get your things. The cliffstalkers noticed first, their ears pricked, tails twitching as if the leader's call had carried more than words. The moment the bandits rose from their hiding places, the cats turned from FD's battered formation to the fresher, nearer prey. A ripple of intent rolled through them, predators recognizing a new threat. One hissed, claws scraping rock. Another crouched low, pupils narrowing to slits. And then they pounced. The ridge erupted into chaos. A cliff stalker crashed into the flank of an archer before he could loose his bowstring. The man screamed as claws shredded his shield arm, his arrow vanishing into the sky. Another stalker leapt down from above and tore into a swordsman's shoulder, armor squealing under the weight. The bandits' half-circle shattered as their careful encirclement dissolved into panic. It gave Yuki something she hadn't had all fight time. She staggered behind Lisa, who spat flames to keep stray arrows off them, and dropped to her knees, palms braced on the dirt. Her sword lay flat across her thighs. For once, she didn't try to force her light into shields. She closed her eyes, let the glow seep back into her skin instead of into the air. FD felt it even as he scanned for targets, a soft surge like breathing after nearly drowning. Her pulse steadied under his healer's sense. He allowed himself one exhale of relief, not much more than that, because the bandits recovered fast. "Shields!" one barked, and men slammed together into tight knots, rectangular boards locking shoulder to shoulder. Arrows bristled above them in disciplined ranks. The bandits weren't fools. They let the cliff stalkers savage their exposed, but the rest huddled behind wood and iron, advancing step by step, loosing shafts whenever they saw a gap. Arrows hissed down in constant peppering fire. Lisa growled, flicking flame to slap one arrow aside, another, but a third found her hip, scraping across her leg before burning out in her aura. Lunaris lifted her long sword to parry one shot for Yuki, but another glanced her shoulder, leaving a bloody groove. Even Fefti felt the pressure as shafts thudded into his barrier, humming along the ward line like angry bees. He had to keep them together. He had to. A blink of text flickered across his vision, cutting into the storm. Night Swallow, got plan, need Luna, loot kit. Retreat on signal. Fdi's heart stuttered. He whipped his gaze around the battlefield, but there was no sign of her only empty air. He forced his hand steady and sent the reply, agreed. He didn't understand, he didn't need to. He had trusted her with more than this. "Yuki!" he barked. Her eyes snapped open, light glowing faintly in her pupils. "Gather Kit's things." She blinked, clearly not expecting that order, then looked toward Catherine's things, her sword and pack scattered nearby. "You're hard to hit," FD added dryly. "Prove it." Yuki's mouth curved in a shaky grin, blood still dripping from her shoulder. "Roger." She pushed off the ground, light flickering around her again, and darted toward Catherine's fallen gear, weaving between arrows with near-suicidal daring. Meanwhile, Lunaris broke formation. She darted low, blades at her side, and ran not at the bandits, but under the cliff where the leader still stood. FD saw her only for a moment before she slipped under the shadow of the rocks, Quicksilver Grace carrying her out of his sight. He didn't know why, but his instinct screamed. This was the hinge. He raised his staff and sent one of his last buffs streaking her way, a thin cord of speed and protection, catching her before she vanished from sight. Above the leader, movement stirred. FD's healer's sense caught it first, something predatory, a pulse of killing intent. He narrowed his eyes. Behind the leader, among the shadows clinging to the ridge, the mini-boss. The cliff stalker larger than the rest, scarred across its muzzle, gold eyes burning with malice. And there, Night Swallow, dagger in hand, lunging for the man's spine. Behind, FD shouted, but the words were lost in the storm. The bandit leader spun faster than a brigand had any right to, sword sweeping in a brutal arc to catch her. And then the cat moved. The mini-boss launched, a blur of scaled muscle. The rogue dodged, and the mini-boss body slammed into the leader with a bone-rattling crash. Sword, man, beast, all toppled together over the rocks. They hit the slope in a snarling tangle, dirt and stone exploding outward. Every sound froze. Bandits gaped. Players stared. Even the cliffstalkers paused, their instincts confused by predator and prey suddenly intertwined. The bandit leader rolled, furious and bleeding, half buried under the limp form of the mini-boss that had taken the brunt of the fall. His sword skittered out of reach across the stone. And then a shadow appeared beside it, Night Swallow. She gave the blade a neat little kick. Steel spun once in the air, end over end, and flew straight to Lunaris, who caught it with both hands. The weapon hummed, a legendary sword in a dancer's grasp. Night Swallow's grin flashed. Gift from Scamantha. Then she dissolved back into the rocks, gone before anyone could question it. The bandit leader staggered to his feet, eyes darting wildly between his empty hand, the almost dead cliff stalker beside him, and Lunaris now running back down toward FD's group with his stolen sword. What did she mean?" he snarled. Confusion cracked through his bravado. But even confused, his voice carried command. Get them! The words had barely left his mouth when the world cracked. An enormous explosion ripped across the top of the cliff. Flame and dust burst upward, boulders tearing free with a thunderous groan. Rock sheared off in slabs, rolling, bouncing, splitting into avalanches. The cliff was falling. Are you? Run! Phi roared. His voice cut through every mind like a blade. He turned, seized Lisa's arm, shoved Yuki forward, waved Lunaris in no time to think, no time to check. Just move. Behind them, the bandit leader's shout was lost under the roar of collapsing stone. The cliff gave way above them. Stone screamed as it tore loose, and boulders came down like the wrath of Cyvern. Dust exploded outward, choking the air, turning the world into a blur of grey and thunder. Move! Phi shouted, his voice raw. He shoved Lisa forward with one hand, pulling the circle of wards tight around what was left of them. Arrows no longer mattered, only gravity did. They ran. Boots skidded over loose shale, slipping on slopes suddenly alive beneath their feet. Each impact rattled F-Die's teeth, each crashing boulder throwing shards sharp enough to cut like blades. Bandits screamed as stone crushed their shields, their bodies. Cliffstalkers howled, scrambling sideways, tails lashing as they fled with the same feral instinct. For once, predators and prey ran together. FD forced his eyes forward, not up because looking up meant seeing death before it hit. Still, every vibration in the earth told him how close it was. The air itself grew heavier, full of pulverized stone. Then he heard it, the sharp, desperate cry of Lunaris. She had fallen behind. FD's head whipped back, her lower level. Through the haze he saw her sprinting with blade still in hand, her posture graceful even in panic. And behind her, faster, the bandit leader. His boots bit into the slope with veteran's precision, his eyes lit by fury and obsession. He was closing. Lunaris! FD bellowed, but the sound vanished under the avalanche's roar. She glanced back anyway and saw him on her heels. Her expression hardened. Then fate intervened. A boulder the size of a wagon split from the ridge above, slamming down. It crashed into both of them, leader and Lunaris swallowed in one violent impact. FD's heart lurched into his throat. He didn't think, didn't plan, he threw his hand out, forcing a healing surge through the dust. Green light arced like a lifeline, catching her aura before it winked out. Shapes staggered out of the dust. The leader rose first, blood running down his arm. Lunaris rose opposite him, her hair wild, eyes narrowed to slits. She twisted on her heel and shouted, "Paradox slash!" FD groaned aloud, even mid-run. Why do they all yell their skills as if the enemies need a fair warning? But what happened next wasn't anything had expected. A rapier and longsword both slashed, one strike in the moment, silver and true. And another, ghostly, delayed by no time at all, appeared from a possible future, lancing across the bandit's torso like a second reality insisting on itself. The bandit leader staggered, shot flashing across his face as both wounds opened. His armor might as well have been parchment to the second cut. Blood sprayed across the stone. The mountain wasn't done. A massive boulder, larger than the one before, tore free and plummeted toward them. It hit with a crack like the sky itself breaking, pulverizing stone and flesh beneath it. The dust blast threw Die back a step, his wards flaring in protest. His eyes went wide. No, not now. And then her afterimage flickered once, then vanished. FD's healer's sense caught the echo. The slip in time, the swap, the impossible correction. She had let the boulder hit her, and then refused to let it stick. "Run!" he roared again. She didn't need telling twice. Lunaris bolted back toward the group, her eyes still blazing, sword, the bandit's sword, clutched tight in her grip. They ran as one. The avalanche howled down around them, but luck gave them space. Bandits screamed somewhere in the haze, their formation shattered, their archers buried under falling stone. Cliffstalkers scattered into cracks too small for men. The leader's furious howl cut through the thunder, but it was distant, muffled under the chaos of stone. FD didn't look back. He pushed everything into the group ahead. Lisa's stumbling stride, Yuki flickering, Lunaris limping but unbroken. He threw one last veil over them, muting their outlines in the haze, giving the falling mountain less defined. Minutes felt like hours, but eventually the earth stopped trembling. The dust thinned. Their boots struck flatter ground again, the slope behind lost to ruin. And then there was nothing left in them. Efti's legs folded without asking permission. He collapsed onto the grass at the foot of the ridge, his staff sliding from his fingers. The wards guttered out. Lisa toppled beside him, steam rising off her hair, her skin flushed red from heat and strain. She lay flat, arms spread, chest heaving. Hot, too hot, she groaned. The grass hissed under her, damp from her sweat. Yuki flopped onto her back, eyes closed. Arrows had nicked her everywhere. Her robes looked like a pincushion. Thanks Saverin, they have repairers on their ship, but her light still glimmered faintly, as if stubbornness alone refused to extinguish it. Lunaris dropped to one knee, panting, blades falling from her hands at last. 2 more levels, she breathed. Dust streaked her face, but her eyes shone with something new. She held up the stolen sword with trembling fingers. This is it. Her voice cracked between triumph and grief. The sword. FD raised his head with effort, blinking through the haze. The blade did not gleam as a legendary weapon should. Its edge was cracked, its spine bent with some flaw. Runes along its fuller flickered faintly, many shattered outright. But Lunaris' voice faltered, her fingers tightened around the hilt. System says it's broken. Chapter 215, The Queen's Review. Book 3. The silence in the boardroom was heavy enough to use as a paperweight. A really judgmental paperweight. I leaned back in my absurdly comfortable throne chair. Seriously, it was plush enough to count as a minor exploit in ergonomic warfare. Fingers steepled in front of me, trying my absolute best to radiate calm, in-control queen energy, not panic 20-something who just watched a highlight reel of her friends nearly getting turned into blood confetti. The massive hollow screen behind me cast a cold blue wash across the polished obsidian table, painting everyone seated opposite in sterile, aquarium-like light. 5 figures, frozen in place like some grim little diorama. Catherine, naturally, was fine. Because of course she was. She lounged sideways in her chair, legs propped on the edge of the boardroom table in full violation of etiquette, which she definitely counted as extra points. She was even whistling loud, off-key and smugly jaunty. Lisa leaned close, whispering something that made Catherine snort and giggle like they were in the back row of class instead of a meeting that smelled like doom. Typical. The other 3 were another story. Yuki hunched in her seat, her shoulders rounded forward, all her usual sunshine drained away, leaving nothing but a pale shadow. Beside her, Lunaris sat ramrod straight, but her stiff posture was less disciplined and more brittle glass, like she might shatter if someone so much as sneezed in her direction. And then there was FD. Poor Fdi. He sat stock still, hands clasped tightly on the table in front of him, staring down at his own knuckles like they'd betrayed him. His expression was hollow. The kind of hollow that came from the bone-deep conviction that you'd failed everyone counting on you. The quiet ache rolling off him pressed against the room like a second atmosphere. Even breathing felt heavier for it. My gaze shifted to the woman at my right hand. Lola, eternal professional. She held her hollow tablet like a shield, her expression perfectly smoothed into neutral steel. No judgment, no softness, just business. But when her eyes flicked toward me, she gave the smallest of nods. Barely there, but enough. Showtime. All right, I said, letting the words slice clean through the stagnant quiet. Let's begin. Lola tapped her tablet. The hollow screen flared back to life, letters glowing clinical and merciless against the blue backdrop. Report on mission. Legendary Sword, Part 1. Before Lola gives us the official, spreadsheet-approved version of events, I began, letting my gaze linger on FD. I want to hear it from you, FD. Report. He flinched, shoulders twitching as though the air itself had just struck him. Slowly, he lifted his head. The look in his eyes was a gut punch straight to my ribs, already damning himself. Mission was a partial failure, my queen. We engaged hostile forces, 2 waves, basilisks, gnashers, and a bandit ambush. There were casualties. Across the table, Catherine's whistling cut off mid-note. FD's gaze sank back to his clasped hands. His knuckles had gone white. We secured the primary objective, the sword, Mistral, but his breath trembled on the way out. It's broken. And in the process, Catherine was temporarily incapacitated. I failed to protect her. I failed to secure a usable artifact. I failed. Each word hit the table like a stone added to a pile he was building over himself. Catherine finally broke it, dropping her legs off the table with a thud that echoed. She leaned back, grinning crookedly. I was napping. Fighty, did great, Lisa bobbed her head, braids bouncing. Totally. The fire was epic, and Catherine did need a nap, but FD didn't seem to hear them. Their voices skated across the wall of guilt had built around himself. His silence was louder than the two of them combined. Lola, I said quietly, eyes still locked on him. Let's see the tactical, spreadsheet. She nodded once, and the hollow screen shifted. Numbers scrolled, charts flickered, casualties, mana expenditures, burn rates. Then the feed changed. A video window bloomed to life. Lisa's first-person footage. The fight. The chaos. The world exploding into rebel fire. The screen drowned in waves of orange and white heat, sound peaking in static before resolving again. And at the heart of it all, FD, staff planted like a spear, wards blazing around him in layered rings, his face a mask of furious concentration. His hands moved like a conductor's, threads of green healing magic snaking out, weaving between bodies, holding lives together with spit and prayer. Partial failure, I echoed in soft voice. That's what you call this, FD? I gestured toward the hollow. Because what I see is a leader standing against an impossible storm. What I see is a healer who kept everyone alive when survival should have been impossible. I pushed up from my chair, the legs scraping across the floor, and walked the length of the table until I was right beside him. He didn't look up. His eyes stayed locked on his own clenched fists. You didn't fail, Fdai, I said, dropping my voice lower. You won. And one of the reasons I put you in charge of this mission was to test just that your strength as individuals. I paused, then let the silence breathe before adding, and, of course, your strength as a team. Fdai's head snapped up, his face twisted between disbelief and stubborn guilt. But I failed, he said. My leadership was flawed. I let Yuki get cornered. I didn't anticipate the second wave, which forced Lisa to use her ultimate too early. My resource management was reactive, not proactive. Catherine fell. These were questionable choices, my queen. Failures. His self-assessment was so merciless, so painfully wrong, it almost made me angry. No. The word cut sharp, clean. He flinched. I didn't soften my tone. He didn't need comfort. He needed perspective. Lola. Play his feed. Lola tapped her tablet, and the hollow screen behind me blinked alive. The view swirled into chaos. His own perspective of the battlefield. The camera trembled with every impact. The audio with shouted calls, clashing steel, and the low roar of beasts. In the center of it all, Phi, staff planted like an anchor, green threads of magic lancing outward in every direction. Not random, not frantic, deliberate. Look, I ordered. On screen, a ward snapped into existence an instant before a Nash's claws could rake across Lunaris' back. A surge of light bolstered Yuki a heartbeat before her mirror shield shattered, taking the edge off a killing blow. His hands moved, every thread timed not to react, but to anticipate. His magic wasn't just healing. It was a net, holding the line together against impossible odds. I froze the feed at a perfect frame. 3 separate streams of energy branching from him, each keeping Catherine, Yuki, and Lunaris alive simultaneously. You see that? My voice was quieter now. That is not failure. You were essential. Now, Yuki. The feed shifted. Yuki filled the frame now, an archer's arrow aimed straight for Lisa's exposed back, and without hesitation she moved. Her mirror shield burst into place, a fraction of a second before impact. It shattered, the backlash hurling her to the ground, but Lisa remained untouched, still channeling fire. I couldn't help a small smile tugging at my lips. Yuki. That wasn't just a magic swordsman's work, that was a sacrifice, and your light magic is incredible. You flicker and misdirect. I love it. Yuki's cheeks flushed, and her shoulders twitched as though she wasn't sure if she should sink into her chair or puff her chest out. The next clip rolled. Lisa, fire-drenched, but not in her usual all-consuming blast. Instead, controlled bursts, tight, deliberate. A wall of flame intercepting a volley of arrows, sparks hissing against steel, every flicker positioned with surgical precision. A bubble of safety around Yuki and Lunaris. Lisa was also amazing, I said simply. Her grin spread like wildfire anyway. Catherine, the first, turned toward her. but she just moved her hand to dismiss me. No need. Ya go next. I stared at her, and she, unbothered, stared back. Then I drew a breath and turned toward the doors. Night Swallow, come here. A pause. Then a hesitant voice from the hall. Do I have to? Yes. The doors parted, and in shuffled a version of Night Swallow I barely recognized. No masked rogue, no confident killer. Just a girl in simple black clothes, shoulders hunched, waving awkwardly and small. She slid into the nearest empty chair and tried to fold in on herself, as if sheer smallness might make her invisible. Watch this, I said, gentler now. The footage shifted again, Night Swallow's view this time, zoomed in on her duel with the mini-boss. A blur of daggers and claws on the cliff's edge. At first, it looked like pure survival. Parries, dodges, flips. But then the details. Mid-parry, her free hand dipped into a pouch, dropping a small orb at the base of a jagged rock outcrop. Mid-backflip, she tossed something glittering into a fault line above the bandit camp. Between lunges, her fingers worked with eerie calm, planting Scamantha's tactical surprises one after another, seamlessly woven into her fight. She wasn't just dueling. She was building a catastrophe. While fighting a mini-boss, I said, letting the weight settle over the room, she was laying the groundwork for the avalanche. She wasn't just surviving her fight. I glanced at her, catching the way she shrank into her chair. She was winning ours. I turned my gaze to the last member of the fire team. That leaves us with Lunaris. Lola swiped her tablet. The holoscreen flickered, and there she was, Lunaris in the thick of the fight. Her blades flashed silver arcs, her paradox slash landing like an impossible echo of time itself. 2 strikes in one instant, the now and the maybe. The bandit leader's defenses cracked under it, his guards splintering in disbelief. Then the boulder. The footage made my throat tighten. The massive slab came crashing down, swallowing her whole in an instant. Then her afterimage shimmered, reality hiccuped, and she reappeared a breath away, pulled clear by her slipstream. I let the still frame hang there, her rematerialized form blurred in motion, a blade still raised mid-swing. You're underleveled, yes, I said firmly, eyes locked with hers across the table. If you weren't, maybe this fight would have been easier. But nothing about the outcome would have changed. You fought with skill, with courage, and in the end. I smiled. Not the forced kind, but the rare, honest kind. You got the sword. On cue, Lola tapped her tablet. The chaotic footage dissolved into a crisp image of the blade itself, stats flaring into existence beside it. Mistrial. Quality, 7 legendary, broken. Currently, 5 epic. Missing, advanced shards, crystal structure. 80k, 4144 fire, 4952 not broken. Restriction, level 10 info. Scaling, scaled to level 15. Description. A blade steeped in legend, once wielded by the ever-adaptable warrior, Rauno. No matter the foe, Rauno was prepared and struck with uncanny precision, his blows always cutting where they hurt most. In battle, it whispers the weakness of its prey and reshapes its edge accordingly. To face Mistrial is to be undone by one's own frailty. Slotted, fire, water, wind, electric crystals. 10 slots remaining. Note, in a broken state, the damage is lowered, and the damage property changes once an hour. Guys, I said, reverence creeping into my voice despite myself. This is the real deal. And even broken, it's still better than almost any epic blade you'll find lying around. I leaned forward, tapping the screen. Repairing the runes upgrades, it's straight back to Marvel quality. The real hurdle is the crystals. And some of those, well, good luck finding a venom crystal, or a holy one. I rubbed my temple, muttering, I don't even know if an exploit crystal and a holy crystal can exist together, but hey, we've got at least one friendly god. Maybe Sayavrin. Lola burst out laughing. Not a polite snicker, not a ladylike chuckle. A full-body, uncontrollable laugh tore out of her lungs and bounced off the boardroom walls. The entire table froze. Even I just stared. Lola looked up at us with wide, innocent eyes and mouthed, What? It cracked me. I started laughing too. The others joined in one by one. The heaviness in the room peeled away with every breath. Even FD managed a tired smile, the shadow finally easing from his face. Okay, I said at last, wiping a tear from my cheek and trying to reassemble my queenly dignity not very successfully. My point is, I grinned, gesturing at the glowing stats. All we need is to track down the stones, put them there, and we don't just have a legendary sword, we have one that can adapt its damage type to whatever poor bastard we're fighting. I leaned on the table, eyes sweeping across my elites. This isn't just a sword for Lunaris. It's a weapon for all of Rimebreak we're lending her. Chapter 216, The Snowflake and the Crown. I opened my eyes after my morning Rimelion meditation. Through the teeth-gritting act of self-denial, I had to admit it was working. I wasn't jittery anymore. I wasn't pacing like a caffeinated squirrel, and I wasn't hurling myself off cliffs to test resilience. Well, not as often. Progress. I sat up slowly and let my gaze wander around the little room. Sunlight cut through the shutters in soft, dusty stripes. The wooden walls were patched and uneven, every board carrying the wear of decades, but they held together with stubborn charm. It smelled faintly of wood smoke and bread from downstairs. Homey. Too homey. Today wasn't the last day here, that would be tomorrow. Still, the thought of leaving pressed strangely and heavily on my chest. I'd grown to like this quaint little inn. I made a mental note to ask some players to keep an eye on it once the demons came knocking demons. I'd be unleashing no less. The irony stung, but at least I could plan for collateral. Breakfast was simple, bread, eggs, and tea that tasted faintly of herbs I couldn't name. Then I stepped out into the morning air. The streets were already alive with chatter and footsteps, the faint jingle of a merchant's cart echoing against the stone. I took the long way, a slow stroll, savoring the ordinary bustle before plunging back into the stink of my true workplace. The sewers. All the stones down there reeked of damp rot and iron, and beneath the binding stone was the project that had eaten most of my time and sanity, while my friends were off fighting pirate cats, river bandits, and raiding dungeons with actual loot. It'd been here, hunched over chalk and blood, doing demon math homework. Nobody guarded the chamber anymore. Shad had made sure of that. He was cooperating in his own roundabout, smug grandmaster way. He didn't really believe I could pull this off, but had prepared regardless. The binding stone chamber was empty at first glance. Just a bare room of cold stone, but my knees remembered the hours I'd spent here, etched grooves in the floor from drawing, red marks on my palms from overusing mana, the faint scratches where runes had been corrected again and again. The silence was thick after all that work. I let out a long breath. This was it. No more tweaking. No more second-guessing. Tomorrow, it would either fizzle into embarrassing nothingness or go boom. Nothing in between. I cast one last look at the room, memorizing every corner, every chalk smear, every trace of my obsession. Then I turned and walked away, footsteps echoing down the narrow, damp tunnels until the sunlight of the streets swallowed me again. First part done. Now I had to notify Shad. I surfaced from the sewers into the city's morning, like a diver breaking the skin of a lake, sour air giving way to sunlight, noise, and the faint promise of bread. The streets were already shaking off sleep. A cart rattled past with clinking bottles. A pair of kids raced each other along the rosy stone curb, and somewhere a bell was doing its honest best to be on time. I fell in with the flow, keeping my pace slow. I had a message to deliver, and it deserved more than my power walking into it like a mistake. The farther I got from the tunnels, the less of the sewer stink clung to me. Warmth pooled on the paving, the rosy stone brightening to soft peach. Ugh, won't miss those. Market stalls were being pushed open. Steam curled from a brazier where a vendor potted skewers, the fat hissing like gossip. Across from him, a tea cellar nested clay kettles like a set of sleeping turtles, each one breathing out a different smell. I bought a cup. Not step bite. The inn's wolf-themed liquid dare could keep its stick, just something simple and dark with a bitter finish. The vendor handed it to me in a thick clay cup that fit my palms as if it had been carved to warm them. I stood in the shadow of a signboard and watched the street wake up. He's still a grandmaster. The thought had been walking with me since dawn. But I asked around. Kitchen girls with their hair tied up in kerchiefs, a drover who'd hauled steel under his contracts, a weaver who supplied rope to his guards. Nobody whispered in fear. They grumbled about taxes, sure, but they also said he paid his slaves a wage. They said Head had a fever ward put aside last winter when the cough went through the dormitories. They said he got into arguments with the other grandmasters when greed became a policy. He treated slaves like people, still wrong, still bound in the ugly system, but he helped where help didn't pencil out. That had to count for something, right? I sipped, let the bitterness flatten my tongue into attention, and watched the foam settle. Yes, it counts. It doesn't erase the rest, I told myself, but it counts. Shad's building rose at the end of the street like a polite correction. They clocked me coming from half a block away, and I raised my cup like a neutral flag. Waiting felt right. Not kneeling, not asking permission. Just finishing my tea in front of his door, letting my nerves settle into manageable piles. Meditation had knocked the edge off the jitter. It'd give it that. My heartbeat did its best impersonation of a metronome. I stared at the ripple in my cup and imagined a progress bar creeping along. Notify Shad, 0100. I drained the last mouthful, set the empty cup on the vendor's return tray, and squared my shoulders. The guards didn't cross their spears. They didn't even bristle. One nodded and stepped aside. The smell was a wall, damp soil, crushed mint, sap, that clean cut of leaf you only get when something living has just been trimmed. Of course, he was here. He was always here. I had never seen Shad anywhere else but in his own house. Not at a desk, not on some ceremonial chair, not in a gallery with his ancestors frowning from frames. Always among his plants. Hands dirty, sleeves rolled to the forearm, hair caught back with a strip of cloth that had probably been the hem of a work shirt before it became a headband. I didn't even announce myself. I took 3 steps in and stopped because I knew he'd look up when the room told him to. He did. Just a glance, eyes flicking from the stalk he was teasing along a trellis to me. The corner of his mouth ticked, his version of a nod. Is it time? I blinked. Tomorrow. I came. The plants moved before he did. Vines lifted as if testing a breeze that wasn't there, then gathered into a patient, insistent current that pressed into my shins and waist. Not hostile. Not a shove. More like a herd of green hands guiding me toward the door with the sort of care you reserve for a child drifting too close to a well. Then go, he said, already turning back to his work. It'll be ready. I rocked a fraction on my heels, the polite green tide nudging me backward. I should have been annoyed. I had a speech prepared, a whole neat stack of words about logistics and timing and contingencies, and here I was being escorted out by a trellis. But the nudge had the same calmness as his voice. No drama, no appetite for it. Fine, I said, because I am not above pettiness when plants are winning at conversation. Try not to be dead when I come back. Try not to be, he echoed, not looking at me. He pinched a stem and the plant shivered. That would spoil things. The vines didn't so much push as accompany. One brushed my wrist, cool and damp, then withdrew as if it had touched a stove. Another gathered the trailing hem of my cloak and flicked it free of a puddle I hadn't even seen. If I'd been in a better mood, I would have laughed. As it was, I let them herd me to the threshold and stopped there. 1 foot on mosaic tile, 1 on the clean hallway stone. Shad, I said. He glanced up again. Not impatient. Expectant. I meant what I said. My throat felt like I'd swallowed chalk. I didn't owe him this, not by law or war logic, but Iwan hadn't advised me to throw good allies away because my pride wanted a tantrum. Ill cut the heads. You don't have to wear the crown after. Something flickered on his face, approval or amusement, I couldn't tell. Then we are each doing what we are good at, he said. Go. The door waited for me like a held breath. The guards didn't look at me when I stepped back into the street, which is the kindest thing guards can do. Sunlight slotted between buildings, pooling in stripes along the paving. I walked through the brightest one and let it soak into my shoulders. The lakeside gate wasn't what I expected. It pictured interrogation. Papers. Guards demanded to know why a noblewoman wanted to stroll out of the city walls with nothing but nerves and a bag of demon homework in her head. Maybe even a checkpoint where some officer with an inflated hat insisted on searching me for contraband. Instead, the gate stood wide open. 2 guards leaned against their pikes, trading idle banter in the arch's shade. Travelers filed out easily, merchants tugging mules, women with baskets, a handful of kids trailing sticks through the dust. Nobody stopped. Nobody fussed. Just a glance, a nod, and the next person was waved on. That was it. I slowed my steps, squared my shoulders, and tried to project the confidence of someone who absolutely belonged here. And sure enough, when I passed beneath the arch, the guards gave me the same once-over and nod as the rest. No questions, no suspicion, just acknowledgement. I kept walking, heart thudding, until the walls fell behind me. That's it, I just walked out. I glanced back over my shoulder. From this side, the walls loomed high, their stone blocks rosy in the morning light, the open gate a mouth swallowing and spitting out streams of people. To get inside it was stricter, more controlled, but out? So much for impregnable fortress city, I thought, lips twitching. Don't tell Mom. Ahead lay the port village, hugging the lake's edge like a wooden collar. Where the city's annoying stone was polished and proud, this place was all beams and shingles, plank walks and rope pulleys. Narrow lanes crisscrossed between squat houses with overhanging roofs, their timbers stained by lake winds. Laundry flapped like flags between windows. The air smelled of tar, fish, smoke, and brine. The port itself dominated everything, piers and wharves stretching like fingers into the glittering lake, each one crowded with boats. Some were small fishing skiffs, nets drying in the sun. Others were cargo barges, their decks stacked with crates and barrels, men shouting as they hauled loads onto shore. A handful of sleeker vessels, low and fast, bobbed closer to the outer docks, their sails furled but ready. People bustled everywhere, dock hands with coiled ropes slung across their shoulders. Women selling skewers of grilled fish to hungry laborers. Children darted between the stalls, barefoot and laughing. It was rougher than the inner city, louder, but alive in a way the stone avenues weren't. I threaded through the crowd, keeping my hood low, observing. The rhythm of life here was practical, straightforward. Work and food, sweat and laughter. And for the first time, I found myself weirdly at ease. Then, the air shifted. It started as a ripple. A murmur. Someone paused mid-shout, eyes narrowing toward the water. Another man shaded his brow with his hand. Conversations died in pockets, replaced by hushed whispers and the shuffle of bodies nudging toward the lakeshore. Curiosity clawed at me. I edged around a narrow lane, turned a corner between two low warehouses, and craned my head. Out on the horizon, sails. Not one, not 10, but dozens, an entire line of them. At least 40 ships, sails fat with wind, cutting toward the harbor in formation. Broad warships at the center, swifter escorts on the wings, heavy transports lumbering in the rear. They weren't made the same. It looked more like pirates invading than an official army. But above every single mast, snapping proudly in the wind, flew a flag I knew too well. Deep navy blue. A six-pointed snowflake at its heart. 7 stars circling it, crowned by a gleaming diadem. The Rimebreak Navy. My navy. They were here. Chapter 217, The Scurvy Imps of Rimebreak. Book 3, The Rimebreak Navy. My navy. They were here, and Lucy was the first to leap ashore. The ramp hadn't even settled when her boots hit the planks, the impact rattling the boards. She flung her arms wide, her floppy hat slipping sideways on her head, and bellowed. Except, it wasn't just bellowing. Her voice boomed across the port, magically amplified until it rolled over rooftops and bounced off every wooden beam in earshot. "Arr, lads and lasses," she roared, drawing every head in the harbor. "Now that we've plundered a fine haul, let's drop anchor here at Altandai. The city with no spending laws, ha ha ha." She thrust one fist skyward, her hat nearly flying off in the process. "Scatter yourselves, ye scurvy imps, and revel in your spoils." The village practically vibrated. Players erupted into motion. Gangplanks slammed down from every ship, ropes tossed, barrels rolled. Cheers, whistles, and wild laughter carried on the wind. Figures vaulted over rails with reckless abandon, some landing gracefully, others hitting the planks with graceless thuds but laughing all the same. Within moments, the quiet murmur of the port had transformed into chaos, boots pounding, coins jingling as if wealth itself had grown legs and jumped down with them. I stood in the middle of it all, a tide of Rimebreak energy washing over me, and shook my head. Only Lucy could make a fleet arrival feel like a drunken festival. Finding Lola in the churn took effort, but she was where I should have expected her, at Lucy's side. She didn't look happy about it. Lola had her arms crossed tight, her expression that particular shade of professional disapproval that said, "I will murder you later, but only after we finish the agenda." Lucy, by contrast, looked like she'd been born for the stage. Her hat sat crooked, her grin wild and unapologetic, and she was already soaking in the stares from half the village like applause. "You had to, Lucy, didn't you?" I muttered as I walked up to them. Lucy's grin only widened. Without a word, she flipped something at me. I caught it instinctively. A ring. Ring of shouting, real loud. Quality, 4 exceptional restriction, none description, turns your whisper into a war cry. Perfect for arguments, bard gigs, or ruining stealth missions. I raised an eyebrow. Didn't they have a level restriction last time? Lucy sauntered up, the very picture of smug, and plucked the ring right out of my hand before I could get another look. Says level 10. I blinked. It doesn't for me. She just winked, tucking the ring into her palm like it belonged there. Guess it likes you better. Her voice was still ringing in my ears, echoing across the port as if the wood itself remembered her shout. Around us, the fleet poured onto the docks in a rush of laughter and boots. Lady, Lola said flatly, clipboard tucked under her arm like it was a holy relic. Her eyes swept me once, twice, then narrowed into that exact look she reserved for mistakes in my paperwork. What are you wearing? I blinked, glanced down at myself, and, okay, fair question. Plain dark blue shirt, tucked neatly into black trousers. The boots were scuffed, but broken in just right. And over it all, my pride and joy. A long coat, the color of midnight. Very dirty. I gave the lapel a tug, imagining for just a second I looked mysterious, dangerous. The kind of person who could walk away from explosions in slow motion. In reality, I probably looked like someone's little sister had raided a costume shop clearance bin. My mind flicked back to my free week. I'd actually gone shopping, like a normal player. Spent half a day browsing racks of fabric and leather, trying on things that didn't scream villainous with a target on her back. When Id finally picked these plain blue clothes, Id fed them to my outfit so it could eat the design. Now I could wear it whenever I wanted. Best items ever. Id even splurged on the coat, imagining myself sweeping through rooms like a shadow queen. My personal rating? Very mysterious. Lola's rating, judging from her unimpressed stare. Somewhere between laundry day and don't quit your day job. Anyway, Lola said, voice brisk as she clutched the clipboard tighter. She didn't even give me a chance to defend my fashion choices. All plans are set in motion. Can we? Her gaze flicked up to meet mine, and for a moment, the hard edge slipped. Can I? She hugged the clipboard to her chest. Can I officially take the position? I grinned, couldn't help it. Kneel. Lola froze halfway between offended and confused. What? Kneel, I repeated. To her credit, she didn't argue further. She dropped to one knee on the dock, head bowed, clipboard clutched like a knight's sword. Around us, the bustle of the harbor slowed. A handful of players stopped mid-step, eyes wide, clearly thinking this was some kind of cutscene event. Lola, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear, you are the most important person in the kingdom. I paused, then added with a smirk. Except me, of course. Lucy snorted beside me, covering her mouth far too late. The bystanders looked over each other, looking for the best spot. So that means I lifted a hand like I was bestowing cosmic power. I name you Seneschal. The air shivered. A ripple of blue mist burst outward from us in a concentric wave, passing through ships, sails, water, even the gawking crowd. Players gasped. Lola's eyes went huge. She flicked from some unseen screen back to me. Lady? Did you war at? I wasn't about to let her spiral. I grabbed her arm and hauled her back up onto her feet. I believe you have a broken kingdom menu to study, I said, all business, and at least 3 new systems to figure out. Quests, titles, the works. Hop to it. Her dazed expression tightened into focus again. I'll do it right now. And then, clipboard hugged close, she ran, literally ran, back toward the capital ship, skirts swishing, determination in every step. Lucy and I watched her vanish. So, I guess that makes you my admiral? I asked dryly. Lucy tossed her hat back, eyes gleaming. Aye, it does. And right on cue, another magic wave washed over us, a warm rush of cloudy recognition. She let out a wild giggle. Damn, John, you only say a word, and Rimelion reacts. I'm now official admiral. Ha ha ha. I placed a hand on her shoulder, steadying her buzz. I know it's overwhelming, Lucy. But I'd appreciate it if you called me Charlie. Please. Her eyes dropped to my hand first, then lifted to mine. They widened, softening with a flash of sincerity that almost startled me. Ouch! This pirate queen be sorry. I'll be remembered till the world's end, ye be a Charlie, ya? I rolled my eyes, shaking my head, but couldn't smother the smile tugging at my lips. Turning away, I let my gaze sweep the horizon. 40 ships. 40. The fleet stretched across the lake like a floating wall of sails and banners, more than I remembered from the hollow V they showed me. Players bustled across the decks, ropes flying, flags snapping in the wind. The navy blue banners rippled proudly, snowflake sigil, 7 stars circling, crown gleaming at the top. "Lucy," I murmured, "didn't we have a lot less?" Her grin widened, the glint in her eyes dangerously mischievous. "Spied some stray sea dogs riding the waves?" "I did," Lucy crowed, puffing her chest as if she'd single-handedly invented sailing. She hooked her thumbs into her belt, hat sliding precariously down over one eye. "So, as a fine admiral of the Royal Navy, hee, we went and liberated them ships from the scurvy scoundrels, and now we've a proper fleet." "Yar-ar-ar-I." I blinked at her. Deadpan. "Do you have to talk like that?" Her laughter rang across the deck. She shook her head, curls bouncing under the brim of her ridiculous hat. "I love it, and my crew love it. We cosplay as pirates." "Well, sometimes." She leaned casually on the railing, her grin crooked but genuine. "But to answer you properly, Llama wanted more of us hitting level 25 and getting class upgrades, especially Lunaris. So we sailed up and down the shore, hunted monsters, poked around dungeons, freed a couple of unlucky players. You know, adventure." She shrugged and then pointed with her chin at the water. I followed her gaze. A cluster of players splashed around near the hull, swimming in the bright lake water like carefree kids on summer break. Their laughter drifted upward, mingling with the creak of rigging and the rhythmic slap of waves against wood. Sometimes I forget people play Rimelion for fun and don't treat it as a real world. "It worked, I think," Lucy continued, "but Luna's still only level 20. You said she's got an important job?" I massaged my face, inhaling the sharp tang of tar and lake spray. "Yes, Lucy. She has an important job, which is why." I let my eyes drift back over the horizon where our fleet spread like a wall of sails. "This little detour of yours makes you a day late. I sent word to the city. Well, technically Shad did. They're expecting us yesterday. Or today, so close call. But fine, I guess." She gave a single nod, not in the least bit guilty. Typical Lucy. Before I could say more, I felt a squeeze from behind, warm, enthusiastic, and very much uninvited. "Queen!" Yuki's voice chirped in my ear. I turned, finding her arms wrapped around me, her eyes practically sparkling with galaxies. "Can I be the fox girl?" I arched a brow. "Yuki, it's fox transformation, not being." She cut me off with a fist pumped skyward, nearly knocking my tiara askew. "Let's go." Lucy chuckled into her hand, watching with open amusement as Yuki bounced on her toes beside me. "Maybe we should enter the city first," Lucy suggested lightly. "Pretty sure we'll be confronted at the gate." Yuki deflated, shoulders slumping, but she let go of me with a dramatic sigh. "Yeah." So we went. The walk from the docks to the walls was slow, and I put on my dramatic princess clothes. Our boots struck the planks of the wharf, each step echoing against the warehouses that lined the water. Fishermen paused mid-knot to stare. Merchants leaned out from shaded doorways. Children scurried between skirts and trousers, whispering. Word of the fleet's arrival had spread fast, and the atmosphere was thick with curiosity and unease. The city's lakeside gate rose ahead, a slab of rosy stone fitted with ironwood beams. Unlike the casual open arch he'd seen previously, now it was sealed tight, its heavy doors barred. Guards lined the battlements, their armor catching the sun in sharp gleams, crossbows resting across their shoulders. At ground level, a knot of soldiers stood firm, their formation stiff, eyes wary. With a thought, I put the tiara on my head and set it onto my hair just right. The weight settled like a reminder. Not just Charlie the player, not just Charlie the accidental slave, but Queen Charlie. The murmurs in the crowd swelled as we approached the gate. Lucy fell into step on my right, still grinning but oddly subdued. Yuki trailed close on my left, every so often fidgeting with the hilt of her blade, as if itching to prove herself. I mentioned to her there was a chance to get us some kind of fox bloodline, and there was history attached to it. She would need to study, and she was pestering me about it. Ever since, the air near the gate smelled of iron, and dust swirled lazily around the boots of the guards as they shifted in place. I stopped in front of the one female guard who looked the most official, breastplate polished to a mirror shine, a scar etched diagonally across her cheek. She stood in the center of the formation, chin high, spear planted in the dirt. I lifted my chin, meeting her eyes without flinching. "Hello," I said, voice clear. "My name is Queen Charlie, and I am here with my fleet to trade." She lifted a hand, and her voice carried over the crowd. "Queen Charlie, by decree of Altandai, your people are welcome within the walls. But, hear this, you bear responsibility for them." Her gaze swept the mass of players behind me, then settled back on my face. "Any transgression committed by those under your banner must be compensated before you depart, either in gold or in the slave life of the offender." Some players laughed it off nervously, others tightened their grips on weapons, but all of them listened. Then the commander's expression shifted, formality folding into ritual. She planted her spear into the ground with a solid thud. "In the name of the city Altandai, I welcome you, Queen Charlie." The gates groaned, ironwood and stone shifting, and slowly the city opened before us. Chapter 208. Boar Heavy Tea, Book 3. The stalls around Altandai's great square pressed close in a jumble of colors and smells. Spices strong enough to sting the nose, grilled meat dripping fat onto glowing coals, fabrics dyed every shade of jewel and earth. The clamor of merchants hawking their wares rose and fell like waves, voices weaving with the clink of coins, the shuffle of boots, and the occasional shriek of a child darting through the crowd. I stopped at one stall where a kettle hissed softly over a brazier, the air thick with the earthy perfume of dried leaves. "This one," I told Lola, pointing at a small tin of my favorite tea, the one with a faint floral lift hidden beneath its bitter edge. "You'll like it." She arched one perfectly skeptical brow, clipboard tucked against her side as always. "Tea is fine, but still no coffee? This city is supposed to be civilized." I smiled, handing over only a few coins. "No coffee, but they've got this." I plucked up another tin, its label scrawled with bold letters, "Boar Heavy Tea." Lola leaned closer, wrinkling her nose. "Boar heavy? Apparently they use an essence of boars to strengthen the flavor," the merchant offered cheerfully. I grinned and handed it over before she could protest. To my surprise, she actually nodded, lips pursed. At least it sounds bold." We carried our cups through the jostling square and found a bench near the binding stone, its shadow stretching long and cool across the cobbles. Up close, the obelisk dominated everything. 10 stories of rosy marble reared upward, its rooms pulsing with a menacing red glow that painted faint lines across the faces of anyone who lingered too near. The surrounding air hummed, as if the stone itself exhaled. I nursed my drink, staring up at the tower. "This is it?" My words slipped out like a confession. Lola lowered herself neatly beside me, sipping her tea. She coughed delicately into her hand, clearly not a fan of the boar essence, and gave a small nod. I kept my gaze on the stone. I mean, our plan's crazy enough. But until now, it was always just in the future, you know? Something I could joke about, wave away, file under problem for later. But now, I gestured with my cup, the liquid sloshing against the rim. "Here we are." The crowd bustled around us, oblivious. Market-goers haggled, children laughed, a busker plucked a bad tune on a lute. Ordinary life moved on beneath the shadow of the obelisk, and the weight of that hit me like a stone to the chest. "I'm kind of fond of this city," I admitted quietly. "I don't want to destroy it." "Lady!" Lola's head snapped toward me, finger pressing against her lips. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "This area is not secure." I grumbled a short laugh, shaking my head. "Relax, Lola. It's fine, and I'm not getting cold feet. I know what it'll do, what needs to be done." My smile faltered as I looked back at the stone, its glow crawling across my skin. "It just weighs on me, you know?" Lola's rigid composure softened. She shifted closer and gave me the quickest of side hugs, brief but warm. Her voice lost its edge. "We'll make sure to spare as many civilians as we can." The words didn't erase the weight pressing down, but they steadied me all the same. Together we sat in the shadow of the binding stone, tea cooling in our hands, while the city carried on as if tomorrow wasn't coming. Lola placed the tea on the bench and crouched low, her neat skirts gathering dust as she traced her fingers across the cobbles. Her clipboard, for once, leaned forgotten against the bench. She tilted her head, scanning the flawless stone with the intensity of a jeweler searching for flaws. The murmurs of the market swirled around her, but she looked utterly deaf to it all. "Lady," she said finally, her voice dipping low, touched with something I almost wanted to call doubt. "Is it really here? I can feel anything." I grinned at her over the rim of my cup. The tea was nearly gone now, leaving only a faint sheen of steam curling into the air. "Yes," I said, letting the word draw out like I was teasing her. "It was hard to make it here in the first place. The square is watched." I nodded toward the corners of the plaza. Guards lingered at each one, half shadowed beneath the eaves of the surrounding buildings. Their armor gleamed, and their spears caught the sun at just the right angle to look ceremonial instead of threatening, but their eyes tracked movement. Always movement. "They don't care what the slaves do, though," I continued, lowering my voice. "Scrub the stones, carry crates, scratch runes into the dirt. Doesn't matter. I could basically do anything I wanted so long as I told them my master from the greenhouse ordered it." That was the trick. Lola pushed herself upright, dusting her hands off with sharp, irritated pats. "What lack of security?" She shook her head, disgust curling her lips. "That's unbelievable." I tipped back the last mouthful of tea, bitter and heavy on my tongue, then shrugged. "Well, they didn't really have a conflict here, did they? Not a real one, not within living memory. Thieves, sure, but war? Nothing. The only check they run is making sure a slave is truly bound, and not just some idiot in a costume. And me?" I tapped my chest, smiling thinly. "Still bound to the stone. At least, technically." The statement hung between us, heavy as the obelisk's shadow. "Well," I said at last, "that worked for me." We sat for a while after that, just breathing. The square bustled around us, full of color and clamor, but for a moment, it was only the two of us. My coat stirred in the warm wind. Lola's hand curled over her clipboard again, thumb tapping against the wood like she was counting seconds. I let my shoulders slump back against the bench, closed my eyes, and let the red glow from the binding stone press against my lids like the after-image of fire. "Queen? Now? Please?" The voice startled me. My eyes shot open, and I sucked in a long, steadying breath before glancing sideways. "Yuki." She stood over us, all sunshine bottled into a single body. Her colorful hair caught the light, glowing as if spun through with gold threads. Little motes of her light magic flickered faintly around her, like sparks too restless to stay still. She practically glittered with energy, her smile so bright it made me squint. "Yuki," I groaned. "Can't it wait? You know, after tomorrow, you're supposed to be at the port gate in like 20 hours. Instead of answering, she plopped herself down directly between me and Lola, wriggling into the space like it had always belonged to her. Her shoulder bumped mine, warm and buzzing faintly with magic. She nodded furiously, her eyes wide and starry, every inch the over-eager child demanding candy before dinner. "I know, but—" She grabbed my arm, bouncing slightly. "Foxes!" Her sheer joy made it impossible not to laugh. I rubbed my temple with one hand, shaking my head. "Foxes, huh?" I glanced down at my empty cup, sighed, and set it aside on the bench's edge. "Very well. Everything is already in motion, and I don't exactly have much else to do right now." I looked over Yuki's head toward Lola. "Seneschal? Permission?" Lola didn't even hesitate. She waved her clipboard hand, dismissing me like a mother Erwin shooing a princess toward play. "Go, Queen. You've worked hard enough. Leave it up to us. Trust us." The words landed harder than she probably meant them to. Warmth spread through my chest, so sudden it nearly brought tears to my eyes. I blinked them away, shaking my head sharply as if I could physically rattle the feeling loose. I had people who carried my will, people who were competent, people I could trust. That weight, the one I'd been dragging around for so long, shifted, just a little. Not gone, never gone, but easier to bear. I rose from the bench, stretching the stiffness out of my legs. Yuki popped up beside me, practically vibrating with excitement, her hands clapping together like a foxtail wagging in her chest. Lola stayed seated, eyes already drawn back to her clipboard, the faintest crease of her brow as she started sketching notes. The binding stone loomed above us all, its runes pulsing in steady rhythm, like a heartbeat waiting for the moment it would stop. I looked at it one last time, the glow washing faintly over my hands. Tomorrow. Tomorrow it would either all work or all burn. Well, burning meant it was working. Leaving the binding stone square behind felt like slipping out from under a weight. The murmur of the plaza faded into the city's lower hum hawkers arguing over coins. the clang of a blacksmith's hammer echoing through a side street, the distant splash of a bucket poured into our trough. Yuki trailed close at my side, her steps light, practically bouncing with leftover sunshine. She tugged something out from her satchel as we walked, the motion so casual I almost didn't notice until the thick spine caught the light. A book. Leather-bound, worn soft at the corners, stamped with faded lettering. I blinked. Yuki, is it interesting? She tilted her head, lips pursed, gaze fixed on the page she had just flipped open. For once, she actually paused to think before answering. Finally, she shrugged, holding the book up so I could see the title stamped across its cover. History of the Reserve Guild of the Fourth Flame, Volume 9. A tiny, embossed flame flickered under the title, etched in gold. The cover smelled faintly of smoke and old parchment, like it had been stored too close to a hearth. This is from the guild master of that guild, Yuki said matter-of-factly, tapping the insignia with her finger. Most of the time he grumbles. Says whenever someone interesting pops up in his ranks, they're snatched away by the main guild, which, you know. She shrugged again. That's kind of the purpose of a reserve guild. Her eyes brightened as she turned another page, voice gaining speed. But sometimes they go on really interesting adventures. I shook my head with a small laugh. Of course you'd find the one book full of guild gossip. The street sloped downward, narrowing into a lane lined with squat houses. Every single one was built from the same rosy stone. It gave everything a faintly warm blush, even when the light turned sharp and cold. Laundry lines sagged between windows, the air heavy with the smell of boiled cabbage and wood smoke. We stopped at a small, weather-beaten home wedged between two slightly taller neighbors. The door was old oak, scarred and scuffed, with a crooked iron knocker shaped like a wolf's head. I rapped my knuckles against it hard enough to echo. Nothing. I rapped again, louder this time. The sound bounced down the empty street. Yuki leaned forward, peeking through a crack in the shutters, her book still clutched against her chest. Finally, the hinges creaked, and the door eased open. An old man peered out, stooped with age, face a map of deep wrinkles. His smile revealed yellowed teeth, though the expression itself was warm enough. The air that drifted out from his home carried the dusty scent of old wood and stale bread. "Ah, traveler," his voice rasped like dry leaves. "Do you need something?" I gave him a quick nod, squaring my shoulders. "Yes. You told me once about a fox story." I reached back, nudging Yuki forward. She bobbed her head so hard, I thought it might fall off. My friend here would very much like to hear it. The man's tired eyes lit with the glow of remembered importance. He straightened a little, pleased by the attention. "I can tell you in the evening." "When?" I cut him off by producing a gold coin from my pouch, letting it gleam in the sunlight as I flicked it once between my fingers. His eyes tracked it hungrily. "This is yours for the story," I said smoothly, "and every drink tonight is on me." His smile widened, deepening the wrinkles around his mouth. He stepped fully out, pulling the door shut behind him with a solid clunk. "Of course. Any drink?" His voice dipped, skeptical but hopeful, eyes narrowing at mine. "Yes," I said with mock solemnity. "Any drink. Even that expensive wolf mead." That did it. His grin broke wide, and his shoulders shook with a low chuckle. He rubbed his hands together like a man about to rob fate blind. Together, we set off toward the Wolf Inn. The streets opened back up, wider now, buzzing with midday life. The smell of roasted nuts wafted from a vendor cart, chased by the sour bite of ale spilled in the gutter. Children ran past us, one clutching a wooden toy sword, the other wearing half a paper fox or wolf's mask that dangled precariously. Yuki's eyes sparkled at that, her head swiveling to watch until the pair disappeared around a corner. When the inn finally loomed into view, I led us inside, pushing through the thick wooden door. The warmth hit instantly. The room hummed with voices, laughter bubbling at the edges, tankards clinking in rhythm with boots tapping against the floorboards. We claimed a table near the back, where the noise dimmed enough for conversation. I slid onto the bench, while Yuki plopped down beside me, book already open again. Across from us, the old man lowered himself slowly, joints creaking, but his grin never faded. A server wandered over, tray balanced expertly in one hand. I didn't bother waiting. "Step bite," I ordered. My voice carried a shade louder than intended, catching a few ears at nearby tables. "This time," I added firmly, locking eyes with him without the stick. The old man's eyes flicked to me, then to the server and back again. He tilted his head, his smile shifting into something sly. The server nodded briskly, scribbled the order, and vanished into the sea of bodies. Yuki leaned forward, hands on the table, her light magic flaring faintly in her excitement. Her hair shimmered in the hearth's glow, her book half forgotten for once. The old man rubbed his palms together again, savoring the weight of the gold coin had pressed into his hand. "Ah!" he rasped. "You want to hear about the Sun Fox, child? Ha! Then listen well, for it is no tale for the faint of heart nor the greedy." Chapter 219, Tale of the Sun Fox. Book 3. "Ah," he rasped. "You want to hear about the Sun Fox, child? Ha! Then listen well, for it is no tale for the faint of heart nor the greedy." My step bite arrived with a muted thunk, the clay cup sloshing faintly as it hit the table. I wrapped my hand around it, feeling the warmth seep into my skin, the sharp scent of fermented herbs and fruit biting my nose. The man began. "Long ago, before Altandai grew fat on trade and slaves, there was a forest along the North River. Old trees, older than any city, drinking light by day and holding secrets by night. The peasants whispered that the forest was guarded by a fox with fur of firelight, its tail shining like the dawn, its eyes bright enough to blind liars." Yuki shifted closer, her breath catching with every word. "They called it the Sun Fox," he continued, "a spirit born of the first sunrise, when light banished the world's shadows. Wherever it stepped, the trees grew taller, the rivers ran clearer, and no man dared raise an axe." He paused to sip his own drink. The froth left a foam mustache across his lip. He licked it away with a smile full of yellow teeth. But Altandai had other plans. The green and white houses hungered for farmland, for timber, for firewood to heat their halls. At first, the workers came with axes. They vanished. Then soldiers came with steel. They came back blind, raving about endless mirages, phantom flames, and a fox that split into a dozen blazing shapes. No one could tell which was real until it was too late. I nursed my drink, finally daring a sip. The step bite hit like a hammer, bitterness, fire, and an almost meaty undertone, sharp enough to make my eyes water. I fought it down, every nerve in my throat screaming no, and slammed the cup back onto the table. Victory. I swallowed triumph with the drink, straightening my back like it hadn't nearly killed me. The old man's eyes flicked to me, amused, but he kept weaving the tale. The Sun Fox wielded light, not just as an attack, but as an illusion, turning day into a labyrinth, bending shadows into spears, wrapping itself in radiance until swords passed harmlessly through. It fought not for conquest, but for balance, for its forest. Yuki's hands flew to her cheeks, her eyes shimmering. Her light magic, restless, sparked faintly along her hair, tiny motes flickering like fireflies. She whispered, awestruck, "Balance." "At last," the old man said, lowering his voice until even I leaned closer to catch it, "the Grand Master of the White Dragon House came. At the time, he was a man whose light magic was said to rival the sun itself. He battled the fox for 3 days and 3 nights beneath the blinding radiance of its illusions. Some say he slew it. Others say the fox dissolved into pure light, leaving only silence behind. His fingers curled around his mug, knuckles white. But the Grand Master returned, scarred, half-blind, and unwilling to claim victory. And the forest? It fell soon after, cut to stumps. Yet, Altandai never again tried to farm that land. The soil turned barren, as if the fox had cursed it with its last breath. To this day, it remains a stretch of pale wasteland. Useless. Quiet. Yuki exhaled slowly, her eyes shimmering brighter than the glow of the torches lining the wall. It's real." "I know it is," she whispered, hugging her book tightly against her chest. "The Sun Fox must still be there." The old man's smile deepened, the wrinkles around his eyes creasing like folded parchment. "Ah, but listen, child," he said. "Bloodlines do not vanish. A spirit like that, light given will, illusion given claws, does not die. No, its essence lingers, waiting for one worthy enough to bear it." Yuki froze, her starry-eyed smile widening as though he'd just handed her a prophecy. Little sparks of light flickered over her skin, responding instinctively to her excitement. The man's voice dropped further. "They say if you go north of Altandai to the barren stretch along the river where nothing grows, and wait until the first rays of dawn, you may see it. A shimmer, a tail of light." a vulpine shadow dancing at the edge of your vision. Follow it, and you walk into the fox's labyrinth, an illusion world stitched from the sun fox's last breath. Yuki's hands clutched the table edge. The fox's labyrinth, she whispered, like the words themselves were holy. He nodded once, slowly, as though sealing the truth of it. But beware. The labyrinth tests. It will strip away lies, expose weakness, and scatter the unworthy. Many go in chasing glory. Few return, and those who do are not unchanged. I lifted my step bite, let the sharp scent of it sting my nose, and took another burning gulp. The bitterness clawed at my throat, but I swallowed it down, pressing the cup back onto the table with steady fingers. My lips twisted into a grin I didn't entirely feel. Guess foxes really don't make things easy. Yuki didn't laugh. She sat there glowing, her light magic shimmering faintly like dawn on the horizon, as if a piece of the legend had already chosen her. The old man leaned back, his smile still carved across his face, and raised his own drink in a silent toast to the story. To the fox. I fixed Yuki with what I hoped was a stern, queenly look, though my insides still felt like frayed string. Yuki, we have a plan for the morning, right? Her wide eyes blinked at me, unfocused for a moment as if she had only just remembered I was there. Then she smiled, distracted, strands of her hair glowing faintly where her light magic flickered. I know, Queen, but her voice trailed off, and the glow in her hair pulsed brighter. Fox bloodline? The words were half question, half plea. I exhaled through my nose, feeling the sting of step bite still burning a trail down my throat. Yuki, I can't stop you. But do you know what's at stake? Just one more day. Wait one day. My tone cracked at the edges, more tired than commanding. Her mouth opened, ready to argue, but then she blinked, processing. I thought, oh. Her lips parted in surprise, then curled into a grin as realization dawned. That makes sense then. We won't be leaving then, yes. Her nods came quickly and eager, as if she'd solved a riddle no one else understood. The server arrived just then, balancing a tray. I told him simply that the old man could drink reasonably on my tab. The man cackled quietly into his mug, already savoring victory. I pushed back from the bench, the wood creaking under my weight, and gave Yuki a small smile that was half warning, half affection. Then I excused myself, climbing the stairs one deliberate step at a time. My room awaited familiar shadows, the scent of old wood for the last time. The second I felt my body sink into the earth mattress, I nearly groaned out loud. Soft, supportive, just the right give beneath my shoulder blades. It was like drinking a perfectly chilled whiskey after trudging through the desert. I stretched my toes against the sheets, the fabric cool and smooth, then pulled them back under the weight of the blanket. My whole body sighed without my permission. Jerry, I mumbled into my pillow, letting my limbs melt like wax. One quick nap. The band on my wrist buzzed gently, Jerry's tone chiming through the haptic pulse. Understood. Meanwhile, I will decode the meaning of the latest dream. I didn't need to sleep. I could just meditate. But this wasn't about needs, but wants. I chuckled sleepily, eyelids already too heavy to bother opening. Haha, you do that, and it'll be fresh. The mattress cradled me, the warmth seeped into my skin, and within moments I slid into that blissful in-between where the world dulled and everything was just comfort and silence. Darkness crept in at the edges of my vision, heavy and sweet. I drifted. A gentle pressure tugged me back. Someone shook my shoulder, soft enough not to jar but firm enough that my drifting brain knew it wasn't part of the dream. My lashes fluttered open reluctantly. Lola. Her face hovered over mine, framed by her tidy hair, every line of her expression radiating calm patience. She gave me that smile, the warm one she usually reserved for when she caught me being particularly human. Lady, she mumbled, it is time for the briefing. I blinked up at her, groggy. The light in the room was different now, brighter, crisp afternoon rays sneaking through the blinds. My jaw cracked around a yawn. What? Her smile deepened, dimples pressing. You slept again instead of meditation. I tried to shake my head, rubbing at my eyes like that might erase the guilt. No, she burst into laughter. Before I could even scowl, she leaned down and wrapped me in a hug, squeezing once like she was proud of me for being caught. The meeting is in 20 minutes, she said into my ear before straightening up and already stepping away. 20 minutes? That phrase finally penetrated the fog. I sat bolt upright, sheets tangling around my legs. Wait, what should I wear? She was already halfway to the door, cool and collected as always. I left your new cosplay in the box, she tossed back. The door closed behind her with that maddening click, leaving me in the wake of her efficiency. Box? I muttered, whipping my head around. Jerry buzzed, the band on my wrist giving a directional pulse. On the ground, left side. I slid off the mattress, nearly tripping over the sheets that clung to me like a needy grandmaster's vines, and crouched. Sure enough, a sleek black box sat neatly beside the bed. I flipped the lid open and froze. A dress. Not just any dress. A navy blue dress so intense and luxurious, it looked like it had a personal vendetta against subtlety. The fabric gleamed faintly in the light as water, but was structured enough to fall in perfect lines. A fitted bodice, flared skirt, understated silver embroidery at the hem. Fancy. But was it 20 minutes getting inside fancy? I grabbed it by the hanger and held it up, scandalized. Lola! I shouted, fumbling for my comm, but Jerry was ahead of me, already calling her. What's this cosplay? Isn't this meeting all business? Her voice crackled in with just enough delay to make her smugness palpable. A giggle spilled first, light and dangerous. Doesn't mean you can't look fabulous. Then she ended the call before I could unleash a rebuttal. I stared at the hollow screen, then let my head fall back with a groan. Since my intervention, Lola grew bold, I muttered, shaking the dress at Jerry as if he could share the indignity. The band buzzed again, his voice calm. She has also found a superior solution for the Altandai sewer engagement. I am ashamed, I snorted, despite the panic still gnawing at my ribs. Oh, don't be, she's just showing off. But the truth was, he was right. Ever since that moment, I'd officially named her Seneschal and showed the crowd something in Lola had shifted. She was still the same meticulous operator, the clipboard queen of logistics and order, but now there was fire under it. Boldness. She laughed more. She teased me. She pushed decisions forward instead of waiting for me to agonize over them. She was scary effective. And now she was dressing me like a political debutante. I sighed, brushing my hand over the navy fabric. It shimmered faintly under my fingers, smooth, and, damn it, very much my color. Jerry, I said, dragging the hanger toward the wardrobe mirror. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? The band vibrated gently. Likelihood, 87. But you will look statistically impressive. I laughed despite myself, shaking my head. My reflection in the mirror was still rumpled from sleep, hair sticking out in every wrong direction, eyes half-lidded from fatigue. Behind that, the dress gleamed like temptation. The mattress still whispered my name, promising comfort. But the world outside demanded Queen Corporate Owner Charlie instead of Tired Bed Queen Charlie. With a deep breath, I set the hanger down and started pulling myself together, yawning, muttering, still wondering how Lola had so easily taken the wheel of my life. At least I'd had my nap. Chapter 2020. The Company Dimer, Book 3. The elevator hummed low as it descended, lights flickering across the brushed steel walls. My pulse was steady until the doors slid open with a hiss, spilling me into the basement wardrobe. Not this again. After I got out of the wardrobe, the first thing I saw was my reflection in the wide mirror lining the wall. The navy dress clung in all the right places, the silver embroidery catching the light like frost. The skirt swayed with each step, expensive fabric whispering against my legs. Dressed to impress, no question about it. I pouted at the mirror anyway, tugging at the hem as though I could will it into something less bold. Behind me, Lola stepped out, hollow in hand as if she'd been born holding one. She gave me a quick once-over, and her lips curved into a dangerously smug smile. You look fabulous, lady. I grumbled, staring myself down in the mirror. The dress practically radiated authority. It didn't feel like me, but it felt like someone worth fearing. I let out a sigh, shoulders rising and falling. We started down the long underground hallway. The air here was cool, faintly metallic, tinged with recycled ventilation. Light strips glowed from the ceiling, reflecting off polished stone. People moved everywhere, staff, aides, operators carrying armfuls of files or speaking in hushed voices. As Loda and I passed, they made room, their eyes flicking down, shoulders dipping in shallow bows. Respect, maybe, hopefully. Eli forced a smile, teeth clenched so tight it probably looked like a grimace. I'll kill Lucas. My reputation is poor again. Lola didn't even miss a beat. Saevrin would judge you harshly for killing, she replied lightly. I shot her a glare. She squeaked softly, ducked her head, and immediately hid behind the cover of her holo. At the end of the hallway, just before the heavy doors that led into the aula, a man waited. He wasn't in professional casual like the rest. Instead, he wore simple Eastern monk attire, loose linen robes in muted earth tones, tied at the waist with a woven sash. His head full of hair broke the monk image, but only slightly, because he held his posture effortlessly upright. He folded his hands together and inclined his head toward me. Queen, may I have a word? The monk-dressed man said. It is about the upcoming battle. I glanced at Lola. She flicked her wrist, and for a second my brain short-circuited. Since when did she wear a gold watch? Not just gold, thin, elegant, gleaming like it belonged on the cover of some luxury catalogue. She didn't even notice me gawking. Lady, she said, eyes narrowing on the dial. We start soon. I turned back to the man. His stillness was unsettling, like the rest of the hallway's chaos bounced right off him. So I asked, Is it quick? He nodded, and then cast his eyes around. Staff rushed past, aides juggling holoscreens, whispers echoing as more people pressed toward the aula. He lowered his voice. Can we talk in more private? I sighed and raised an eyebrow at Lola. She motioned briskly toward an office across the hall, just opposite the aula doors. Here. But lady, please fast. Jerry buzzed faintly on my wrist as I brushed the door panel. The lock clicked, the office opening with a hiss. Inside was as uninspired as a dentist's waiting room, 1 table, 10 chairs, bare walls, no windows. Well, of course, we were deep underground. The monk closed the door gently behind us, his robes swishing against the floor. He clasped his hands and spoke plainly. As I see you lack time, I will be direct. I have received information that you have 2 timers in your army. My eyebrows shot up. 2 timers? For a second, my mind leapt to traitors, saboteurs, bombs ticking in the ranks. I blinked and turned to Lola, hoping for clarity, but she was already absorbed in her holo, fingers dancing across the interface, clearly not listening. And you are? I asked, suspicion in my tone. I mean, you're not our spy master, so sorry if I don't trust you fully. He bowed at the waist, every inch deliberate. Sorry, my bad. People call me Pancake. I stared. Flat? Pancake? With perfect seriousness, he nodded. I swiveled to Lola, silently demanding context. Without looking up from her holo, she answered absently, Got it. Pound cake. Ex-military. Now. She hesitated, her lips pressing together. Baker. The corner of his mouth curved into a wry smile. I found peace in the art. The silence stretched. My brain refused to reconcile the bearer of traitors with a pound cake, the monk baker. I exhaled slowly, rubbing my temple. This day keeps getting weirder. Who is it? Can I kick them in the butt before they betray me? Is it Ian again? Poundcake shook his head slowly, the faint movement tugging my attention back to his face. He wasn't just some anonymous ascetic, after all 40s maybe, with the kind of weathered features that told a life of both discipline and hardship. A thin scar traced just beneath his chin, disappearing under the collar of his robe, a souvenir from some old battlefield. Yet his expression was utterly serene, as if nothing in this world could rattle him, not my suspicious questions, not the chaos humming beyond the door. My friends at Nathanko couldn't say, he murmured. But your operation wasn't subtle. You announced your plan to everyone willing to listen. I wouldn't be surprised if the Grand Masters of Altandai already knew about it. That landed like a punch to the gut. A flicker of heat crawled up my neck. But before I could reply, Lola tugged at my sleeve hard enough to jolt me. We need to go, she pressed, her gold watch glinting as she gestured toward the hall. It's starting. I forced myself into composure, then bowed slightly to Poundcake. He'll try to do something about it. He smiled gently, eyes closing in that maddeningly peaceful way. I placed the dough in the oven. Whether it rises is not mine to decide. I groaned. You're like Kai, Master of Ian. Poundcake's eyes opened again, and for the first time there was a spark recognition. Or maybe curiosity. You know Master Kai? Yes, I said, already half-dragged by Lola's grip. She had abandoned subtle nudges. Now she was outright hauling me toward the door. Want to meet him? The monk chuckled softly, shaking his head. The oven waits, the dough waits, only time decides the loaf. Another groan escaped me, because of course he was going to keep at it. Philosophical monk bakers, just what I needed on top of everything else. Lola yanked harder, and I let her. The doors to the aula opened, and the world shifted. Hundreds of people filled the seating and tables, a living wall of expectation. And the moment I stepped through the door, silence crashed down. Every eye snapped to me, as if pulled by the same invisible thread. The weight of it pressed down on my shoulders, hot and cold all at once. My dress brushed against the floor as I walked, the embroidery catching the light in tiny flashes. The sound of my own footsteps echoed, clicking loudly. Damn, I'm suddenly nervous. Lola kept a hand firm on my sleeve, guiding me with certainty down the central aisle between tables. I caught the glances as we passed, but all bowed their heads slightly when my gaze flicked toward them. Well, I give them paychecks, I guess. At the front of the aula, a small table with a microphone waited for me. I inhaled, forcing steel into my spine, and let myself be pulled into the spotlight. Okay, I said, hands flat on the cool table, voice carrying across the aula. So tomorrow we strike and take the city. No preamble, no flowery speech, just straight into the gut of it. My pulse thudded steadily now, the silence in the room thick enough that my words seemed to land with weight. You all should know the plan, I continued, letting my gaze sweep over the crowd. Rows upon rows of faces reflected back at me in the overhead lights. Wide eyes, tense jaws, too many bodies crammed into this underground hall. Their breaths mingled into one heavy rhythm. Lucy and Lama made sure of that. That cracked the silence. A burst of laughter broke through, rolling across the benches like a wave. Lucy, planted right in the first row in her ridiculous pirate get-up even on Earth, pouted so hard her lower lip could trip someone. She shot to her feet and jabbed a finger at me. It was all Lama, she yelled. The laughter doubled, bouncing off the steel beams overhead. Even Lola smirked faintly over her hollow, though she tried to hide it behind a hand. Okay. I raised both hands, palms out, the embroidery on my cuffs glinting under the spotlights. The room settled into a chorus of chuckles and coughs, eyes turning back toward me. Main plan. Focus up. I tapped the table once for emphasis. The main force moves on the binding stone. Everything else? It doesn't matter if we lose it. The stone is the hinge. If it falls, the city follows. If we lose the battle there, then we might as well pack up and go home. The weight of that pressed down over the room. Heads nodded, a ripple of grim understanding traveling through the benches. So, if you're there with me tomorrow, I said, lifting one hand into the air, let's say it all together, eh? For a moment, silence then, the scrape of benches, the rustle of boots. Dozens, then hundreds rose to their feet, grins spreading like sparks catching tinder. Glory to the left sock. Division. The shout shook the walls, voices colliding into a roar. Applause exploded next, thunderous, palms slapping together, boots stomping the floor in time. A grin tugged at my lips before I could stop it. Across the room, someone shouted about Gate being the goat, and that earned a chorus of agreement, a few whistles, even a table thump. For a moment, it didn't feel like a briefing. It felt like the start of a festival. I let it crest, then lifted a hand again. All right. My voice cut back through, and the applause tapered into a low rumble of anticipation. There are 5 main barracks, I continued, pacing slowly across the front, my high heels echoing against the floor. Port side and southern are the most important to take. Lose those, and every other push gets 10 times harder. They're choke points, supply lines, fallback nests. You hit those, you hit the city's lungs. The murmurs rippled again, not laughter this time, but agreement. Players shifted in their seats, murmuring strategy, some already scribbling notes into hollows. The hum of determination filled the space, mixing with the sterile scent of recycled air and faint oil from the ventilation ducts. And then, I let my voice trail, shoulders slumping theatrically. I dragged a hand down my face and gave the room my best long-suffering groan. We have special quests. That earned another ripple of laughter, and I rolled my eyes heavenward for effect. You think setting up this circus is fun? Pain, pure pain. A few sympathetic claps, but mostly grins. But, I raised a finger, pulling them back to focus. You know what to do. And if you don't, I pointed toward the crowd, spinning slowly, making sure my gaze hit every corner. Check your quest log. I wrote it all down. No excuses. From the back, Rob cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Love you!" That drew immediate whistles and a hoot of laughter. Lisa, seated behind him, didn't even hesitate. Her hand smacked the back of his head with a thwack audible even over the crowd. He only grinned wider, rubbing his skull and flashing me a thumbs up like the idiot he was. "All that," I said, letting the last words hang in the air like the last notes of a song, "is tomorrow." The room leaned forward with me, dozens, hundreds of faces caught between nerves and adrenaline. I let the pause stretch, then flashed a grin and pivoted toward Lola. She was waiting at my side, hollow still open, her posture still the same. "Now, Lola?" I asked. She gave me a single nod. "We celebrate on the company dime," the owler erupted. Laughter boomed, chairs scraped back, boots stomped against polished stone. My grin widened, even as I raised a hand in mock despair. And then, cutting through the chaos, FDI's voice rang out, "It's your money!" That detonated the room. People doubled over, some pounding the tables, others pointing gleefully in my direction. A wave of bodies surged upward, rising as one. And before I could even glare properly at FD, the crowd had transformed from tense players into a laughing, shouting mass of players. I crossed my arms and pouted at him, but it was no use. He only sat there, expression schooled into the picture of innocence, but the twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. "Circus," I muttered under my breath, though the corners of my lips betrayed me too. The buzz of voices swelled snatches of jokes, roars of laughter, the scrape of boots as the owler turned from briefing hall to impromptu tavern. Lola slipped closer, her hand settling lightly on my shoulder. "Lady," she whispered, her voice warm with rare praise, "you were good." For once, I didn't argue. I turned and pulled her into a hug instead, the fabric of her blouse cool against my cheek, the faint scent of coffee calming me. But while I held her, I leaned in with my lips close to her ear and whispered, "Where did you get your new watch?" She stiffened instantly. I squeezed her tighter, just enough for her to feel the grin in my voice. "Gotcha. Finally figured out where our budget for watches went.